Merci. Just orders of the day.
Yeah. No.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Tabling of documents. L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Excuse, Minister.
Okay, yes.
Yes, the Honourable Deputy to Prime Minister, I believe. Good.
Yep. Miss.
This is serious, guys. Come on, this is serious.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, under Section 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages a treaty entitled Protocol of Amendment to the Agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Protocol of Amendment to the Agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Thank you.
J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to lay upon the table a report of the annual reports on the access to information and the Privacy Acts of the Information Commissioner of Canada for the year 2018-2019.
Order 1083H. These reports are deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. I have the honor to lay upon the table a report of the Interim Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Cost of Crown Corporation Audits, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
J'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of the Auditor General of Canada to ensure the implementation of the directive on environmental assessment regarding Export Development Canada.
3G. This document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I have the honor to lay upon the table a report of the Interim Auditor General of Canada to the House of Commons entitled Commentary on the 2018-19 Financial Audits, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 1083G, this document is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Tabling of documents.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable, I apologize, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board. I apologize. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to see you again today, and I wanted to see you because I have good news for you. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the annual report of Parliament for the 2018-2019 fiscal year, federal regulatory management initiatives, and I want to say there is a significant advantage of these measures taken by the government in 2017-2018. And this is set out under the bureaucracy rules. This will reduce the red tape. Thank you. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board, Mr. Speaker, as Christmas approaches, I have a bigger gift for you. It is an honour to table today in both official languages the Public Accounts of Canada 2019. by the Auditor General of Canada, who has issued an unmodified opinion on the financial records of Canada. The Government of Canada is committed to managing financial resources rigorously and to oversee the use of public funds to ensure better transparency and responsibility.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Parfait. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du...
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canada-China Legislative Association respecting its participation at the 23rd bilateral meeting in Shanghai, Nanjing, Hong Kong, and Macau, China, from May 18th to the 26th, 2019.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to present two petitions. The first is on the issue of organ harvesting and trafficking. In the last Parliament, attempts were made to get Bill S-240 and C-350 through the House. Unfortunately, they just barely failed to make it. Petitioners are calling on Parliament to take action on this issue and hope, I'm sure, that the 43rd Parliament will be the one that finally gets it done. The second petition I'm tabling highlights the challenges, the persecution faced by Sikh and Hindu minority communities in Afghanistan. It calls on the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted to him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan come to Canada. There's been much discussion of this issue, but that special program has not been created. Further, it asks the Minister of Foreign Affairs to highlight this persecution with his Afghan counterparts. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I've been able to get on my feet in this Parliament, and so I would like to thank the good people of Charlottetown for having sent me back here for the third time to represent them. It is truly an honour, and I'm grateful and humbled to be here. Today I rise with a petition that's signed by no fewer than 1,500 residents of Prince Edward Island, a place as small as PEI. To have a petition that large is quite something. The petitioners are quite concerned about the use of animals in cosmetic testing and the fact that Canada lags behind other countries who have already banned this practice. They call on the Parliament to support Bill S-214, which unfortunately died on the order paper in the last Parliament, but it is possible that it would be brought back. So it is urged upon this House to support that bill and ban the sale and/or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. C'est qui? The Honourable Member for Fort Moody Coquitlam.
Speaker, this petition supports Bills C-350 and S-240 from the 42nd Parliament. Petitioners want the 43rd Parliament to be the one that finally takes action on forced organ harvesting and passes these bills. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for... I'm sorry? Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, forced organ harvesting and trafficking is a growing global problem that requires urgent action. I am pleased to table a petition from Canadians who are looking for this Parliament to finally take action on forced organ harvesting by making it a criminal offence to go abroad to receive an organ taken without consent.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I too rise to present a petition from many of my constituents and other Canadians calling on the government to act to end forced organ harvesting. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, I am tabling today a petition in support of Bill C-350 and Bill S-240 from the previous Parliament. These bills received unanimous consent in both houses, but did not pass in identical form, and thus the law was not changed. Petitioners hope to see this Parliament be the one that finally takes action on forced organ harvesting.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for York Simcoe. Good.
Mr. Speaker, I am tabling a petition as well. This petition seeks to combat global organ trafficking. Petitioners want the government to act to make it a criminal offence to receive an organ without consent. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Hear, hear.
Agreed? Agreed. Now, request for emergency. Okay. Just saves me.
I have received a request from Mr. Savard Tremblay. If you wish to rise. Mr. Speaker, with the new NAFTA, the government will be doing harm to the aluminum sector workers in Quebec. We can't call this a gain. This new agreement that was negotiated is not a gain. The Prime Minister has not protected our workers. This is an important industry in Quebec. 60% of all capacity in North America is produced in Quebec. Our expertise is recognized around the world. Our industry produces aluminum that is the cleanest, the greenest in the world, and it's being sacrificed for steel. 70% of the materials used in North American car manufacturing will be used. Now, it used to be 62, but this means that steel will have to be produced in North America. Ottawa did not ensure the same protections for aluminum. It will be possible for Mexico, which has imported 100% of its production or its materials, to continue to import from China. We know that the production imports have exploded in Mexico. We have nothing to gain with this agreement, which could move our industry away from Quebec. We need more protections. Since we are discussing the throne speech, and this is a very broad subject with regard to everything that is happening across the country, I will unfortunately have to deny the request for an emergency debate on this subject this evening.
Ordre du jour. Ordre du jour, adresse en réponse au discours du trône.
Address in reply to the speech from the throne.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking the residents of Surrey Centre for once again putting their trust in me. It's truly an honour to be their voice in Ottawa. This moment was possible due to the hard work of my volunteers who knocked on doors, rain or shine, made countless phone calls, put up signs and spread the message of positive politics, all to ensure that I would continue to represent them in this chamber. I would also not be standing here today if it were not for the unwavering support of my family. To the residents of Surrey Centre, I will always be accessible and look forward to working with each one of you for our community. I'm certain that by working together, we can ensure that Surrey Centre continues to move forward. This past election proved that Canadians from coast to coast to coast want their representatives to work harder to tackle the issues that matter most. For Surrey Centre, I will continue to advocate for the middle class and those working hard to join it. I will continue to ensure the appropriate resources are available to those who keep our community safe and will support our climate target to continue leading this country in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are counting on us to be bold, to be ambitious, and put the needs of the country before our own. With a willingness to collaborate, I truly believe we can do just that. We can deliver results and continue making life better for the people we serve. In 2015, we promised Canadians real change, and the throne speech will continue to build on the real progress we have made. We created 1 million new jobs, lifted 900,000 people out of poverty, including 300,000 children, reducing poverty by almost 20%. This is one of Canada's biggest social income change in a 4-year period ever. It is a privilege to be a part of the democratic process, and I take my responsibility with great importance. Representing British Columbia may differ from other parts of Canada, but our priorities are the same, in which is to move the country forward together. The throne speech outlined a number of themes our government will focus on. We all want equal opportunities and have common goals, whether it be on keeping our community safe, whether it's affordability or climate change. My responsibility to my constituents in Surrey Centre is to deliver real, impactful results. The throne speech has put emphasis on keeping Canadians safe, which is a high priority for the residents of Surrey Centre. Gun and gang violence, though on the decline, is still prevalent in Surrey for far too long. In January 2019, Surrey was given $7.5 million for the Surrey Anti-Gang Family Empowerment Centre, SAFE project, the single largest investment in any city in Canada. SAFE was developed from the findings of the Mayor's Task Force on Gang Violence, which I had the opportunity to sit on as a member. Over 4,500 at-risk youth will benefit from the project, which will work to help prevent youth from joining gangs and participating in other harmful activities by providing them with alternatives. An amazing initiative that came out of this program was the Family and Youth Resource Support Team. First, this early intervention and prevention initiative have done 260 outreach visits and 58 client referrals in its first 3 months. We have seen results, and that is why we'll continue to invest in cities to fight gang-related violence. But this throne speech tackles harder policies. The government will crack down on gun crime, banning military-style assault rifles, and taking steps to introduce a buyback program. These are guns designed for only one task: kill the most people in the least amount of time. They are not for hunting, and they're not for sport shooting. I would support and encourage the City of Surrey, if they choose to proceed, with banning handguns, or at least creating a bylaw to have handguns stored at gun ranges only. It is a time that we prioritize the safety of our youth and make sure our citizens feel safe. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I have some of the most hardworking residents in the country. When I knocked on doors, I kept hearing concerns about affordability, whether it be housing, schooling, or just being able to afford day-to-day activities. It was time a government put hardworking Canadians at its forefront. In 2015, as soon as we got elected, we raised taxes on the wealthy and lowered taxes for the middle class. We created a tax-free Canada Child Benefit to help families with the cost of raising their children. In Surrey Centre, the Canada Child Benefit has helped over 28,000 families since 2016, with the amount of payments our riding totaling over $208 million. Since the introduction of this historic benefit, 9 out of 10 families have been receiving more money every month for groceries, school supplies, sports, and other extracurricular activities. The Canada Child Benefit was then increased for a second time to keep up with the cost of living. Canada's poverty rate is at the lowest level in Canadian history, and thanks to the CCB, nearly 300,000 children have been lifted out of poverty. We know that when Canadians have more money in their pockets, we build stronger communities, create more jobs, and continue to grow a stronger economy. I'm glad that Canadians re-elected a government that would put their needs first, and that is why we are repeating this in 2019. our government has taken steps to once again amend the Income Tax Act to lower taxes for the middle class and people working to join them. This could save a single person almost $300 a year, provide a couple or a family close to $600 a year in savings, and nearly 1.1 million more Canadians would no longer pay federal income tax at all. This increase would help nearly 20 million Canadians save hundreds of dollars a year in taxes once it's fully rolled out in 2023. We're moving forward with more help for the middle class and people working hard to join it because that's exactly what Canadians elected us to do so. In the past 4 years, over 1 million new jobs were created and our unemployment rate dropped to its lowest since records have been kept. Madam Speaker, we know how important it is to ensure we create a better nation for our youth, and that is why we are prioritizing climate change. The fight against climate change and for environmental protection starts now. The government will preserve Canada's natural legacy, protecting 25% of our land and 25% of our oceans by 2025. We're helping to make energy-efficient homes more affordable and introduce measures to build clean, efficient, and affordable communities. We want to make it easier for people to choose zero-emission vehicles, work to make clean, affordable power available in every Canadian community, work with businesses to make Canada the best place to start and grow a clean technology company, and provide help for people displaced by climate-related disorders. Simple tasks such as reducing plastic pollution and using nature-based solutions, including planting 2 billion trees, can help clean the air and make our communities greener. And we know that the environment and economy can go hand in hand. While the government takes strong action to fight climate change, it will prioritize Canadian resources to new markets and offer unwavering support to the hardworking women and men in Canada's natural resource sector. Madam Speaker, the throne speech touched on very important, time-sensitive issues, keeping our streets safe, making life more affordable for Canadians, and preserving the future of our planet for the next generation. I am truly honored to be standing here today with a progressive government who prioritizes these issues and many more that help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member through you for his speech. You know, in my riding of North Island, Powell River, one of the things that really concerned me about the throne speech is there was not really a clear picture about what we're going to do in terms of the resources in the ocean. Right now, I have a lot of people who have their employment in the ocean sector. They're fisher people. They're people that have been there, and they're not getting the same amount of opportunity. And there's no comprehensive plan in how we're going to address the challenges that wild salmon and other sea life are experiencing in our riding. The members from my riding want to know what the plan is, Madam Speaker. They want to know where the comprehensive plan, and it was something that was missing from this throne speech. I would like to ask the member through you, Madam Speaker, if he could speak to this issue and what his government will be doing differently in the future.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
I want to thank my fellow British Columbian from North Island, Powell River, for a great question. Our environment, our oceans are a vital source for food and productivity and work for thousands of Canadians, and especially on the coast of British Columbia. But the government's responsibility first is to protect those oceans so we can have fish stock that's abundant, that reproduces itself, that comes back year after year. And if we don't protect those oceans, those salmon stocks, those sockeye will not return again. And so that's why we are protecting 25% of our coast, and we are making sure that there's an abundant source of food supply, particularly from the oceans, for years and generations to come. And I can assure you that when the budget will come out in the spring, that you will see initiatives that will help protect those fishermen and women on the coast. Thank you.
And comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, the member just mentioned that, he's looking forward to what's coming out in the budget later this spring. My question to him, though, is when will we see an actual long-term outlook on when the budget will be balanced. What we've seen in past years is that the government will quietly slip the long-term fiscal projections, send it out in a press release the day before Christmas Eve when people won't notice, where they reveal that the budget won't actually be balanced for decades. So perhaps the member could address that issue. When will the government actually present this House with a plan to finally return our budget to balance?
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
A great question from my colleague from Perth Wellington. I want to say that the actual debt to GDP rate has been dropping year after year after year in the last 4 years. And in fact, compared to our European colleagues, I think we are a third of the GDP on average for any European nation in the OECD. And compared to our Americans, as a percentage, we're way less than even half. So if you look at the outlook, it's on a constant decline. So I think we're in the right trajectory where the GDP is growing and the deficit and debt is actually decreasing year by year. So we're on the right track, and I think that's why Canadians chose this progressive government once again.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As we know, we're faced with a climate emergency. Young people from coast to coast to coast have taken to the streets with a climate strike. Yet on the throne speech, while the government talked about climate action, they are silent with respect to real action. And so there's no mention about implementing an environmental bill of rights, a climate change accountability act, anything that ensures real action will be taken to ensure that we protect Mother Earth. So I'd like the member to comment about that and whether or not the government will be tabling legislation to protect the environment.
A brief answer from the member from Surrey Centre, just under a minute.
Sure. I think, thank you to the member from Vancouver East. We have done the most comprehensive. We're protecting our coasts. We're protecting our land masses. We've put a moratorium on tanker traffic along the coast. We've done the most stringent environmental measures in terms of the resource sector with Bill C-69 and 48. We are committed to net zero by 2050. We're committed to the Paris targets. We've implemented a price on pollution, which is probably the most effective way and has been scientifically and economically proven as the best and most effective way to bring your carbon footprint down. And I think we're on the right track. So Canadians accepted that, and that's what Canadians are looking for in their governments.
Reprise le débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Massillon. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, straight off, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Madam Speaker, as the blog's critic for agriculture, agri-food and supply management, I'll be talking to you today about agriculture. We were satisfied to see that the compensation promised to dairy farmers before the election was part of the speech from the throne. I can assure the government that we will be working closely with them on the next steps for that. However, I would point out to the government that there are a number of types of compensation that were promised that are not there. Turkey, chicken, and egg farmers are not yet covered, and no agreement has been reached between those farmers and the government. So we are calling on the government to move as quickly as possible to deal with this file. All of the promises of compensation need to be made into reality. The financial well-being of our farm families depends on it. Nor is there any agreement for dairy processing, Madam Speaker. Compensation for this sector has not been set. And then there's also the whole question of quotas and import permits, which has not been definitively settled. And we're concerned about this because when it comes to the trade agreement with Europe, we were told that import licenses would be settled by January, but we've had no further information. Quotas had been temporarily set at 55% for retailers and 45% for processors. But it appears that this ratio harms the industry in Quebec. Retailers are taking advantage of this situation to import large quantities of cheese that was produced here cheaply. And those international products are replacing local products on the shelves. This leads to losses for Quebec farmers. If we want our local production to flourish, it's important to increase this ratio for processors. When processors have licenses, of course, they import products that are complementary to local products, and that means less competition for local products. This is good for consumers who are offered a greater variety of products, so it's win-win. So today, I ask, what are the government's intentions on this subject? Consumers, producers, and processors need clear answers. So that's what I wanted to say about compensation. But, even though compensation is necessary, and even though it's something that farmers want, that wouldn't have been their first choice. Quebec farmers are proud people. They don't want help from the government. What they want to do is to be able to work hard. And to do that, now more than ever, they need the government to take action and to protect unequivocally our supply management system. We will not be satisfied with a simple motion or a verbal commitment. What we want is to have our supply management system be protected under the law so that it can no longer be sacrificed in the future. Our supply management system is unparalleled in the world. It provides a high-quality product, stable price, and a decent standard of living for farmers. We should not be chopping up the system and selling it to the highest bidder. We should be promoting it and preserving it internationally. The system works well. And it doesn't require any government subsidy. It's insane to see this innovative system being slowly replaced by a system of compensation, or in other words, a system of subsidies. So we at the Bloc Québécois are calling for a firm commitment from the government on this. Are you ready to act? Are you ready to protect our way of farming? The NDP said that they would support us on this. The Conservatives have talked a lot about agriculture as well, and the leader of the opposition has supported our supply management system in the past. So I imagine, or at least I hope, that they will also support us. But what about the government? What are their intentions? I listened attentively to what the minister said on December 3rd to the UPA in Quebec, the Union of Farmers, that is. I know the minister wanted to reassure supply-managed farmers that the supply management system would be protected by the government and that no further market share would be sacrificed. So I assume that the government will agree to truly protect our supply management system under the law. If that's the case, Madam Speaker, we will have a great consensus in this House. And we will be able to ensure that supply management will be protected in any future international trade negotiations. This is essential. Mercosur negotiations and Brexit, which is imminent, will force us to do this even faster. So let's take action quickly. I'd also like to talk about the recent propane crisis, which had a serious impact on the agricultural world. After a terrible climate year with a rainy spring, a late winter, lots of snow, it was already a very difficult season in 2019. And then, due to the CN strike, propane delivery was interrupted with no warning. Farmers ended up with empty silos or lots of grain that they couldn't dry, and they had to watch their grain rot in the fields because they couldn't harvest it and dry it in time. This is unacceptable. The Bloc Québécois has been calling for action on this from the very beginning. We need to ensure that propane is transported by CN and that it gets to our farmers. The interruption of service would have been fatal to many farms, according to Mr. Overbeek, who's the president of the Grain Farmers of Quebec. On top of all this, after service resumed, farmers had to face an unreasonable increase in the price of propane. It's crazy to see one industry taking advantage of another one when it's vulnerable. Last Saturday, the producers in Saint-Barthélemy in Berthier-Masquinongé told me that they were having a hard time controlling their emotions due to the situation. Many of them were still trying to recuperate some of the grain by harvesting at night, because at least the conditions are favorable now. But many of them have actually given up. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, farmers, grain farmers in particular, need to hear a clear message. They need to see that we're taking action. They need to see that we're supporting them. When it comes to the price of propane, the government hasn't done a lot. But when we can act, we should act. In the short term, we should provide compensation. Will the federal government commit to following the government of Quebec and supporting our farmers, given this extraordinary crisis that they've just had to deal with? In the long term, will the government be ready to consider a minimum energy provision for farmers? We believe that given what our farmers have been through, we absolutely need to avoid such crises in the future. So we need to act. During the various debates, the issue of China came up and our relationship with China. Now here as well, farmers are the ones paying the price. Pork exports may be able to pick up again, but our farmers have suffered serious losses. And there needs to be some sort of emergency fund to produce, or rather to support agricultural production if it is affected by any future diplomatic crisis. Our canola farmers have also been hit hard. We need to help them. Let us not forget that other countries don't hesitate to support their farmers. This gives foreign farmers an unfair advantage compared to our local producers. 1 minute? All right. Well, Madam Speaker, we also need to think about the support that we can provide to our cattle farmers, rather. There are new transport standards that will be coming into force in February, and this leads to a lot of restrictions for farmers. Let's take advantage of this time to see how we can help our cattle farmers to set up the standards in a way that works well for them and protects our farming industry. There are a lot of other things that I wanted to talk about, but I think I'll jump straight to the conclusion here and maybe talk about that during the question and answer period. So these people have been through a lot. They need our support. They need us. And when we talk about agriculture, not only are we talking about our food sovereignty and our security here in Canada, we're also talking about what happens in this country. Thank you. Questions and comments?
For Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way, and welcome to the House. It's great to have another person in the House talking about agriculture. My riding is Guelph. Agriculture is very important to my constituents, and really it's important to all the country. I sat in the previous Parliament on the Agriculture Committee, and I hope he's considering that committee because we focus on agriculture versus fighting each other through politics, and how do we help our farmers and our food producers. So could he expand on what the main challenge is in Berthierville and his area, and how he mentioned supply management, but are there other things around developing food security for the people in his riding, or other items in terms of research that he might want to bring forward?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. I will be pleased to work with him and to work with him on the committee. Local challenges are numerous. Berthier-Masquinongé is a very large farming riding. Of course, we have supply management. I would say that the current dynamic is that grain producers are the ones who are experiencing psychological distress. A few weeks ago, I was in a supper for the UPA for celebrating its presence in La Naudière, and we wanted to set up a service for workers in remote locations. We need someone who's going to go meet people on their farm and listen to their concerns. That is a signal that distress in the farming world is extremely high, and we're going to need to offer support to them. Thank you.
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député, the honourable member for Kootenay, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, my seatmate, for his speech on the speech from the throne. Again, I would, like the member from Guelph, I'm glad to hear a discussion of agriculture here. My riding has a lot of agriculture, but I live in a very dry, hot part of the country, at least in summer, and we're very concerned about climate change. And when I look at the speech from the throne in terms of climate action, there's some nice words, but there's no mention of real accountability. So for years we've been hearing promises from various governments and no accountability, and I'm wondering if he could comment on that and why we need a separate accountability office to keep the government honest when it comes to climate action.
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. Essentially, I would say that we agree that we must act quickly and have real measures to solve climate change. Currently, our farmers are suffering year after year, and it's accelerating. You'll notice that the floodings in 2017 and 2019, we talked a lot in the media about how people who live on the shores of the river who might have to abandon or renovate their houses, but there's also farmers who are having their land flooded. And if they can't plant, they can't harvest anything. It's logical. At the Bloc Québécois, we think that we should set a limit, that the greenhouse gas reduction limits should at least match up with the Paris Agreement targets, and there should be legislation to force the government to meet those objectives. Because what we've seen in the past is that governments commit, they make lovely speeches in front of the cameras, and then a few months later we find out, well, we're not going to meet those targets. And then the government will sometimes even withdraw from a signed agreement. For us, that's a shame on the international scene. It shouldn't happen, and it's high time we act. I'm very pleased to hear that my colleagues from the NDP agree with us that we should act quickly and tackle climate change. Thank you.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I wish to congratulate you. It's always great to see a parliamentary woman sitting in that chair, and my dream is that one day you will be the Speaker. It would be great to have a woman MP occupy that position. Now, this is my first opportunity to speak, and so I would like to thank all of the electors of Salaberry-sur-Roi who decided to trust me on October 21st. It was really heartwarming for me. It's like coming home, coming back to the House of Commons after an absence of 8 years. I'm delighted and I'm honored for having obtained their trust once again. An election campaign, everybody here's been through it. It requires a lot of energy. But you need a really good team around you. And frankly, I was surrounded by supporters, volunteers, men and women who were very passionate. And I'd like to name one because she's been with me since the very beginning, since 2006, Ms. Louise Laitre, who is my campaign director and who really deserves congratulations and applause for her commitment to supporting the riding in Salaberry-sur-Roi. I would also like to thank my 3 girls, Audrey, Jade, and Florence. Florence is 23 years old, and she essentially led my campaign. And my third daughter, Florence, drafted up all my communications, and she did great work. I'm so proud of her. And today, she's going through a job interview, and I hope she'll be hired because she is the best. My spouse, of course, who accepted, once again, having been through what it's like to be the spouse of an MP, accepted to be my partner and to support me in my desire to once again be an MP. These are sacrifices of family life, of our love life, and after 35 years, I think he's offered me all his trust and cooperation, so I'd like to thank my spouse publicly because he really has been at my side and supported me in my passion. Today, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about what I'm passionate about. Seniors. Health. I'm a social worker. That's how I was trained. I'm a professional of the public health care network in Quebec. Recently, over the last few years of my career, I was a manager in a long-term care facility. And I was coordinating the care of seniors who are less privileged than others, who are impoverished, who are weakened, or who are in a precarious health situation. Today, I'm going to focus my response to the throne speech on seniors and health. As you know, quickly, we see when we work with communities, when we're on the ground, we know full well and very quickly what the needs of our population are. I worked with teams. I worked in cooperation with community workers. And when we see a problem, a healthcare problem, a social problem, the collective action is to unite people around a problem, to think about it together, and to find the solution. The solution that we find is often the best one, because it's the people who are affected, the people who work together who find it. And the results and the evidence say that more solutions are found at the base, the better they are to meet the needs of a community. You'll understand my great surprise when I read in the throne speech that we want to give money to the provinces with conditions. In other words, we're going to fund family doctors. We'll give you health care money as long as you hire family doctors and provide mental health care services. Well, frankly, my reaction is, what does the Government of Canada in Ottawa know about the needs of the population in my community? What is its in-depth knowledge of those needs? Why not just give us the money, as Quebec and the provinces have been asking, to get a transfer of 5.2% to allow the provinces and Quebec to organize their services to meet the exact needs they're seeing in their communities? Needs are not always the same. They're not at the same scale in my community. There's some community groups who look after mental health problems. There's one community group, Le Pont du Suroît. Marc-André Bédard, the director, is a great man, a nurse who made his career in public health care and who saw that there were some issues here and there and decided to spend most of his career in a community group that helps those who are living with people who have mental health care problems. His practices are so good that he's giving talks all over Quebec and around the world because he set up an innovative approach. The Government of Quebec, the Minister of Health, finds that so great that the minister decided to fund that group. But it's not because this group works in Quebec that it can work elsewhere. All that to say, Madam Speaker, that the best ways to determine what a community needs is to consult the Government of Quebec and the Minister of Health, who consults the people on the ground, and to create programs and fund them. What's currently happening is that needs are increasing. And the money in Ottawa is not transferred to the provinces. It seems to me that we should respect jurisdiction of Quebec and the provinces to do what we ask them to do, which is to take the money from Ottawa and transfer it over to the Government of Quebec, who, in turn, will really know where to invest to adequately meet the needs of various communities. I'm not sure how to improve this will, this desire to centralize powers of the provinces in Ottawa. I'm talking about the government, but I'm also talking about the NDP, who's constantly proposing national policies for this and that, which infringe upon provincial jurisdictions. It's as though I see that as a lack of trust, as though the government were saying, you're not, I don't know, creative enough or smart enough to create programs that really meet the needs of your communities. That seems like a lack of trust. And we prefer to tell you what to do with your money. We know what works. We are the best people to determine that. In my opinion, this reinforces my passion, my dream for Quebec to become its own country. Because if Quebec were master of its own destiny, and if it were to reclaim all the money that we give to Ottawa, Quebec would know what's good for its community and would invest in the right programs. Currently, Quebec knows but lacks the funding. And so, when I call upon my colleagues on the other side, what I want to say is please respect the requests of the premiers of the provinces who asked for a health transfer towards their administrations. Another thing I want to say is that the seniors in our communities suffer a great deal. They need home care. They need better budgets in order to pay the increased costs of prescription medications and to pay the fees for housing. What they currently have for their old age pension is not enough. Somebody who has the guaranteed income supplement or just their old age security, if they need services, these individuals have trouble paying for housing and the cost of services. It's not okay for seniors who have worked their entire lives to live their old age in dignity are now anxious about not being able to pay the services they need. And one of the ways of going about this is to allow for an increase of the guaranteed income supplement and old age security. In Quebec, we propose that as soon as somebody turns 65, the old age security should be increased. And so we ask the government to increase the amount from 65 years onward. This would allow seniors who have lost a loved one to continue accessing the guaranteed income supplement for 3 months after, because going through the death of a loved one is highly destabilizing, and then being anxious about not being able to pay one's housing or rent is extremely anxiety-provoking. So we're asking the government to be compassionate and to increase the amounts from 65 years onward and to extend GIS. And so I ask the government to respect provincial jurisdictions, to respect Quebec, and to allow the health transfer to the provinces by 5.2% and let provinces do what they're best at, which is manage the problems and the solutions of their provinces. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague across the way. I don't necessarily agree with them. I can tell, the constituents in which I represent believe that the federal government does have a role to play in healthcare services. I believe whether if you're in Montreal, Winnipeg, Vancouver, Halifax, or any rural community, that there is a high sense of expectations that the federal government will work with other jurisdictions to ensure that there is a national healthcare system. So if you go into one province versus another province, you can at least anticipate what to expect. Provinces will change. That's why we have the Canada Health Act. There's many of my constituents are very upset with the direction that's going in healthcare. I try to influence where I can. My question to the member opposite is, would she not agree with constituents that no doubt she too represents, that believe that the national government does have a role to play other than just providing money? As a representative, we have a sense of what our constituents want, and I believe even some of her constituents would want Ottawa to have a presence in health care.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Evidently, I don't share the opinion of my colleague, because I think that the role of the government is to share wealth. And I think that the best people who can respond to needs are the provinces and Quebec. No minister of health in Quebec, whether they're liberal, sovereigntist, Quebec Solidaire, or Caquiste, should accept being told how to manage their health care, because it's clear in the Constitution that that is under Quebec's jurisdiction.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Churchill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I very much appreciate my colleague's message. She expressed her interest in social problems and referred to what I would describe as the impacts of a lack of support from the government. Among us, we're seeing a situation where people, either in terms of healthcare or in terms of economic needs, don't have access to programs, who don't really have access to government presence to find help. At the NDP, we talk a lot about the disastrous impact of growing inequality in our society, as well as the way that this type of problem, such as mental health and poverty, it gets worse. And so I was wondering if she had reflected on that and the need to have systems in place, resources in place, to ensure that people are not living in poverty and they have access to the services that they need. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, I very much agree. Yes, we must meet the needs due to poverty, mental health needs. But once again, I will say that it's up to provinces and Quebec to manage their own programs. And the best way to increase services, Madam Speaker, is for the transfer from the federal government increased by 5.2% and be given to the provinces, which every premier of every province has asked for. What I understand is that my colleague does not agree that she agrees that increasing the transfer is necessary. We think that it's important to be able to access those funds to increase services in our community. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent.
Madame la Présidente, c'est un honneur pour...
Madam Speaker, it's an honour for me to rise today to speak in support of the throne speech. Thank you for granting me the opportunity.
With the member from Scarborough Centre.
I just spent the last 5 months in the lovely riding of Saint-Laurent. This is the riding that I have the honour of representing in the House of Commons, the riding that I consider to be my home since I was born. Over these 5 months, I've had the opportunity to connect with the people in my riding, to see the issues that worry them the most at the federal level.
Overwhelmingly, the message that my constituents wanted to relay to me, that they most wanted, was for us to do more for our planet. That we need to act fast to counter the devastating effects of climate change. This was one of the main messages that I heard at the doors at least a few times every single day during the electoral period. That is why, Madam Speaker, I was thrilled that the speech from the throne emphasized and prioritized fighting climate change. While in the previous Liberal government, which I was proud to be a part of, we did more than any prior government for the environment.
Hear, hear.
The current government has committed to making the fight against climate change a priority. We have set the target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, which may seem like an ambitious goal, but it is one that is absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary to try to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. We need to do this to protect the environment, to allow our children and grandchildren to grow up in a world where there is still fresh air and drinking water. It's time to listen to scientists. Scientists are telling us that we cannot exceed the limit of 0.5 degrees Celsius, and Canada must do its fair share. That's why our government will continue to ensure putting a price on pollution across the country and will work with its provincial partners to reduce emissions even further. We know that our target is fairly ambitious, and we will have to ensure a transition to renewable energy, not just because we currently don't have the capacity to use just renewable resources, but also because we need to provide support for people working in the natural resources sector in Canada.
As is highlighted in the speech from the throne, our government is committing to protecting 25% of Canada's lands and 25% of Canada's oceans by 2025. And to go further, one of the commitments that we made public during our election is the plan to plant 2 billion trees over the next 10 years to purify our air and water, as we know that this is the best way to eliminate greenhouse gas emissions. Madam Speaker, those who know me well know why I entered politics. They know I've always felt a deep passion to make the world a fairer place for everyone, that the inequalities that exist in this world make my blood boil. They know how I feel about the unfairness that exists based on socioeconomic and racial or ethnic background. And back home in my constituency, one of my main priorities is to do my best to help those in need by helping organizations that help those who need it most, or by giving a voice to those who are marginalized and a space for them to come and communicate and express themselves, to make life a little bit fairer for them.
In Saint Laurent, organizations like the Centre Bon Courage, COCLA, Unity, the Centre ABC, CARI, Maison des Familles de Saint Laurent, and the Social Pediatrics Center, and many others are essential, and they make a huge difference for families living in this region.
Speech from the throne, for its focus on strengthening the middle class. Our government has as a goal to make life more affordable for Canadians. The personal income tax exemption is being raised to $15,000 so that Canadians can do more with their money, whether that's ensuring they put more money into their savings accounts or that they can afford to put better quality food on their table for their families. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, my parents didn't have a lot of money. My father was my family's only breadwinner, and sometimes it was tough. But he and my mom made up for it by giving us an amazing family experience and by ensuring that we took part in extracurricular activities. They wanted to give us a good life and tried hard to do so. But I began working at the age of 15 in order to pay for my personal expenses because I didn't want to be a burden on my parents. They made sure that there was a roof on my head and healthy food on the table every single day. But I felt that if I wanted more, it was up to me to earn some money. My mom told me to save half of every paycheck so that I could pay for my university tuition one day. If I wanted a cell phone, I had to pay for my own bill. And let me tell you, kids who know that their parents are going through financial struggles feel it. It's a heavy weight to carry. I know this because I taught in public schools on the island of Montreal, and kids whose families didn't have an easy time knew not to ask their parents for things that they couldn't afford. C'est pour des situations de même.
That is why our government will make a real difference by reducing cell phone and Wi-Fi bills by 25%. This will help, above all, families in the middle class. Furthermore, we want to help students to ensure that no matter what their family's social economic status is, everyone has an opportunity to get a good quality post-secondary education. Students would not have to pay their student loans back until they find a full-time job. The government will also take steps to reduce the number of homeless by investing in affordable housing. During our previous mandate, we reduced poverty by lifting 900,000 Canadians out of poverty through the Canada Child Benefit, and we will continue with these crucial investments for those most in need. Madam Speaker, last week we commemorated the 14 lives that were taken 30 years ago at the Montreal Polytechnic just because they were women. That is why it's important for me to highlight the fact that as a feminist, I'm proud that our government has taken women's issues seriously during the last Parliament, and as well in the throne speech, reference is made to gender-based, the strategy to fight gender-based violence. We will do more to fight violence against women and for the LGBTQ community.
Polytechnic shooting, gun violence has been on the rise in Canada, and our government has a plan to tackle this issue. We will ban military-style assault rifles like the ones used at Polytechnic, and we will introduce a buyback program. And while we know that this is only the beginning and a lot more needs to be done in order to completely eliminate gun violence, this is an important step in the right direction. And Madam Speaker, at a time when certain powers around the world are turning their focus inwards and are taking steps back on the international scale, taking less of a leadership role to help countries around the world, Canada will continue its efforts to make this world a fairer, safer, more sustainable place. We will continue to support international development and will invest to make education more accessible in third world countries. We will continue to work hard to make the world a more equal place so as to empower women who do not have the same liberties and freedoms as we do here in Canada. I thank you once again, Madam Speaker, for giving me the chance to express my thoughts in support of the speech from the throne.
Questions and comments?
For North Island Power River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her speech. In my riding of North Island Powell River, Madam Speaker, we have a huge growing population of people that are really challenged to find housing. During the campaign, I had multiple people come to my office and talk to me about the realities. Some of them were living in tents, some of them were living in trailers, summer trailers, and the winter was fast approaching. And what I heard again and again is that there's just not enough housing. Several people made significant wages, had enough to pay rent. There was simply nothing there. And then it went all the way to people who were desperately homeless, low income. So when I look at the housing crisis that's happening, not only in my riding, but across Canada, I'm just wondering if the member could answer this House through you, Madam Speaker, what strategy is actually going to happen? How long are Canadians going to have to wait and continue to wait for resources in their communities to actually make the difference? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Thank the Honourable Member for her question. And, well, we've already committed to investing $40 billion for the National Housing Strategy, which the money will begin to be available for as of January 2020. So we're extremely excited that money will finally be going into this program in order to start building affordable housing. We've obviously, in the last mandate, we came out with the first-time homebuyer incentive for young families who wish to start a family and to start living in their first home. So we've given a tax break for people who are buying their first home, and if it's a new home that's being built, it's an even bigger incentive. So we do have some incentives in place, and we do hope to reduce the homeless population by at least 50% with the Canada Housing Strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? So the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. In the throne speech, it specifically mentions help about the opioid crisis. It was just announced today that 14,000 Canadians have lost their lives to opioid use. 17,000 have been sent to the hospital just in the last 4 years. Now, that's in the throne speech, which is fine, but just this week, Monday, when the government introduced its supplementary estimates, the SUP-A's, which provides the funding, the cash for programs, there wasn't a single penny put in the government coffers, from the coffers in the supplementary A's for opioid, to address the opioid crisis. Same time, though, this government has put in Vote 5, which is considered urgent needs, $265 million to subsidize wealthy people to buy Teslas. Why is this government more focused on helping wealthy people buy Teslas than addressing the opioid crisis?
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
Thank you to the Honourable Speaker for his question. To the Honourable Member for his question. So yes, we know that the opioid crisis is a crisis. We know that a lot more needs to be done in order to tackle this issue, and not enough has been done up until now, but we have invested millions of dollars in order to help with this crisis. We've made help available in some of the big city centres, and with PharmaCare, which will eventually be brought forward, we will be able to help people overcome the struggles that they have due to overdoses and different health issues. Thank you.
I remember Vancouver East.
Speaker, speaking of overdoses, in the downtown east side community, we have a major crisis going on. We've been calling for the government to establish a national health emergency, yet they refuse to do so. As we just heard, the numbers of overdose deaths have increased, so it's not just in the downtown east side community, but across the country. So my question to the member and to the government is this: would they be prepared to at least pilot a safe supply program so that we can begin to save lives, to demonstrate to the rest of the communities across the country that we can save lives and that the world will not end if we ensure that the people who need the help that they required to put in a safe supply program?
Une brève réponse, la députée de...
A brief response, the member for Saint Laurent.
For her question, and I'm willing to work alongside the member in order to look for strategies to help improve on these issues in the society that we live in. And I also will be speaking to ministers who are responsible for these files in order to try to push this along and to help. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations to you on your appointment. Madam Speaker, it is a pleasure to rise for the first time in this 43rd Parliament. Before I turn to the speech from the throne, I would like to take a moment to thank the people of Scarborough Centre for returning me to this place. They have put their trust in me to continue to be their strong voice in Ottawa, and I am so grateful for their confidence and support. And none of us would have been here without our dedicated supporters and volunteers. I have an amazing team, and I would like to thank my team Salma for their countless hours of hard work over these past months and years. And to my family, my husband Salman and my boys Umaid and Usman, thank you so much for your love and support. Madam Speaker, I am proud to have received a strong mandate from the people of Scarborough Centre to fight for their values, their hopes, and their dreams in this place. They have shared with me their struggles, their hopes for the future, and the challenges their families are facing. It is their priorities I bring to this Parliament. I also recognize that in a minority Parliament, it is ever more important that we all work together. No one has a monopoly on good ideas. I'm ready to work with those who share the values, the hopes, and the dreams of the people of Scarborough Centre. We are a riding of Canadians by birth and Canadians by choice. Many of us come from somewhere else and have chosen to make Scarborough our home. We are a community of senior citizens and young families, a community of Canadians working hard to join the middle class. They are concerned about being able to stretch each paycheck to the end of the month. They worry about the ever-rising cost of housing. They lay awake worrying if they can provide a better future for their children. They work hard and they are looking for a little help to get ahead. And that's what I am looking for as I was listening to the speech from the throne. And I was pleased to hear some of the priorities of my constituents addressed in this speech. There are tax cuts that will deliver a real benefit to those families working hard to join the middle class will be the first order of business for this government, is a welcome news for the families of Scarborough Centre. Rather than hand out to millionaires, we know that putting more money into the pockets of families working hard to join the middle class is money that will be invested back into the economy. It means new clothes for back to school. It means healthier groceries going into kids' lunch bags. It is an investment that will not only support families, but will support local jobs and economies. The speech mentioned the historic reductions in poverty achieved by the government in its last mandate. Nearly 900,000 Canadians lifted out of poverty, many of them children, thanks to the programs like the Canada Child Benefit, a program we are committed to strengthening even more. One of the many families in Scarborough benefiting from the Canada Child Benefit is the Thereen family. Thanks to the CCB, Lena and Najib are able to provide healthy foods for their children Abdullah, Ahmed Yassin, and Habibullah. They can take them on educational outings and allow them to participate in more activities in the school. We are proud of that record, but I know that this government would be the first to admit there is still more work to do. And probably the biggest expense that families in Scarborough face is housing. There is a serious lack of supply, and what housing is available is often old, overpriced, and inadequate to meet the needs of the average Scarborough families. So I am pleased to hear that the government reaffirmed its commitment to the national housing strategy and to making continued investments in affordable housing. Programs like the First-Time Home Buyers Incentive are already making a difference. Money already being invested in Toronto community housing, which was long overdue, and renovations in community housing families in Scarborough are on the way and across Toronto. And moving forward with the Canada Housing Benefit in the coming year will help many families struggling with the rising rents they have to pay. In this Parliament, I will be a voice for continued investment in affordable housing, and we must ramp up our investment as fast as our provincial and municipal partners can build the capacity to make new projects shovel-ready. And another key priority for my constituents is community safety. Too often, the sound of gunshots echoes through our neighborhoods. Too many of my constituents have lost loved ones, or they know a family that has lost loved ones to senseless violence. I recently attended a community safety meeting in an apartment complex where a family lost their son in a shooting. Nothing can compare with the grief of a mother who has lost her child. The community came together to grieve and to discuss meaningful action to end these acts of violence. In Scarborough, in Canada, no one should feel unsafe walking the streets of their community. The time has come for serious action to combat gun violence and the gang activity that fuels it. While I supported the common sense gun crime legislation passed in the last Parliament, it is long past time to go further. That's why I fully support the commitment in this throne speech to ban military-style assault rifles and introduce a buyback program. Too many of these weapons have been involved in mass shootings in Canada and around the world. And outside the military, they serve no legitimate purpose. These weapons aren't designed to hunt deer. They are designed to kill people, as many as possible, as quickly as possible. I understand the need for a rifle on a farm for protection, and I respect the hunting culture practiced in many communities. But military-style assault rifles do not belong in our communities, and the safety of our children must come first. It's time to get these guns off the streets. I also welcome the commitment to work with the municipalities and communities that want to ban handguns. This is something that I have heard loud and clear from my constituents and something that the Mayor of Toronto and Toronto Council have asked for. While these measures alone won't eliminate gun crime, the evidence from jurisdictions around the world shows that it will make a big difference. And we owe it to our children to do everything we can. We must also continue to invest in measures to stop the flow of illegal guns at our borders. And as important as getting guns off the street is, the most important thing we can do to ensure safer communities is to show our youth that better is possible for them, that they do have opportunities to grow and prosper and succeed. During its last mandate, our government made significant investments in programs tackling youth gang violence. I hear from my constituents, especially the mothers, how important this is. And as a mother myself of 2 sons in this Parliament, I will be a voice for further investments in our next generations. Those are some of the highlights for my constituents. Madam Speaker, but there are other priorities of Scarborough Centre also reflected in the speech from the throne. My constituents know that climate change is a real and serious threat, and they want us to do more to achieve our emission reduction target, ban plastic, and get to net zero emission by 2050. They know that we have a moral obligation to Canada's Indigenous people to walk the road of reconciliation together. That means eliminating all remaining boil water advisories, enshrine the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in legislation, and so much more. They believe that every Canadian should be able to get a family doctor much more easily, and that universal pharmacare is the next natural evolution of the public healthcare system, of which all Canadians are justifiably proud of. And they want Canada to continue to be a voice for human rights and the freedom of all people, both at home and around the world. Madam Speaker, historically, minority parliaments have been some of the most productive in Canadian history. But that's only possible if we park our egos at the door and work to find the common ground. Madam Speaker, I look forward.
Time is up. I'm sure that the honourable member will be able to finish her thought during questions and comments. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the aisle for her speech. She mentioned the National Housing Strategy. We heard a lot about that in the last Parliament, and here we hear it again. And unfortunately, what we found in the last Parliament is that the government spent less money on housing than the previous Conservative, the Harper government, had spent in the previous government. So we're getting concerned about these fine words and promises. During the election campaign, I attended the opening of 3 new important housing centres in my riding. One, a centre in Penticton to house the homeless, another one for low-cost housing, another one in Okanagan Falls for seniors housing. There wasn't a penny involved in those housing projects that came from the federal government, not even indirectly. So I'm just wondering if she could comment on that, and can we really rely on this government to do the right thing for housing?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for his question. We are committed to National Housing Strategy, a 10-year, $40 billion housing strategy. In our last mandate, we introduced first-time home buyers incentive, and we are committed to expanding it for cities like Toronto and Vancouver. We have already invested in more affordable housing units. Constructions have started at many sites. We have committed money to renovations in the existing units. We committed in the last mandate $1.3 billion for renovations at the Toronto community housing units, and the repairs have started in many units, including in my riding of Scarborough Centre. We will continue working together so that we can make sure that housing remains one of the top priorities in this mandate. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Churchill-Kiwanupick-Aski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We hear a lot today from Liberal members around the concern over violence in communities across the country. And I want to bring attention to a concern in my riding in our north, and a concern that we're seeing across the country when it comes to First Nations, specifically with the suicide crisis that's taking place. We're seeing young people take their own lives, and communities as a result taking unprecedented steps to issue emergency calls for help, and it's taking too long for the federal government to even recognize these calls for help, too long for them to step in and even begin to hear from the leadership and the young people who are most impacted. And so while I appreciate the concern around people taking lives of others, my question is, where is this government's priority when it comes to First Nations and recognizing the immediate crisis that's taking place on too many First Nations and the need to take direct action to prevent these suicides from taking place?
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. We have to make sure that our communities are safe, and we have, being a mother and in my own community, we have grieved a number of times at the loss of the loved ones, and it is really sad to see a mother grieving the loss of her child. We have invested in a lot of money in the last mandate to make sure that we provide alternatives to our youth, and we have invested money. We have invested money in the city of Toronto for activities for the youth. So we put an end to gang violence, and we have invested in education for all the Indigenous and reconciliation. We have made significant progress in the last mandate on the reconciliation. Still more work has to be done, and I really look forward to working with all the members of this House to make sure that we continue working for our youth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
1 second. Sorry, I was supposed to do something before I was to recognize you, and I will do that right now and give you another second to take a little breather before your speech. I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 12th day of December 2019, at 3:30 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to a certain bill of law. Yours sincerely, Assunto De Lorenzo, the Secretary of the Governor-General and Herald Chancellor.
I have the honour of informing the House that a communication has been received as follows. December 12th, 2019. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Governor-General of Canada, will be coming to the House chamber today on December 12th, 2019 at 3:30 p.m. in order to give royal assent to a certain bill of law. Sincerely, Assunto De Lorenzo, Secretary to the Governor-General of Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to share my time with the member for Caribou Prince George. Madam Speaker, as I rise in the House of Commons for the first time, it is my honour on behalf of the residents of Essex to represent each corner of my riding. From Lakeshore to Amherstburg, from Essex to Kingsville, from LaSalle and everywhere in between, I am humbled to represent my great riding. Thank you to each and every one of you for putting your trust in me. I have been and will continue to work hard for you in Essex as well as here in Ottawa. First and foremost, I must give thanks to my Lord and Saviour, Jesus Christ, for this opportunity to stand here as your Member of Parliament for Essex. Madam Speaker, on the eve of the writ being dropped, I had an unfortunate accident that was scary to say the least. But many stitches later, and amazing health care from the doctors and frontline nursing staff at the Erie Shores Healthcare Hospital, along with prayers from many, and a long phone call from our leader, Andrew Scheer, while I was in the hospital that evening, I might add, I was discharged. Now, it's not often that a candidate gets a call from their leader on the eve of an election. This speaks directly to Mr. Scheer's caring character and his concern for others. And then, Madam Speaker, my Conservative family came out in full force and offered to help our campaign in whatever way they could. As I knew, the Conservative family is a caring, thoughtful, and deep-rooted family, ready for the call to action when someone is in need. And for this, I need to thank all of my colleagues for your support during this difficult time. Madam Speaker, there are so many people I need to thank. To my wife, Allison, the love of my life, the best friend and supporter, thank you for your sacrifice, for your smile, your dedication, and your trust. I love you dearly. To my children, Jagger, Cody, and Faith, remember that you are only handcuffed by the boundaries that you place upon yourselves. Each and every one of you is unique, and I am proud to be your father and excited for each of your futures. To my amazing parents, Kim and Helen Lewis, and my brothers, Jeff and Kim, thank you for being positive influences in my life and helping me to be the person who I am today. To my most amazing volunteer election team, my campaign manager, and those that helped spread the positive Conservative message to 43,000 doors across Essex, those that worked tirelessly and always with a positive attitude and a great big smile, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. To my staff members, truly the people that get things done, thank you as well. Madam Speaker, I am honored to have served alongside my brothers and sisters of the Kingsville Fire Department for 7.5 years. Serving my community is the very reason that I stand here today. To each and every one of you that had my back and looked over my shoulder in the face of danger, I thank you. And to my dear friend, Captain Mark Rankin, I respect you enormously. Thank you dearly for your friendship. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss not to thank a few other folks, too many to name, but vital to recognize them. To my hockey coaches, my baseball coaches, my teachers, my mentors, my friends, as well as those that have influenced my life and given me the opportunities along the way, thank you. To Mrs. Robinette, my grade school teacher, and to Mr. Robert Peterson, who took me under his wing during my term as Kingsville Councillor. You have both touched me deeply, and I am a better person because of it. So, of course, I stand here today to represent the great folks of Essex, and it is with them in mind that I must focus for a moment on the cultural, geographical, and economic riches of my riding of Essex. In Essex, we are famous for our farming and agriculture communities. The greenhouse industry is also a big part of our economy, growing a variety of produce and now expanding into the cannabis industry as well. We have wineries and microbreweries, of which I was proud to see our local wine being served right here in Ottawa just last week. We have cutting-edge technology for development, as well as incredible training at St. Clair College, training our future generations of skilled trade workers. We have salt mines and dairy farms, commercial fishing, and the most talented auto and steel workers in the country. Geographically, we are among the warmest ridings in the country, attracting tourists from across the world to enjoy our climate, our waterways, and the many festivals our region has to offer. Madam Speaker, I stand with confidence when I say that Essex is truly a microcosm of Canada. And so, Madam Speaker, I would like to include in my speech two issues that are close to my heart and to the hearts of the good folks of Essex. First off, our nation and my riding are built upon the hard-working people and entrepreneurs of our small businesses. These are the people with great hopes and dreams. They are often willing to mortgage everything, short of their children, to ensure that they are serving their local communities, creating jobs and opportunities, feeding the mouths of families, and donating to the many charities that, especially at this time of year, come knocking on their door for donations. These individuals are freedom fighters. They take all the risk, invest the capital, are directly responsible for their success versus their failure, and don't receive benefits like many of us do. They often have to borrow money from family members to get their businesses started, as banks are reluctant to lend money to start up a business. They spend long hours creating jobs for Canadian families. These businesses are the economic engines of Canada, and when they fail, they lose the ability to feed their families. They pour their blood, sweat, and tears into their companies as they are proud of what they do. But what's more, Madam Speaker, they drown in government regulation and tax. I spoke recently to a gentleman in my riding that was working on his day off, and it happened to be a Sunday. And he was working very long hours to fill out the tax forms, as he couldn't afford to pay an accountant to do it for him. Madam Speaker, being a small business owner myself, I understand the struggles that these people face every day. And I see nothing in the speech from the throne to address these issues or to support our small businesses. Conservatives understand what the issues are, and we thank our small businesses for what they bring to Canada, and we will certainly continue to stand up for them. Madam Speaker, I stand in this House as a proud hunter, angler, and legal firearm owner. In fact, as an outfitter, firearms are one of the tools of my job. Like many Canadians, I enjoy sport shooting and target shooting. I am not a criminal, nor have I ever had a criminal record. Like many Canadians, I have had many background checks, spent a lot of money to enjoy my right as a legal firearm owner. Now, the government is looking to penalize and persecute me for a crime I didn't commit. I am both a legal handgun owner and a member of the House of Commons, and I find it appalling that we are going down the same path that has cost taxpayers billions of dollars in the past with zero results. Yeah. Criminals and gang members are not going to give up their guns, Madam Speaker. Mayors across Canada have said that this is simply not the answer. So what is the answer? Giving our border guards and law enforcement officers the tools and funding they need to combat illegal smuggling, gang violence, and criminals. Getting serious on crime and giving longer prison sentences is the answer. A buyback program and banning handguns will have absolutely no positive effect to reduce violent crime. When will this government stop penalizing the law-abiding gun owners? The nonsense needs to stop. Madam Speaker, I was elected to represent the great people of Essex, to defend the rights as Canadians and help create an environment for families and businesses to flourish. We, members of Parliament, have been given a sacred trust to do all we can to serve the people who sent us to Ottawa to represent their hopes, dreams, and aspirations for themselves, their loved ones, and their communities. We have a great challenge and a great opportunities ahead. Now, I look forward to the work I can do and changes we can make for Canada and my riding of Essex. It is with my deepest desire to do all I can to leave this world a better place than I found it. Thank you.
Awesome.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the member that he's not to use the names of individuals, his leader or anybody else by name in the House of Commons. And just something food for thought. I know that he mentioned it a couple of times a while ago. I didn't want to interrupt, and therefore. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague across the way on his first speech in the House and welcome him here. He spent a little bit of time towards the end of his speech talking about the legislation that the government is discussing with respect to guns. You know, I think it's important to point out that we have made it very clear that this is not about hunters. It's not about people who are shooting for sport. But what this is really about is this is about getting rid of weapons that are out there that are designed to inflict the maximum amount of human damage as possible in as quickly a time as possible. And I know that if as a hunter, as I have many hunters in my family as well, I know that he most likely doesn't utilize any of those types of weapons. So I'm curious if he can just share his insight and comments into whether or not he believes that weapons that are designed for combat use are weapons that should be left in society.
I do want to remind the member for Red Deer Lacombe that if he has any comments or questions, he should wait till it's time to do that, as opposed to interrupting someone who is already doing responding in the House. Again, I would just like to remind the member, whether it's me speaking or whether it's somebody else. The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to the member across the aisle for the question. A Mini 14, which is the gun that was used at Ecole Polytech, is a .223 caliber, a .223 caliber. The gun itself is not going to have any more harm than a typical Winchester or a Browning .223 caliber. It's about the actual amount of shots that are in this gun. Now, a Mini 14, you can also hunt predators with them. Coyotes, as an example, with a clip of 5. So, they do it all day long. So, we could have the same case against all of our firearms, all of our firearms, including shotguns. But no, the Liberals want to talk about, oh, it's okay for hunters to have these guns. We just want to get rid of the most wicked ones. The truth of the matter is, this could happen with any type of a firearm, and banning handguns is absolutely not the answer, because the criminals will never, ever give them back.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a constant challenge requiring you to see through your peripheral vision. I just wanted to ask this question. I get the impression that the Liberal focus when it comes to firearms is to focus on scary-looking weapons, weapons that look from the outside to have the same aesthetic presentation as an assault weapon. But as a practical matter, it is also my understanding that the military, I'm thinking in particular of the U.S. military, uses shotguns for close-range combat because they are just as effective, unfortunately, against humans as they are against animals, suggesting that if we are trying to deal responsibly with weapons and their potential to harm humans, we have to look beyond just aesthetic considerations and talk in terms of practicalities as opposed to focusing on the fears of those who don't fully understand the issue. I wonder if we could hear some comments on that.
The honourable member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague for the question. So, you alluded to something as far as the U.S. military. The truth of the matter is,
Please address the question to the chair and not to the individual members.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the honourable member, you alluded to the fact that that our U.S. neighbours carry shotguns. As a matter of fact, our police officers carry shotguns, many of them right there in their vehicles. And why would they do that? Why would we take a shotgun to a riot as opposed to, let's suggest, a Mini 14? Because a lot more damage can be done at very close range, and you don't have to aim, you just point. So the truth of the matter is, if we're going to start creating lists of any gun that might look tactical, we're going to have a really long list, and quite frankly, it's going to do absolutely nothing to stop the gang violence and the criminals. The only way to stop this is to throw them in jail and throw away the key.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for we got an audience all of a sudden. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as it's my first time rising in this House, I do want to say thank you to our honourable colleague from Essex for splitting his time with me. And Madam Speaker, if you indulge me for a moment to give a heartfelt thank you to my team, who span thousands of kilometers and hundreds of volunteers. And they expended thousands of hours to get me re-elected in this election. And I just want to say a heartfelt thank you to all of them back home in Caribou Prince George. I also want to take a moment to, of course, thank my family, my wife Kelly, my daughters Cassie, Caitlin, Jordan, and my son Joshua, whom without them we couldn't do what we do here. All of us should be mindful of that. And if I have one tip, one piece of advice to our new colleagues that are here is the work that we do here is important, but if you don't take care of yourself and if you don't work just as hard on your relationships with your family and your friends, then what we do here really has no meaning. It's so important. And last but not least, and why we are here today is to talk about my riding at Caribou Prince George. And the residents, I want to thank all of them for putting their heartfelt and their trust in me once again to be their member of parliament. It is this responsibility is not lost on me. I will work tirelessly to represent you, to bring your voice to Ottawa, and to make sure that the voices of all Caribou Prince George are represented here in our nation's capital. Madam Speaker, over the course of the election, which I have to tell you was probably one of the most divisive pieces of time that I faced in recent years, it was probably the ugliest 6 weeks in my 4 years of being elected. My family was personally attacked, and just speaks to the divisiveness and the division within our country. And, Madam Speaker, we didn't talk about SNC. We didn't talk about blackface. We didn't talk about the ethics and the scandals that took place over the last 4 years. Because, why, Madam Speaker, you may ask? It's because that's not what's important. What's important is that I have residents that are losing their jobs, whether it's forestry, whether it's agriculture. Now it seems that even our LNG opportunities are in jeopardy. Madam Speaker, BC is the largest producer of softwood in our country. Over 140 communities are forestry dependent. Over 140,000 jobs within our province of British Columbia are tied to forestry. 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs are tied to forestry. 1 in 16 jobs in British Columbia are forestry dependent. Now, the Prime Minister said time and again it's his job to stand up for Canadian jobs. But what we've seen time and time again is that he will stand up for his own job, he'll stand up for those on the other side, or he'll stand up for his corporate friends or Liberal friends. But when it comes to Western jobs, he's absent. You know, Madam Speaker, in the speech from the throne, I looked for some words. I looked to see what their promises would be for our agri-food sector. I looked to see what their promises would be or what they were going to do for our forestry sector.
Nothing.
And there was nothing there.
Nothing.
All we got was just platitudes, empty words, really what it was. We got a kind of a mixed message about a space-time continuum, and which, Madam Speaker, if you look at Wikipedia, it talks about the definition for space-time continuum is that different people can experience things differently depending on where they are and who they are. Now, does that sound familiar? Yeah. I just found that odd. I thought, well, maybe the Governor General was taking a quick shot at our Prime Minister, or maybe she's on the same space-time continuum as our Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, in one 24-hour period, Mosaic Forest Products shut their doors. That's 2,000 jobs, 2,000 forestry workers out of work, just weeks before Christmas. The very next day, Canfor Forest Products, our largest forest products company in Canada, they announced curtailment at all their mills throughout British Columbia. Over the course of the last year, this year, 2019, 130 curtailments across British Columbia. Tens of thousands of jobs have been lost, yet it doesn't even warrant one mention by our Prime Minister in the speech from the throne.
Unbelievable.
It was mentioned today by one of our colleagues from Prince George, Peace River, and Northern Rockies, that our province is on fire, our industry is on fire, we're burning up. And the reason why is that our industry is flat. Madam Speaker, over 50% of Canadians report that they're $200 away from insolvency at the end of every month. In my riding and in our constituency offices, we get constituents in every day that are talking about we are close to losing our home. We're going to lose our car. We're going to lose our business. What can you do for us? What's our government going to do for us? I don't know if the Prime Minister has that same experience that we do. I can guarantee you he doesn't. You know, Madam Speaker, 18,000 jobs were lost in British Columbia just last month alone. 71,000 in our country. 18,000 jobs were lost in the province of Alberta last month. And yet all we get from our Prime Minister and his merry band of, well, whatever, bandits, is talking points. They are so good. They must be double jointed because they're so good at patting themselves on the back.
That's right.
Like, it's shocking when we stand in the House and we offer this information.
Keep going.
And they just keep patting themselves on the back. I had constituents here, an RCMP officer, Madam Speaker, who every day serves our country, and he sat in the House and he listened to a question period, and he was shocked at the non-answers that our Prime Minister was giving. And he said, "Is that the way it always is?" I said, "Pretty much when he shows up." He was disappointed. He was shocked. And I think Canadians are seeing the same thing. Now, our Prime Minister said right after the election, he heard Canadians, that he needs to be better and we need to be able to work across the lines, and he needs to have a little bit more of a collaborative and collegial effort. But yet, in that speech from the throne and the subsequent meetings and his talking points is just more of the same as what we've seen over the last 4 years. Well, you would think he had such a huge majority that he figures he's banking on another 4 years. You know, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister says better is always possible. I think that's his words, right? Better is always possible. I don't think better is always possible with this Prime Minister and this government. And I'm going to say this, Madam Speaker, and I'll probably get some boos from my side of the House. There are good people on that side of the House.
They're just not here right now.
There are good people there, Madam Speaker. But sadly, they're not on the front bench. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne was nothing more than a disappointment, but much more than that, it was more of the same as what we've seen over the last 4 years. Nothing for Western Canada, nothing for my province, and nothing for Caribou Prince George, and that, Madam Speaker, is shameful.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member was talking about patting on the back. When I sat in opposition, and I would encourage members opposite to read some of those members' statements. There were one of two things. It was either a character assassination of the leader of the third party back then, which nothing has changed. They continued with that. And it was just solid praise and worship of Stephen Harper and how wonderful the government was doing. They really need to reflect on this. Things have changed a lot. We finally have a government that's more focused on Canada's middle class and working day in and day out than the self-reflection in the Harper bubble of the 10 years of the Harper administration. My question to the member opposite, will he not recognize that one of the biggest other changes is the advertising? Remember the hundreds of millions of public tax dollars that the conservative Stephen Harper spent on conservative propaganda? Contrast that to a much smaller budget, maybe tens of millions of dollars versus hundreds of millions of dollars under the Stephen Harper era.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, and I would ask members to kind of keep the sound down so that we can hear the answer and questions.
How about the $600 million that the Liberals gave the media just before the election, then appointed Jerry Diaz as Senator Diaz as the godfather over this funds. The guy that posed for Maclean's and said he is the opposition or whatever it is to stopping the Conservatives for gaining power. Madam Speaker, this gentleman stands up, our honourable colleague stands up time and time again. He's the only one that's defending the speech from the throne. Yeah. You would think that out of all their bench, they've got many more that could stand up and ask questions, but yet it's not one, it's only this member of Parliament. And you know what, Madam Speaker, he's such a good soldier that he's still relegated to the third bench. He hasn't made his way to the front bench yet. Better luck next time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince George for his speech. And he mentioned forestry, of course. It's a serious problem in British Columbia. The the industry is in dire straits, and I just wondered if he could perhaps further comment on what his solutions might be for what the federal government could do to help that industry.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, that's a great question for my honourable colleague. You know what, Madam Speaker, securing a softwood lumber agreement in the last 4 years would have been a big start. But you know what, Madam Speaker, that's not going to help us right now. What we need is an infusion of funds that can help our workers that are close to retirement, that they can bridge that retirement gap. We need an infusion of funds that can help our communities and our contractors diversify themselves economically so that they can retool their equipment and maybe take advantage of some of the oil and gas and energy opportunities if these guys, if the Liberals haven't shuttered that either. We need to make sure we're doing whatever we can. All we need to see out of this government is action, and all we've seen is inaction and platitudes. Our honourable colleague is a stalwart and stands up for our forestry workers. We haven't recovered from the BC, the 2017 wildfires yet, and now we're seeing this economic downturn with our forestry that is absolutely, we've got communities that are calling and stating and declaring an economic state of an emergency. We need action from our federal government. We need to make sure that they're pressing our provincial government to act. And we haven't seen that. Our forestry workers, our contractors, industry is failing in our province, and it's all because of the policies and the inaction by this government. And that is absolutely terrible. What we need to see, Mr. Speaker, what we need to see is action. And that's what I was hoping to see, at least some statements to that fact in the speech from the throne, and we saw nothing. Just more backslapping and platitudes and space-time continuum that does nothing for our ridings in our province of British Columbia. Thank you.
Sorry, the honourable member for, I want to say Whitby. Oshawa, I always get those two. Sorry. You're the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech, because what words get put into a speech from a throne are very important. It sends messages. He mentioned that what was in the speech from the throne, the space-time continuum words, he can just imagine how many auto workers in Oshawa who are going to lose their job this week. That really has to be at the top of their mind. And I wanted to ask him, in the speech from the throne, there was not even a mention of manufacturing, not even a mention of auto, and I know for him, the softwood lumber issue is huge. Could he please explain to the House, by having a speech from a throne that eliminates, doesn't pay any attention to those words, what message are they giving to industry and workers in those industries?
Well, good question. Caribou Prince George in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our honourable colleague from Oshawa for his question. It's clear that the message is still the same as what it has been over the four years. As if you're not a Liberal donor or you're not a Liberal connected corporation, then you really don't count. And that they will stand up for the jobs that matter most to the Liberals, and that's it. You know, Mr. Speaker, they had a real opportunity. After October 21st. They really had an opportunity to be able to say and make that message to Canadians, to stop the division and really to extend an olive branch to all opposition parties here, and they didn't do it. They didn't do that. They failed to do it. All they did was pat themselves on the back.
I believe the honourable leader of the opposition wants to rise on a point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was elected to this House in 2004 at the ripe old age of 25. In many ways, I grew up in this chamber. Some may say I haven't yet grown up, but I was barely out of university, newly married with our first child on the way. Since then, I've had 5 beautiful children, and my firstborn is now 14. He's all arms and legs, and I think he's going to be taller than me very soon, Mr. Speaker. I've logged many hours flying back and forth from Regina and Ottawa and all across this wonderful country. And alongside my friends in the Conservative caucus, we've accomplished a lot on both the government and opposition side of the benches. And most importantly, we've kept our party united and strong.
Hear, hear.
Which is why today I felt it was appropriate to speak to my friends and colleagues in the House of Commons about one of the most difficult decisions I have ever made. I just informed my colleagues in the Conservative caucus that I will be resigning as the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. And I've asked the Conservative Party National Council, I will be asking the Conservative Party National Council to immediately begin the process of organizing a leadership election. As our party embarks on this exciting opportunity, electing a new Conservative leader and Canada's next Prime Minister, I intend to stay on as leader of the party and the official opposition. Serving as leader of the party that I love so much has been the opportunity and challenge of a lifetime. And this was not a decision I came to lightly. This was a decision I came to after many long, hard conversations with friends and family over the past 2 months since the election campaign. This has been an incredible challenge for our family to keep up with the pace that is required to lead a caucus and a party into a general election. And my wife, Jill, has been absolutely heroic.
Hear, hear.
But in order to chart the course ahead, this party, this movement, needs someone who can give 100% to the efforts. And after some conversations with my kids, my loved ones, I felt it was time to put my family first. Our Conservative team is always stronger when we are united. When fiscal Conservatives, Red Tories, Social Conservatives, Libertarians, Quebec Nationalists, Conservatives in rural Canada and urban Canada, in the East and West come together, great things happen.
Hear, hear.
We elect strong Conservative governments that deliver lower taxes, smaller government, more freedom, and stronger human rights. The party that we've all built together is far too important for one individual. Our party is not a cult of personality. It's not shaped by whoever's name is on the masthead, but by the hundreds of thousands of Conservatives who pound in lawn signs, sit on their riding associations, and donate a few dollars every month. And as our party begins to embark on this exciting opportunity, electing a new leader, my only ask to my fellow Conservatives is this: let's stay united.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Let's stay focused on our one shared goal and our one shared priority: to deliver a strong Conservative government who can unite our country and make life better for all Canadians. For the oil worker out of a job, for the senior who is choosing between heating and eating, and for Canada's position on the world stage. I believe in this party. I believe in our movement. I believe that we will be the government after the next election. I got involved as a teen because I love this party. I ran because I love this party, and I ran for leader because I wanted to help this party. I will continue to serve my Conservative caucus, and I will continue to serve the great people in the fantastic riding of Regina Capel. I'm proud of what we've accomplished during my time as leader. We kept our party united and strong. We knocked the Liberals down to a minority. We increased seats all over this country. Whoever the hundreds of thousands of Conservatives across the country choose to lead our party into the next election, that person will have my 100% support. And my message to the Prime Minister and the Liberals in this House is this. During this leadership election, there will be no free rides in the House of Commons. We've already hit the ground running. We had a 1,000% batting average for a brief period of time Tuesday evening. We might see if we can increase that batting average. But we are going to continue to be here every single day to represent our constituents, perform our duties as parliamentarians, to put Canadians and Canada first. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me in the statement. I want to thank my colleagues in the Conservative Party. Merci beaucoup. C'était l'honneur de...
Thank you very much. It was an honor of my professional life to be leader of the Conservative Party. I want to thank all my colleagues for their support and their trust over the past 3 years. I have made this decision because it is the best thing for our party.
It's the best thing for our party. Our party needs someone who can give everything they've got. And I've always been honest with my colleagues. I've always been honest with everybody. I know that the road ahead, the stress that would put on my family, I can't give them that 100% assurance. So I know the next person will, and I know I can speak on behalf of all our team that the next leader of this party will have the support required from these benches to make sure we are successful in the next election.
Thank you very much.
Je vais attendre qu'ils ont fini. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know there will be many more moments for us to reflect and celebrate the dedication and service that the member opposite has offered and continues to offer to Canadians in his work as an MP for Regina Capel, in his work as former Speaker of the House, and in his work as leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. I know thoughts first and foremost are for family. I want to salute Jill and recognize his kids who I know better than most have made significant sacrifices to see their father take on a leadership position like this, and we deeply appreciate it. I know from the many conversations I've had over the years with the Honourable Leader that he sees very much the way I and so many others see our responsibilities as parents, being good parents to our kids in a similar way, that we are politicians, we are in this House, not in spite of having kids, but because we have kids and are dedicated to building a better world for them with everything we have. And I respect that deeply of him and thank him for that focus on a better future for his kids. I
also want to highlight the fact that there are few people who know the challenges and the opportunities, as well as the barriers that exist when you are the leader of a party, a very diverse national party, such as the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party of Canada.
A collection of MPs who are focused on representing their constituents, on serving their constituents, that it is always a challenge and an incredibly rewarding experience to work with as leader. And I know that for all the challenges, it is an extraordinary privilege that is enriching and wonderful. And I know that the member opposite has shown tremendous strength and compassion as he has done that through tragedies, difficulties, victories, and more challenging moments. And I very much wish him all the very, very best in his next and exciting steps, whatever they be there here in the House or beyond. I want to thank him deeply for his service to Canada on behalf of all Canadians, on behalf of all Liberals, and I know there are many more conversations to have. But thank you, Andrew, for the work you're doing.
Belleuil-Chambly.
Belleuil-Chambly. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all parliamentarians, no matter what party we belong to, and we bring forward ideas. And I have the certainty, Mr. Speaker, that all those who make the commitment to go into politics do so for good reasons. And it is not an easy road. It is a road that requires a certain number of things and a commitment at all moments, which each of us in this House understands full well. It is also a road that demands courage. And we may have differences of opinions. The stronger our opinions, the more courage it takes to bear them, because there is compromise and differences of opinions. And we have to find a way, a friendly way in Parliament to come together, to find the best way for Canadians and Quebecers alike to progress. I have confidence that these differences have improved the debate here, and I have the certainty that the member has done exceptional work in this regard. The rare meetings that we have had have always been marked with unfailing courtesy, which I salute with a great deal of friendship. I am profoundly convinced, despite the differences of opinion of all those who fight for the betterment of us all. I have a little experience as a political party leader, but just enough to know that there are times of great exaltation and no doubt very difficult moments as well. And I wish with all my heart that in light of this very difficult decision, that every day that will follow this day will bring peace and the certainty that this was the right decision. And in the meantime, I would reiterate my friendship.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I also
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
acknowledge the cordiality in the chamber today, and acknowledge the solidarity in recognizing the difficulty that public life presents and the challenges that it presents. And I want to thank the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition for taking up that mantle, for being in public service, for not only being the leader of the official opposition, but also a speaker and also representing the riding of Regina Capel. It's a big sacrifice, and I know the member knows that very well, and I know his family knows that very well. I want to also acknowledge what the Prime Minister alluded to, the idea that you're not only representing and working for the benefit of people and people of your riding, but I really enjoyed the sentiment and the spirit behind the idea that you're doing this for a better future for your kids. And I know that's true for you, and I know that's true for the Prime Minister, and hopefully one day true for me too. I just want to take a moment to touch on what the leader of the third party mentioned. C'est clair.
We will always have differences of opinion, of course. But what unites us is our desire to work for the common good. We may have different approaches, but I think and I hope that we all share a certain sensibility, a certain desire to help ordinary people, to change policies and deal with issues so we can actually help people. I know that's something that brings us together.
All share together in this chamber. Again, it's a very difficult decision to take, and I want to acknowledge the hard work that you put in all your roles and the years of service that you've provided. And I think we speak as a united voice in acknowledging that and thanking you for your service, and thanking all members in this chamber for taking up that mantle. But today's a day to acknowledge the leader of the opposition and thank him for his service and his contribution to political life in Canada. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't abuse the indulgence that you've given me today, but I do want to sincerely thank the other party leaders. Thank you very much to the Prime Minister for his kind words. I believe our children are of the same ages, so if there is one person who knows the challenges and the difficult decisions that need to be made when balancing public and private life, it would be the Prime Minister. And I've always appreciated our opportunities to chat briefly about how our respective families are holding up during the pressure and the grind that this life places on parliamentarians. Je veux remercier aussi.
I also want to thank the leader of the Bloc Québécois. We didn't have a chance to work together for very long, but as he said, I've found that all of our meetings and discussions have been very respectful. And I want to thank him for his words as well.
The NDP as well. We've crossed paths several times throughout the years at various events together, and I've always found when we put partisan differences aside, there's a great deal of mutual respect for people of all different parties, because we do come to this place. We are all motivated. We might disagree on what it is that we think should be done for Canada, but we all agree on the motivations, and that is to make Canada a better place. And
Here.
I truly do believe that, and each one of us makes tremendous sacrifices to that. If the Prime Minister won't mind a little bit of good-natured ribbing, obviously debates can be heated and fiery, and we do like to point out successes, and we are very proud of what we accomplished in the last election. We fell short of our goal, but someone has pointed out, I haven't fact-checked this yet, but I'm going to go check on this, but I believe I'm the first person in Canadian history to get more votes than a Trudeau. So.
Going on a high note.
Yeah, couldn't resist. And I do intend to serve the constituents of Regina Capel for the near future, and it has always been when I was 25, the highest goal I set for myself was to be the best member of Parliament that I could be for the constituents of Regina Capel, and I look forward to doing that and devoting more time to doing that. As for future positions in this House, those are discussions for another day. I doubt that I will become the Grover Cleveland of speakers, and that's probably not going to be in the cards. Mais une fois encore, merci.
But once again, just thank you to all of my parliamentary colleagues.
They are heartfelt, and I know that we all go back to our homes in our ridings and deal with many of the same struggles, no matter where we're from or what party we represent. Alors, je veux remercier.
So thank you again.
At 2:15.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-le-Moine. Oh, excuse me, there has been a change. Sorry? Longueuil-Charlemagne, I should say.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had a change here. I've got, yes, we did have a change. The honourable member for Cumberland-Colchester.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Willalan Glu Dosideo. I'd like to say that I'm splitting my time with the member for Longueuil-Charles-le-Moine. And it is with great honor and privilege that I stand here and acknowledge that we are standing on unceded Algonquin territory. And I'd also like to acknowledge that the leader for the Progressive Conservatives, I would like to say thank you very much for his service and wish him well for the next number of years in this next chapter of his life. It's not easy to be a politician in this day and age of splitting, a far splitting of right and left, of people with diverse opinions constantly at each other's throats, it seems, to the public. And I think that today shows what we can do when we come together to acknowledge the humanity in each other and acknowledge that we are not just spokespersons spouting out political ideology, but in fact living and breathing human beings. And it is in that spirit of reconciliation that I believe the throne speech embodies this. And since the word reconciliation is used many times in the throne speech, as a new member of Parliament, I have to say this is the spirit that I embrace and I intend to continue to put forward in the days, months, and hopefully years to come. I come from Nova Scotia. I'm a proud Nova Scotian. Cumberland-Colchester is a beautiful area, a region in northern Nova Scotia, and we are bounded by the sea on both sides of my beautiful riding, the Bay of Fundy and the Northumberland Strait. And one of the issues that we have, Madam Speaker, is climate change is very real for us. Many of us live on floodplains, including my home of Truro, Nova Scotia. We've already had one big flood about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when I first became a member of the Legislative Assembly in Nova Scotia. That was one of the first tests of my leadership, was a huge flood. And at that time, it showed me what could be to come if we're not careful. The Isthmus of Chignecto is a piece of land at the top of my riding, which joins Nova Scotia to the mainland of Canada. And right now, the seas have risen so far that the only thing that's keeping the sea from crossing over that isthmus and turning us into an island is, in fact, a railway. There are old Acadian dikes that are there, 400 years old. That is a sign of the incredible engineering feats of the Acadians, that they've managed to keep out the seas for this long in Nova Scotia. But they're aging, and we're going to need to raise the dikes, but also we need to do other measures, take other measures to protect Nova Scotia from the rising seas. This is why I am very pleased to see so many environmental mentions in the throne speech, and the idea that climate change is in crisis and that we do need to act now. So when I hear opposition members saying that that climate change is not necessarily a priority, that gives me great concern, Madam Speaker, because in my riding, it is a huge concern. The First Nations people, the Mi'kmaq of Nova Scotia, have been very active in combating all kinds of degradation, environmental degradation in our province. And I'm very proud to have stood with them on the front lines, fighting for government recognition and fighting to get it noticed, these issues noticed, especially when big corporate polluters are polluting lands right beside the First Nations communities. In fact, one of the bills I introduced in the House of, in the legislature in Nova Scotia was a bill called an Act to Address Environmental Racism, which acknowledges the disproportionate amount of First Nations and Black communities where thank you from my opposition fellow. It acknowledges the disproportionate amount of toxic waste sites, also landfills, dumps, and big, huge corporate polluters on these lands. And I would like to see that environmental racism be talked about more often, especially in this House, as we move forward. So it is with great honor that I come to this House. It is my very first time here in Ottawa, actually. And I'd like to acknowledge all the people back home in Cumberland, Colchester who helped me to get here. I won't let you down. I will fight for everything that I believe in, human rights, women's justice for women and girls, human trafficking, dealing with that, dealing with domestic violence. And, Madam Speaker, on the topic of domestic violence and gun control, I noted that at least 118 women and girls have been murdered across our country so far this year, according to the annual report by the Canadian Femicide Observatory for Justice and Accountability. And more often than not, that is a result of domestic violence, and shooting was the most common method of killing. So this report comes on the 30th anniversary of l'École Polytechnique massacre at the University of Montreal. And that shooting, which left 13 innocent young women dead, thrust the term misogyny into the public discourse in Canada. And, Madam Speaker, it is still continuing today. It is a problem. The missing and murdered women, Indigenous women, is still a huge issue that we need to address on all sides of this House, in all provinces across this nation. And I'd like to reiterate, in the spirit of reconciliation, that it doesn't matter which province we come from in Canada. We are still all Canadians. We still bleed red blood. We want to have our children and our grandchildren looked after, have food on the table, have good education, have good schools where they can go to school in peace and not be afraid of violence, and to be able to have affordable housing. This is also an issue in my area. And where we deal with poverty, including the middle class, where we help the people who are struggling to become part of the middle class. We need to not forget them, Madam Speaker. And as somebody who cares deeply about social, environmental, and economic justice, as well as artistic justice with the arts and culture, and realizing how important they are as well to the fabric of our society, I intend to stand here as much as I can in this House and remind us all of the importance of these values and the importance of doing everything we can to help every single person in Canada and not just the few. Madam Speaker, in Cumberland, Colchester, we have a lot of farms, we have a lot of small businesses, and we have a lot of women who've taken on small businesses. And I have to say, it gives me great pride in Truro to be able to walk down the street and pop into a store and see somebody who is a female entrepreneur who has been there either for 35 years, as in the case of one of my friends who actually has a dress store called Moments, and dressed me for today and other days. She was very excited about that. And also, there are many little restaurants. And I just want to say I'm thrilled and excited to be able to help put Cumberland Colchester on the map and bring more tourists to our beautiful region. We have great wine in Yost. which has many different types of incredible wines, including a new red wine called Great Big Friggin' Red. I think anybody who likes barbecues, spaghetti, steak, it goes with that. And with that, Madam Speaker, I will take my place and accept any questions if anybody has any to give me. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, Hamilton Centre.
From Hamilton Centre, through you, Madam Speaker, to my friend across the way, I want to thank her for being alive to the impacts of environmental racism. Having an equity and diversity lens throughout all of our decision making is very important. We have heard this government talk repeatedly about guns and gangs. My question through you, Madam Speaker, to my friend across the way is, what kind of analysis will she bring to the root causes of violence in our communities as it relates to our Indigenous and persons of colors across country? Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you. And thank you very much for that question. I truly appreciate that. You know, some people say we need more boots on the streets in order to deal with violence, gang violence. But I believe that the root cause of violence is poverty, desperation, lack of education, lack of a sense of hope, mental illness, also addictions. In my community, many people can get in trouble with the law because they have an affliction that's called alcoholism or addiction. I myself am an alcoholic, a proud, sober alcoholic who's been sober for 24 years. Thank you. And I can tell you, it is not a disease that I would wish on anybody. Therefore, because I have lived experience, and I hit bottom at the age of 36, and I know how hard it is to live with it for the families and loved ones as well. They say it's a family disease because it affects everybody. So I believe that we need to put more money into addiction research and helping people on the ground. In Nova Scotia, the wait time for people to see addiction counselors is atrocious. Sometimes it's 365 days or 125 days. So I was glad to see this government, our government, put money into mental health in Nova Scotia to the tune of about $138 million each year for the next 5 years. And I'm pleased about that because we need as much help as we can get. And sadly, in Millbrook First Nations, there have been a few suicides, and one young man was a blossoming young man, mixed martial artist, firefighter, well-loved, but he was suffering from depression and anxiety, and he went to the hospital. They gave him some pills. He went home, he took the pills, and then he hung himself. And this is a really, really sad state of affairs. This did not have to happen. And thank you for your question.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Number 4. No, I'm going to get it wrong again. Sorry. North. Okay, sorry. The honourable member for North Island Powell River. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank through you the member for that speech. I was very captivated by a lot of the things that the member said. I just want to make sure that it is clear, though, that not all opposition members feel the same about caring about the environment. The New Democrats care desperately about the environment and have a sense of urgency around this issue. I also appreciate the fact that the member brought up environmental racism. I think this is an issue that we all need to address more fulsomely in our country. My question to the member is, if we're going to see action, I really truly believe that we need accountability measures. And one of the things missing from the throne speech that I think would have been reassuring to all Canadians is a way to measure success when we address climate crisis that we're in right now. So I'm wondering if the member could share with the House what steps she could take to help the government take that next step. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, I was, I guess I meant the official opposition, but I do acknowledge that the Green Party and the NDP have been very vocal and passionate about the environment as well, and I thank them for that. I believe that this government has set milestones. Every 5 years, they've set milestones to get to zero emissions by 2050. And I think that is a clear sign right there that we have certain limits that we need to reach as we go along. I also think that the price on pollution is something that's important that we need to do. And every time I hear somebody saying, oh, we need to get rid of this carbon tax, we don't have it in Nova Scotia yet. But when I was with the NDP government in Nova Scotia, we did set very strong targets and goals, which we reached. And we now are at a place in Nova Scotia where we were able to do a transaction with the Government of Canada.
Apologies, but we have to resume debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Speaker, and I have to say, the people of the South Shore of Montreal are probably watching today and getting a kick out of the fact that my neighbour is sitting in front of me in that seat, and I'm so proud to be your neighbour. First of all, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the people from Longueuil-Charlemagne, who on October 21st sent a larger level of support for me to send me back here. So I'd like to thank them. Puis à ma famille, who have put up with this crazy job for the last 4.5 years, so thank you. And of course to my friends, Longueuil-Charlemagne, in Brassard-Saint-Lambert, who have stood by me as well, so I'd like to thank them. Over the last 4 years, we heard a lot from folks about doing things differently. And yesterday, my friend and colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, gave a beautiful speech for our friend Deepak, who we lost this year. But he reminded me of something. He reminded me that we're supposed to be here and we're supposed to be talking from the heart and representing the people that sent us here. So, this is the first time in the House that I will be speaking without a speech. And I'm going to try to emulate my colleague across the way. So please bear with me if I muff this up. In our speech from the throne, and I'm happy to speak on the speech from the throne, we said we're going to do things differently. Canadians asked us very clearly on October 21st to work together in a collaborative way. And I'd like to hope that my colleagues from across the way will agree with me that that has always been the way that I've worked. Now, a lot has changed for me in the past year. As many of you know, my mother passed away right before Christmas last year, unexpectedly. This happened at the same time that our older son was deployed overseas for his first deployment. Since then, I've been taking care of my dad, being a parliamentarian, and taking care of my family. And what I've learned over the past year is we've had a lot of ups and downs. As I said, my mom passed. We've also had some great news in the family. Our older son came back from his first deployment and got married, and our military family grew. We also went into an election, and I'm happy to say I'm back. So I want to do things differently. I want to continue to work across the aisle with my colleagues, and I've had great conversations, especially with the member from Durham, regarding how we can support brave men and women in uniform and the families that serve them. I had the pleasure, again, of working with the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, and I'm sorry I'm pointing him out, but we worked on a committee for electoral reform, a special committee that was set up in June of 2016. And the great thing about that committee was that we did not have a majority. And so I got the great pleasure of experiencing what it's like to work almost in a minority government. And I want to thank my colleagues that were on ERRE with me, because we got to become friends. and we got to work together, and it gave a very good example of how we can work together. Now, in the speech from the throne, we talk about the importance of affordable housing, Madam Speaker. Chez nous, à Longueuil-Charlemagne, il y a une liste d'attente.
In Longueuil-Charlemagne, there's a wait list of nearly 3,000 people for affordable housing.
Travailler avec mes homologues.
I worked with my counterparts at the provincial level and municipal levels to improve the situation.
My father is on that list, as are many members and people in my riding. Il y a presque 4,000 aînés dans mon comté.
There's nearly 4,000 seniors in my riding who receive the guaranteed income supplement.
1,000. The increase to the personal exemption to 15,000 will help a lot of our seniors as well. Avec le transport en commun.
Along with public transit, as you know, Madam Speaker, Boulevard Taschereau during rush hour is hell. We need transit on Boulevard Taschereau. The representative for Longueuil said that our support is needed. That's why I'm very proud to give my support to the tramway project, and I hope that we will all be able to work together to help that project see the light of day.
We talk a lot about the environment, and our government has made incredible strides in the last 4 years with respect to the environment and climate change, and there's so much still to do. Quebec actually has the largest pickup in terms of the purchase of electric vehicles since our incentive came into place on May 1st. So combined with the provincial incentive and the federal incentive, up to $13,000 rebate for the purchase of electric vehicles. And I know that people in my riding are very excited about that. But with all of the actions that we've taken on climate change, there's one thing I have learned, and that's from listening from my friends across the way, especially those in Alberta. I've been listening to the debate in the past week and a half with respect to the challenges they're facing. And I want them to know that I'm listening, that I hear them, and that I want to hear more. I think there is absolutely a balance that we can find to protect the environment and to help those that work in the resource sector. Now, Madam Speaker, I know you know this quite well, and most people probably in this place know this, the reason I decided to run in 2015. Most people know that I have 2 children serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. And at that time, I was quite worried. I was quite worried not about while they were in the Canadian Armed Forces, but what would happen, God forbid, if they became ill or injured in the line of duty. And so, I was quite concerned about how we treat our veterans. And as most people know, when you're a parent, you can either complain about something or you can do something about it. And as a parent, I decided to do something about it. And I ran for office and won. What I heard over the past 4 years, in my capacity as Member of Parliament, but also in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs and Associate Minister of National Defence, was the challenges for transition that many veterans face and their families. Now, in our speech from the throne, we also talk about the importance that every Canadian have a family doctor. Je sais que la livraison.
And I know that the delivery of healthcare services is a provincial responsibility. I completely agree. But there is a role for the federal government to do its part.
Often, when a member of the Canadian Armed Forces leaves, they are left on their own to find a family doctor. And if they are ill and injured, the difficulty is that in order to get the services and the care they need to have a diagnosis. And so they need a family doctor. So I'm excited to be working with our new health minister because I know that she feels strongly about working in collaboration, as I do, with our provincial and territorial partners to make sure that veterans and their families have access to a medical doctor. We also address homelessness for veterans, Madam Speaker. And I had the great pleasure of meeting 2 phenomenal people from Nova Scotia, Jim and Debbie Lowther, who run Vets Canada. And they work tirelessly on the ground to help veterans in need. And we need to continue to support organizations such as Vets Canada and others to make sure that we end veteran homelessness. Now, Madam Speaker, I know I only have a few more moments left, but I have said publicly in this House many times, and the folks that were with me in the last Parliament can attest to this, that we really need to work together. We have a common cause, the people that we represent, and I'm always willing to work with anyone who's willing to sit down and have a constructive conversation about how we can actually move things forward. J'ai le grand plaisir d'être ici.
It is my great pleasure to be here for the 43rd Parliament, and I think that together we'll be able to do what Canadians have asked us to do.
Very clearly on October 21st to work together. And so it's with that I offer my help on any file that we feel that we can move together on. And with that, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I take any questions. Merci beaucoup.
Bravo, Sherry. To the honourable member. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, I'll read it right this time. The honourable member for Lanark-Frontenac-Edmonton.
Kingston.
Kingston, sorry.
First, I wanted to thank my my honourable colleague for her kind comments, and I wanted to congratulate her as well on her re-election. And I wanted to say in particular, this is more of a comment than a question. So I just wanted to say, she pointed quite rightly to the fact that a small number of us in this House, most of whom re-offered for re-election, or most of whom are back, were involved in the Electoral Reform Committee, where we functioned in a situation where the government did not have a minority or did not have a majority. That is now how all committees are going to function. And in fact, there's another parallel there as well. The government really needed the support of one party. Any of the parties would work in order to get a functioning majority. And that will prevail in every committee in this House. So I just want to say, this is not as much for the benefit of the honourable member as it is for her party's House leader and whip, that it would make sense to draw upon that expertise and spread it around. That might be true for the other House leaders as well, but that is the way we're going to function. I've served now in my goodness, 3 majority and 4 minority parliaments, if you include this one. And there is a bit of a different dynamic. We would all benefit from reviewing what worked well in the last minority parliament, maybe before we start getting into our catfights in committee, rather than after. Just a thought. Thank you very much, through you, Madam Speaker, for what I thought was a really excellent, heartfelt speech. I hope there are more heartfelt speeches from this member in the future.
L'honorable député de Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not really a question, but I just want to thank my colleague across the way and thank him again for his generous time that he's always offered me in terms of good guidance and a lot of background, I have to tell you. He's a wealth of knowledge. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Oh no, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you, as well as to the member for her re-election. And thank you to the member for her very touching speech just now, and especially highlighting her connectedness through her family to the Veterans Affairs. Now, in my community of Vancouver East, I have a constituent who's come forward to me who's been having difficulty in accessing medical marijuana through the Veterans Affairs system. And in fact, some of them are having such a grave difficulty that is causing additional stress and distress in their lives. And so I'm wondering whether or not this is something that the member can work with me to help resolve, not just only for my constituents, but I suspect for many people across the country as well.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Vancouver East for the question. And we have not had a chance, Madam Speaker, to work together, but I'm looking forward to doing so. When I was Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs, this was something that we heard a lot about with respect to the use of medical marijuana for veterans in their treatment. And I'd be happy to work with the member from Vancouver East with respect to accessing that. I know that parliamentary secretaries were announced today, so there is a new parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Veteran Affairs, who I'm sure would be happy to also assist in this regard. I have a little bit of a background in assisting veterans access services, so I'd be happy to work with the member opposite.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, earlier today we had a wonderful announcement, a tabling of a document for the Canada, U.S., Mexico trade agreement. I think this is good for Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. Just overall impressions from the member in terms of her thoughts, just how critically important this agreement was for our economy and, in fact, our society.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Of course, during the campaign and the last, I'd say, year and a half, this is something that came up at the door for folks in my riding. The importance of the agreement between our largest trading partner, the United States. And this morning, the Minister tabled that trade agreement that has brought a lot of pride to Canada on how we handled ourselves and what the return on the trade agreement will bring to our nations. And I know that folks in my riding were very concerned about tariffs, were very concerned about a culture and the protection of our industry here in Quebec. So I'm very happy to say that this will be a very good trade agreement for Canada, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member for Hamilton Centre. I want to once again thank the constituents of London Fanshawe for electing me to this House. I've worked here for more than a decade, actually in a different capacity, as a parliamentary staffer for many amazing NDP members of Parliament: Chris Charlton from Hamilton Mountain, Wayne Marston from Hamilton East Stony Creek, Jean Crowder from Nanaimo Cowichan, and most recently the former MP for Essex, Tracy Ramsey. I was also raised by another incredible and powerful woman who represented London Fanshawe for the past 13 years, my mother, Irene Matheson. I come to this House with many mentors and supporters, and I stand here because of them. It is when I consider important votes like on this throne speech, I will always think of the people who elected me here. Madam Speaker, I hear every day from people in my riding who need help now. If this is all the Liberals are willing to offer to help Canadians, it's not good enough. I represent a riding where many people are struggling. The average household income in my constituency is well below the national and Ontario averages. I see it every day. People are working harder than ever to keep a roof over their head and to put food on the table. I also see a community that is consistently coming together to support one another, to answer calls for help, and to push for more. They deserve better than this throne speech. For more than a decade, when someone needed help in London Fanshawe, they knew that they could turn to the Member of Parliament. Irene's office was a place that would consistently go above and beyond to advocate and push for anyone who walked through the doors. I will proudly continue that tradition. Madam Speaker, while my constituency office will work hard to help, I know that more and more people are seeking that help. The policies of past Liberal and Conservative governments are failing them. In this House, in this 43rd Parliament, we have an opportunity to change the direction of the country. One that should put less focus and attention on how well the rich and powerful of this country are doing, and more on how everyday Canadians are doing. One disturbing trend we have seen is that people are continuing to come to the office in search of affordable housing. Housing prices continue to skyrocket in London as many people are being pushed out by other markets around the GTA. What once was a starter home that you can find throughout London Fanshawe has become out of reach for too many families. Instead of more empty words, the Liberals could have worked with us to invest in affordable housing so that everybody in Canada could have a place to call home. Canada is in the midst of a national housing crisis impacting every area of the country. Average rents rose in every single province last year, and today 1.7 million Canadian households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. A major part of the long-term solution to the problem is to ensure that more affordable rental units are built across the country. 1 in 3 Canadians is a renter. In many cities, the few affordable apartments available get snapped up quickly, and people end up living in either inadequate housing or are forced to spend a huge chunk of their income on rent. If the Liberals are willing to work with us to address the housing crisis in our country, we are ready to deliver for Canadians. Madam Speaker, another trend I've heard too many stories about is from people and how they can't afford their medications. I can think of one gentleman who came into my office during the campaign and he suffered from a workplace accident. He told my team and I how he had been injured at work and he is going to physio and attempting to heal and to get better. Though he is not well enough to return to work yet, he knows his benefits are running out. He needs his medication. He can't live without it, but he also knows he can't afford it on his own. He told us that he is being forced back to work even though he isn't ready, knowing he is putting his own life in danger. Madam Speaker, now imagine if we had a system that rather than worrying about how this person is going to survive to pay for the medicine that he needs to live, he can focus on getting better and returning to work when he is able. In the days before Medicare, New Democrats saw their neighbors suffer because they could not afford the health care they needed. We saw people lose their homes, their farms, their businesses, and they struggled to pay their medical bills. We saw illness destroy entire families. In response to that reality, New Democrats led the fight to establish universal public health care for all Canadians. Medicare changed the lives of millions of people and is one of our party's proudest achievements. That's right. Millions of families cannot afford to take the medications they need because they have no employer-provided drug coverage. The number of uninsured people forced to skip their medications is growing as more people work on contract, are self-employed, or have jobs that just don't come with health benefits. And too many seniors are putting their health at risk because they don't have the drug coverage and can't afford out-of-pocket payments. The stress and worry that people feel isn't an accident. It's a direct result of deliberate choices that have been made by Liberal and Conservative governments. They choose to let drug companies gouge patients, and they choose to leave millions of people uninsured or underinsured, paying hundreds of thousands of dollars out of pocket for the medicines they need. Today, Canada is the only wealthy country in the world with a universal healthcare system that lacks universal prescription insurance coverage. We pay the third highest prices for prescription drugs in the world and must deal with a patchwork of programs and coverage if we're lucky enough to have the coverage at all. When I look at this throne speech, I see there is no language about any pharmacare being universal, comprehensive, or public. There is no funding amount, no timeline. Since the Liberals have been promising pharmacare since 1997, you can see why New Democrats are a bit skeptical. We need to see a real commitment to deliver universal, public, single-payer pharmacare. We're ready to work with them and deliver for Canadians, but it takes concrete measures to help improve lives. Madam Speaker, there is a growing urgency to also address the climate crisis. I was proud to join hundreds of people from across London at the climate strike in September. I joined them because we need action now and we need bold targets. And the real plan to address climate change is needed now. That is why this throne speech is so disappointing. There is nothing on stronger emission targets for 2030 and nothing to confront the urgency of the problem. In the last 4 years, the Liberals gave billions to fossil fuel companies and subsidies instead of investing in renewable energy and job creation. After being lobbied more than 1,500 times by the fossil fuel industry, the Liberals are putting big oil first. We also need action to protect our fresh water. With growing algae blooms, invasive species, decreasing lake levels, as well as flood damage, we are in need of a national freshwater strategy. A strategy that will set national drinking standards, that will solve problems presented by piecemeal provincial ones, and years-long boil water advisory on First Nations reserve. I have been meeting with members from the United Nations of the Thames that is just outside of London. There, the drinking water has failed to meet provincial standards dating back to 2006. Upstream, London dumps millions of liters of raw sewage into the Thames River that serves as the community's water source. This is unacceptable, and our municipal government recognizes the problem. They want to help, but there is no action from this government to help address the water situation at Oneida. After claiming their most important relationship is with Indigenous people, the Liberal government continues to break their promise. They refuse to commit to dropping the appeal against fairness for Indigenous kids, while also refusing to fix the problem with the child welfare system. Simply unacceptable. Madam Speaker, the throne speech offers nothing for our seniors either. Everyone deserves to be able to age with dignity as a valued member of their community. The Liberal government refused to protect workers' pensions while dragging their feet on the creation of a real plan to deal with the health challenges faced by seniors. More Canadians enter their senior years. We need to make better choices, and we need to be ready to meet their needs to ensure everyone can age with dignity. With the right leadership, we can make sure our institutions and public services are strong and prepared, and that every senior has access to the health care and the social supports they need to make life easier. One group my mother, in her capacity as a Member of Parliament, was so proud of and honoured to work with is our veterans. It is time for this government to do right by our veterans. They shouldn't have to wait weeks or even months to receive the services they need. Unfortunately, for too long, veterans have had to fight for the benefits they've earned. Veterans need investments into our services and increased access to caseworkers, and there is also so much more that we can do to ease the transition from their life in active service to becoming a veteran. Madam Speaker, while I have so much more that I could talk about, I want to finish with this. As it stands, there is not enough in this throne speech for Canadians. People need help now. We urge the Liberals to offer more than just pretty words, to put forward concrete solutions that start to deal with the systemic poverty and inequality that too many face. They've been putting the demands of the wealthiest and the rich corporations ahead of the needs of Canadians for too long. We're ready to work with them and deliver for Canadians, but it takes courage to make the necessary choices that will truly help improve their lives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston. Let's see if I can get it right. Kingston and the Isles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to you on your appointment or your affirmation to this position by the House. And I want to congratulate my colleague on her first intervention in this House and her speech on the throne speech. I know that she spent quite a deal of time talking about pharmacare specifically, and the fact that perhaps there was some that was lacking in the throne speech, but I would refer her to the throne speech where it specifically says, too often Canadians fall sick, suffer twice, once from being ill and again from financial hardships caused by the cost of their medications. Given this reality, pharmacare is missing a key piece of universal health care in this country. The government will take steps to introduce and implement national pharmacare so that Canadians have the drug coverage they need. I agree with her, Madam Speaker, that the NDP, under the leadership of Tommy Douglas, played a huge role in seeing Medicare come into this country. And I think that they have the opportunity to play a huge role, particularly in another minority government, just like it was a minority government back then, to see pharmacare become a reality. But can she not at least, Madam Speaker, accept the fact that there is a will within the throne speech to specifically tackle this issue of pharmacare?
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, again, I thank the honourable member for his question, and I am very excited if the Liberal government wants to move forward with a universal single-payer pharmacare program. New Democrats will absolutely want to work with them to ensure that that happens. The problem is, of course, is that, again, we have been waiting since 1997. Canadians have been waiting on Liberal promises since 1997. And I can assure my honourable colleague that in this minority government, as in many other Liberal-led minority governments, New Democrats will fight tooth and nail to ensure that the people of Canada have those programs that they desperately need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? No, the
Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Thank you.
Irene Matheson, who's...
Sorry to interrupt, but is translation working now? No? Your microphone wasn't working. The member's microphone wasn't working. Can we check? Can you try again? Okay. Can you try again, please? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
All right, then I'll just say congratulations again to my colleague for being elected to this House of Commons, and also thanking her predecessor, Irene Matheson, for the incredible work that she's done in all these years as well. In her speech, she mentioned many, many things, and as a strong advocate, I know, for women's rights and on the issue around the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, I would like to see the government to take real action First, to commit to implementing all the calls for justice and to ensure that there is accountability with action and the timeline and the resources allocated to it. I wonder if the member could comment on that.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe. London Fanshawe. Yes, I was.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, Irene, my mother had been an advocate for women for her entire career, not just in this place, but her entire career, and it is something that I am fiercely proud of. And absolutely, this government needs to take action on those calls for justice. As I had worked, and as I had mentioned before, I had worked with the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Couch and past member, and she had served our party as a critic in Indigenous affairs, and it was something that was continuously brought up, and the families, the suffering that they went through time and time again to tell those stories and have to relive it, and to see no action from the government. So it is time to put in solid timelines. It is time to put forward all of those calls for justice. We need to act now. There's absolutely no excuse. And again, this government has committed to putting that nation-to-nation relationship first and foremost. And so we call on this government to do just that.
Very short question from the member from Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations from me as well. And thank you to the honourable member for her intervention and for joining us in this House. In the throne speech, there is an entire section on strengthening the middle class where we address poverty and we address the progress we've made. We're 2 years ahead of mandate already, reducing chronic homelessness in Guelph by 23% just last year. So could the honourable member at least acknowledge that there has been some solid work going on, and together with the NDP, we'll be able to do some solid work together in the year ahead?
Honourable member for London Fanshawe, short answer, please.
I look forward to working with this government for some substantial housing initiatives. Unfortunately, we haven't really seen that much go forward. I know in my own riding, it was actually community groups that led the charge, and they had to do all the work, and it was the federal government that came in with a small amount afterwards, when all of that work had already been done by the municipality, by some of the provincial government advocates, and so I think that there's an expanded role. It's a shame that the government had cancelled in 1993 the National Housing Strategy. That was something that New Democrats certainly have been fighting for and to get back. So if we could get back to a place where the federal government is actually building those affordable units, the 500,000 units that New Democrats have called for, I'll be happy to work with them.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming
the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise. I rise in humility, Madam Speaker, humbled by the confidence that my constituents and neighbours placed in me to be here today, to continue to carry on the working class values of Hamilton Centre that have been brought to this House by my predecessor, the always honourable Mr. David Christopherson, who exemplified the nobility of public service and of which I hope to emulate and pursue here in my work in this House. Madam Speaker, I rise in gratitude to the dozens of grassroots volunteers who organized hundreds of door knocks, going door to door, street to street, neighborhood to neighborhood, talking to my neighbors in Hamilton Centre, without which I would not have the privilege to serve in this duty, and for that I am forever grateful. Madam Speaker, I rise to share the sentiments of the leaders that we've heard here today, talking about the importance of being a parent in this House. I rise to give thanks and gratitude to my incredible spouse, who has been there from day one to support me, and to all the spouses in this House, Madam Speaker, who sacrifice and bear the brunt at home so we can be here in this House. I rise for my son, at 3 years old, who is excited to see Daddy's new place of work. Madam Speaker, the most sacred time in my day, it starts around 7 o'clock when I put my son down to sleep. And I read him those bedtime stories, Madam Speaker, that try to endue him with the characteristics for the person that I want to see him grow up to be. That try to share with him and teach him the values that I want to see this country grow up in. Madam Speaker, my son's name is Langston. And in his namesake, I am reminded about the poem, A Dream Deferred. Madam Speaker, in the words of the throne speech, we have heard the aspirations expressed to this government. And we have heard them before, as we did in 2015. The question is this also going to be a dream deferred? We have heard today, Madam Speaker, many people talk about the divisive nature of our society right now, and some would try to frame it as it being about East versus West. Madam Speaker, I would agree that there is division in this country, but it is not a geographic division. It is between the ultra-wealthy and the working class, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise because I can tell you as a former city councillor, a very proud city councillor in Hamilton, I represented Ward 3. And I would often say that my ward is to Hamilton what Hamilton is to the rest of the country. That when times were good, our steel sector literally built this country. The working class people had enough to provide for their families. They had benefits and pensions that they could rely on. But through some of our free trade deals, we saw these jobs shipped overseas to districts that had lax environmental regulations and lower wages. Well, we've seen a bit of a resurgence in our city. We've also seen recently the erosion of our manufacturing sector when you look at the loss of a company like Hamilton Specialty Bar, bankrupted by Bain Capital. Generations of workers left without the opportunity to provide their families with good benefits and pensions. I stand here for those workers. I stand here today for the water protectors in our city, Madam Speaker, who are protecting and holding accountable the degradation of our Hamilton Harbor through a recent spill that we had. I stand here today for the youth, for Fridays for the Future, our students who campaign on the urgency of climate change. These youth will not accept words. These youth want action now. I stand here today for organizations like the Hamilton Center for Civic Inclusion, an organization I am very proud to represent, Madam Speaker, who stand on the front lines against the rise of growing white supremacy and far-right organizing in our city. I am here for the Disability Justice Network, who are fighting for the most vulnerable in this country. Madam Speaker, I'm here for groups like SASHA, the Sexual Assault Network, who are fighting for women. And I've heard the comments across the way that are conciliatory, that talk about collaboration. And I would like to put to them that if we want to close that division, that profound inequality that we see in this country, we only have to look to the wealthiest 87 families, who from 2012 to 2016 amassed $800 million in wealth, Madam Speaker, who have more wealth than the 12 million lowest earning Canadians. We have to fight back against the commodification of our housing markets, the commodification and financialization of every aspect of our life, Madam Speaker. And so it is in the spirit of cooperation and conciliation with my friends across the way that I would like to move a sub-amendment, seconded by the member from London Fanshawe, to the throne speech, that the amendment be amended by A, replacing the words tax relief for Canadians with a path to a balanced budget with the words making Canada's millionaires, billionaires, and biggest corporations pay their fair share, ensuring that we can fund critical services and make needed investments in the long term. B, by adding the word potential to the words including building 500,000 affordable homes and expanding healthcare to include universal public pharmacare programs and a national dental care program. C, by adding the words climate change, adding after the words climate change, the words with a bold plan, including stronger targets and eliminating subsidies to big polluters who are already profitable. Subsection 5, by addressing the raising cost of living, by taking on the big telecom companies to bring down the cost of phone and internet services that families and small businesses need. D, by replacing the words regimes in Moscow and Beijing and protecting Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic with the words climate crisis and the rise of the far-right extremist leaders. E, by replacing the words with traditional allies such as NATO, Ukraine, and Israel with the words for multilateralism, peace, and justice. F, replacing the words strengthening the relationships with our largest trading partners with the words ensuring that any future trade deal is fair for workers, people, and our environment. And G, deleting all the words after the words unity crisis, which requires, and substituting it with the following. 1, taking immediate action to ensure Indigenous communities have clean drinking water and access to health care and support. 2, respecting provincial jurisdiction and supporting and strengthening Quebec with a united Canada. 3, helping workers, particularly those in Western Canada, struggling to make ends meet with a rapidly changing global economy. 4, by restoring confidence in our national institutions, starting by bringing ethics and accountability to the federal government and making sure that the government listens to people and not just the wealthy and the well-connected, Madam Speaker. That is my sub-amendment.
Fun.
Mr. Green, seconded by Ms. Mattison, moved the following sub-amendment. That the amendment be amended by A, replacing the words tax relief for Canadians with a path to a balanced budget with the words making Canada's millionaires, billionaires, and biggest corporations pay their fair share, ensuring that we can fund critical services and make needed investments for the long term. B, adding, after the word potential, the words including building 500,000 affordable homes and expanding health care to include a universal public pharmacare program and a national dental care program. C, adding after the words climate change, the words with a bold plan, including stronger targets and eliminating subsidies to big polluters who are already profitable. 5, addressing the rising cost of living by taking on the big telecom companies to bring down the high cost of phone and internet services that families and small businesses need. D, replacing the words regimes in Moscow and Beijing and protecting Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic with the words climate crisis and the rise of far-right extremist leaders. E, replacing the words with traditional allies such as NATO, Ukraine, and Israel with the words for multilateralism, peace, and justice. F, replacing the words strengthening the relationship with our largest trading partners with the words ensuring that any future trade deal is fair for workers, people, and our environment. G, deleting all of the words after the words unity crisis, which requires, and substituting the following. Taking immediate action to ensure Indigenous communities have clean drinking water and access to health care and support. 2, respecting provincial jurisdiction and supporting a strengthened Quebec within a united Canada. 3, helping workers, particularly those in Western Canada, struggling to make ends meet within a rapidly changing global economy. 4, restoring confidence in our national institutions, starting by bringing ethics and accountability to the federal government and making sure that the government listens to people and not just to the wealthy and the well-connected. The sub-amendment is in order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Spadina East. Fort York. Sorry.
Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome the member. It's always good to see former city councillors on the floor of the House speaking to the issues that matter to municipalities. And housing was one of the issues that was referenced in the amendments that was just tabled. And I've read the paragraph in the NDP platform on housing and was always curious as a former councillor. It required a third matching funding. That 500,000 homes were going to be built. There's no mention of how they'll be financed, but at an average cost of $360,000, that's a $180 billion program. And if a third has to come from municipalities, which is the NDP platform, the $60 billion, is he aware of cities that have that $60 billion financial capacity and how those cities would come up with $60 billion? To put it in context, but if a third of any federal program comes to Ontario, that's $60 billion alone for Ontario. That means for Toronto, that's a $30 billion program that he's proposing, which will require the City of Toronto to come up with $10 billion, an extra $1 billion a year on top of their tax base in order to fulfill the NDP's pledge as mandated by their platform. Does the member opposite think the City of Toronto has an extra $1 billion lying about? And if they do, why aren't they building housing now with it?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do appreciate the question. The former city councillor will know that under this current national housing strategy, their money doesn't really flow until 2024. So if Toronto had the capacity to build now, they would be building now. But you're quite right. In our platform, it actually does not specify a third. That's under this national housing strategy that they have right now, which, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, only has given a paltry $2.5 billion to social housing, because it is true that municipalities cannot continue to afford to download onto the tax levy what is a national responsibility. So to have the member stand and rise on the national platform that is in fact spending 19% less than the Conservatives at their peak is a very interesting proposition to make. So for us, we're looking to get action now. This can no longer be a dream deferred for the millions of people across the country who are in serious core housing need, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about in Hamilton, we can simultaneously have record numbers of building permits and cranes dotting the sky while simultaneously having record numbers of people living in the streets, Madam Speaker. We have heard this government talk about lifting people out of poverty. My question is where? Who are those people? Because they certainly don't live in Hamilton Centre.
The honourable member for Vancouver. Sorry, again.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley? No, but she's first. Yeah. Sorry, Vancouver
East.
Vancouver East. I will get it. Vancouver East. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know it's short and it's simple. Vancouver East. Van East, if you like, too, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and for the sub-amendment. It is particularly important for the people of Vancouver East on all of the issues that he highlighted, whether it be on the issue around climate emergency, on the issue around housing, on the issue around universal pharmacare, more affordability for people, and so on. Now, one of the issues that he highlighted in the speech was about the climate emergency. And often people will say that the government will say, in fact, we saw in the throne speech that they are going to be dealing with this issue. But yet, this is a government that actually bought a pipeline. This is a government that has actually not tackled the subsidies for the fossil fuel industry. We know, according to the IMF, that to the tune of $60 billion every year is how much Canada is subsidizing the fossil fuel industry. We know that the government is not tackling the loopholes with respect to the tax loopholes for the wealthiest and the biggest corporations. If they did that, we could actually save some $10 billion per year. And so my question to my colleague is this. Would he advocate for the government to once and for all to take the climate emergency seriously and first and foremost undertake action to reduce the subsidies for the fossil fuel industry?
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and what an incredible question. I have to say that not only will we advocate for it, but if you were to look at the amount of money that are put into subsidies for oil and gas, if we can imagine a compelling alternative for transit to shift to a carbon-free economy, we only have to look to our national transit strategy that would offer predictable and sustainable operational funding to public transit that would be expanded, not just east and west, Madam Speaker, but also north and south. We have heard quite compelling stories stories around missing and murdered Indigenous women, and we know that if we provide north and south connectivity between isolated communities through good, public, reliable, safe public transit, Madam Speaker, that we can reduce those highways of tears. And so not only is this just a shift from subsidies, but we have the money there that we can invest in a very ambitious nationalized transit strategy, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the member. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on your election to assist the chair. I really just want to start by saying thank you to constituents of Beaches East York, everyone who supported me in the campaign, supported me at the outset of my political career when really nobody knew who I was. And it's a humbling experience, you know, being a candidate in politics where you have hundreds of people come together all acting on your behalf, on the party's behalf, and helping you as an individual come to this place. So a sincere thank you to the hundreds of people who have contributed in this past election, but also over the years, and of course to my family and especially to my wife, Amy. Now, I'm not sure, Madam Chair, whether because of the last 4 years in this place or in spite of the last 4 years in this place, but I continue to think that this role, being a parliamentarian, government, politics, remains a pathway to making one of the most positive differences we can make in the lives of our neighbors and our fellow citizens. It remains, I think, a noble profession. And we have an opportunity to display that to our fellow Canadians over the next 2 years, 3 years, maybe 4 years, as we see this minority parliament and as we seize the opportunity of this minority parliament. You know, minority parliaments, they hold the potential for greatness, really. Peter Russell, an academic and longtime political scientist who studied minority parliaments and majority parliaments around the world, including here at home, he has called minority parliaments here in Canada some of the most dynamic in our history. And of course, the throne speech makes reference to Pearson, and when we look to the Pearson years, we see cooperation that was able to deliver the Canada Pension Plan, was able to deliver Canada student loans, was able to deliver public health care, was able to deliver the flag. I mean, that 5 years in Canadian history, this Parliament, this place, accomplished more than most parliaments we've seen before. And so this minority situation holds potential for greatness, and it is up to us how we conduct ourselves in this place, whether we seize the opportunity or whether we succumb to partisan politics. Now, one of the jobs in this place is we maybe seize the opportunity, hopefully we seize the opportunity, is to work across the aisle. And in the last Parliament, I had the good fortune to work across the aisle with Murray Rankin of the NDP on cannabis amnesty, with Finn Donnelly of the NDP on the shark fin trade. I had the opportunity to work across the aisle with existing members in this House, current members in this House from the Conservatives and from the NDP to tackle election interference, platform governments, privacy protections. I think, Madam Speaker, if people watched our committee in the last Parliament, one would be hard-pressed to determine who was the Liberal, who was the member from the NDP, and who was the Conservative, and that is how this place should operate, particularly at committee. And I hope we see more of those opportunities in this place going forward. I also worked really hard in the last Parliament to carve out a space. It's not always the easiest thing to do in this business, but to carve out some space for principled independence. And if I heard anything from my constituents in this last election, is they want me and they want people in this place to work together as much as possible to accomplish big ideas for our country. But they also want us to be less partisan and to carve out more of that principled independence and to carry that with us. I want to echo the throne speech, the message that Canadians sent us here with a clear message to work together, and I hope we all take that very seriously going forward. Now, Canadians were also clear about the need to tackle climate change in a much more serious way. I had the good fortune in early June to introduce a bill to require the government to reduce emissions to net zero by 2050. And I was incredibly happy to see that as a core commitment in our platform, and I was incredibly happy to see that as a core and early commitment in the throne speech. Our principal goal in this place, in this Parliament, is to set Canada on a credible path to net zero while we ensure a just transition for affected workers and affected regions. That is our principal challenge in the coming years. And we've come a long way over the last 4 years In early 2016, Environment Canada told us that projected 2030 emissions were 815 megatons. After 4 years of policymaking, that includes methane rules to reduce methane emissions by 40%. It includes phasing out coal-fired electricity. It includes the price on pollution, of course. It included massive investments in public transit, clean tech, energy efficiency. It included the Clean Fuel Standard, which, as an aside, all of us in this place need to keep an eye on because it's in the process of being watered down. But that 815 megatons after 4 years of policymaking is now 592, a 25% reduction. For the first time in my lifetime, we had a federal government that took climate change seriously and actually acted, not just set targets and then blew past them, and that was the fault of Conservatives and Liberals. I agree. But this government, for the first time, set targets and actually took action to meaningfully reduce emissions. Now our task is to build on that progress. And in the platform, we promised a number of important initiatives, expanding electric vehicle charging infrastructure, of course, planting 2 billion trees. We promised to incentivize clean tech businesses in a serious way. And of course, there will be continued investments in public transit and more. But none of those measures add up to where we need to be. And so we are going to require more action, more serious action to meet our international, our intergenerational, and fundamentally our moral obligations in tackling climate change and doing our part. Doing our part, what does that mean? So we have a 2030 target right now that is 512 megatons, and that will be a challenge. But if we take science seriously, the IPCC tells us that the world has to reduce emissions to 45% below 2010 levels by 2030. How many in this place have that number in their head? What does that number mean? It's 380. So our current target is 512. If we were to do, I think, the minimum that we ought to be doing would be doing our best to reach 380 megatons, 45% below 2010 levels by 2030. And it is not an easy task. But if we are not sufficiently ambitious in our goals, we will not be forceful enough in our actions. Now, on the matter of cooperation and climate change, I fundamentally believe in the platform we put forward, strong action, but I also saw a promise from the NDP on independent Climate Accountability Office, and that's really important. A Conservative creation, the Parliamentary Budget Office, holds the government to account on our behalf as parliamentarians, helps us hold the government to account when finance tables a budget. When we turn those long-term goals into 5-year carbon budgets to make sure we have short-term practical climate action, so too we need an independent mechanism to hold the government to account on their carbon budget process. So whether that is housed in the PBO, whether that is housed in the Environmental Commissioner, or whether we adopt a different and independent framework, that promise of independent climate accountability is an important one, and there's an opportunity to work across the aisle. When we look at the promise in our platform on a Just Transition Act, now we can say the Bloc Québécois came back and they represent a good portion of Quebec, but if I'm more honest about regional differences and I see Alberta and Saskatchewan, I know, as a member from Toronto, that the Conservative Party best represents in this place Alberta and Saskatchewan. So if I think about cooperation and working across the aisle, as we develop that Just Transition Act, we absolutely must be learning from, listening to, and heeding the advice of our Conservative colleagues. Now, the throne speech also talked about strengthening the middle class. Obviously, those of us in this place and those of us across the country have heard the Prime Minister and this government mention the middle class once or twice over the years. And increasing the basic personal amount is an important step. It will affect many Canadians. These are big numbers. 20 million Canadians will have their taxes reduced. Hundreds of thousands of Canadians will be brought off the tax roll. And when we increase the basic personal amount from just over $12,000 to $15,000, it will mean that people that really ought not to be paying any taxes at all won't be paying taxes. It will cost $6 billion. And there is a challenge here. It isn't paid for, Madam Speaker. It is deficit financed. And so if I'm being somewhat critical, it is obviously to be implemented and it is our platform promise, but if I'm to be somewhat critical and fair, budgets continue to be sustainable, and I'll believe that as long as the PBO tells me that. But value for money is a different proposition altogether. And we do need to make sure that there is fairness in spending as between generations. And so I do worry, whether a broad-based tax cut or even the increase to OAS, I do worry from a fiscal sustainability standpoint when they are deficit financed. They should be properly paid for. Now, another area of both optimism because of the success and progress over the last 4 years, but also a point of some criticism when we talk about those working hard to join the middle class or low-income Canadians, those struggling with poverty. We have made incredible strides over the last 4 years, a national housing strategy, a housing benefit to come online this year, and we have hundreds of thousands of people who no longer live in poverty. Almost 900,000 people, according to StatsCan numbers. Now, that's incredible progress, but as chair of the Anti-Poverty Caucus in the last Parliament, taking over from Senator Eggleton, who continues to do incredible advocacy on a basic income, as chair of that Anti-Poverty Caucus, I would be remiss if I didn't note not only the incredible progress, but also a lack of similar ambition in this place going forward. We brought hundreds of thousands of Canadians out of poverty by increasing the Canada Child Benefit and the GIS. And going forward, I do not see similar promises from any party, frankly, that is going to lift that same significant number, the next number of Canadians out of poverty. But good news, another area of potential collaboration. A little bit of history, Madam Speaker, but when Ralph Goodale was the Minister of Finance, he introduced a measure, a basic income support like OAS, like GIS, like the Canada Child Benefit, but for the working poor. It wasn't implemented, a good Liberal idea at the time. But it became a good Conservative idea when Finance Minister Jim Flaherty introduced it in this place and actually made it a reality. And the namesake of his riding, it was Whitby, the Working Income Tax Benefit. And in the last Parliament, we increased that significantly. And while I'm not sure how many people were paying attention to the member from Timmins, James Bay, and the leadership, but he was calling for it to be increased. So we had a Liberal finance minister, a Conservative finance minister, and an NDP troublemaker all call for the same measure to be increased. And when we look at the total numbers, we see over $50 billion a year for seniors in OAS and GIS. We see over $20 billion a year for children through the Canada Child Benefit. And even after the increases of the last Parliament, we see only $2 billion a year for a basic income support for the working poor, the people who are working multiple jobs and struggling to get by, the people who need it the most. That's where the action should be in this place on poverty reduction, when it's an idea already that we all agree on. Now, the throne speech also talked about keeping Canadians safe, and there are so many different ways we can talk about keeping Canadians safe. For those of you who are not in this place in the last Parliament, a member of my Young Liberals, Reese Fallon, was killed in the Danforth shooting. The hardest speech I ever had to give was at her funeral, and a great honor for our community and the family that the Prime Minister is so engaged that he was able to come to that funeral. But we need action, and in this platform, we saw action. And then the question becomes, how do we make that action as effective as possible? And a reminder for all of us in this place that defaults matter. So if we are going to give cities the power to set their own rules, there ought to be a baseline set of rules that cities can opt out of if we truly want that policy to be effective. Now, keeping Canadians safe, I'm happy to say that working across the aisle in the last Parliament on privacy issues, we saw a great deal of that work and those promises from our committee, those recommendations from our committee, become promises in our platform, and we are going to keep Canadians safe online. As my 3-year-old grows up, he will live his entire life online, and we need rules to reflect his reality. We have thousands of Canadians who continue to die because of a contaminated drug supply and our opioid crisis. We have, again, referencing StatsCan numbers, but for the first time in the last 40 years, life expectancy has stalled, attributed to the opioid crisis. We've had thousands of people die, and if it were not from substance use, I guarantee that there would be a more committed governmental response from provinces. As a federal government, we took significant action over the last 4 years. But we don't see that collective action across parties and across provinces to address this real public health crisis. And so what next? We see the throne speech rightly say, we've done much, but there is more to do. And fundamentally, I hope we all agree in this place with this simple premise, that we should treat drug use as a health issue, Yes, tackle traffickers. Yes, tackle producers. But the very people who need our help, patients who should be treated as patients, not as criminals. We do it for alcohol. We do it for gambling. We ought to do it for all substances. That is how we fundamentally save lives. And if we start with that premise that we treat drug use as a public health issue, and we all agree on that, then let's work together on what that means in legislation. My constituents have also called for a faster strategy to tackle rare diseases, continue to call for a universal approach, a national approach to pharmacare, and I know that that was referenced in the throne speech and our platform, and there was a lot of good work in the last Parliament. I have a 13-year-old constituent, Helena Kirk. She was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 3. She went through 841 days of chemotherapy. She met with the Prime Minister, met with the Science Minister, met with the Health Minister, and in our platform we had a $30 million commitment to pediatric cancer research, largely because of Helena's advocacy. I want to thank Helena for her hard work, and Helena, we're going to do as much as we can to save your friends' lives. And the last thing, because it's not only about keeping Canadians safe, it's also about, I think, all living beings in Canadian society who think, feel, and love, and that does, Madam Speaker, include animals in our society. That includes our pets and more. And so we made progress in the last Parliament on animal protections, and we have to continue to build on that progress. Now, the throne speech importantly talked about moving forward on reconciliation. First, I want to talk to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal case. And if money is no object, and I've heard the minister say money is no object, we have to, at the end of January, we have to walk into that tribunal and we have to deliver submissions that properly set out a path for just compensation and say money is no object, this is what it's going to cost, and this is a fair path forward. And I will be looking very, very closely. Having already spoken to the minister, I will be looking very, very closely at our submissions at the end of January. We need to make sure that those who have suffered discrimination in our society by the government receive due compensation. We've seen incredible progress on clean water, an issue that I hear a lot about from my constituents in my community. Over the last 4 years, over 60% of long-term boil water advisories on reserve were lifted. We injected $2 billion into the system, and when the PBO said more money was needed, more money was provided, and we remain on track to lift all advisories within the 5-year commitment. But there's another specific project in Grassy Narrows that needs to be made a priority. And again, I was very pleased to hear the minister say money is no object. That facility will be built with federal support. I will be looking at that very closely. And implementing UNDRIP. I ran into Romeo Saganash just very briefly when he was here the other day, and we spoke about how our promise in the platform is that his bill is a floor. And I hope to see the amendments made to his bill that were not adopted in the last Parliament. I hope to see his bill as a floor. We have a historic opportunity to implement UNDRIP and provide rights to our Indigenous peoples that they fundamentally deserve. And a final note on reconciliation, which is our urban Indigenous communities. Frankly, I did not see enough in our platform, in the throne speech. We need a much stronger commitment to our urban Indigenous communities. When we see in Ontario alone, some of the estimates I've seen is that over 80% of Indigenous people in Ontario don't in fact live on reserve. We need to make sure that Indigenous Services understands that and is able to deliver services properly to our urban Indigenous communities. On Canada's place in the world, again, great successes over the last 4 years. We saw greater fairness in our immigration and refugee system. Our refugee numbers, just to be clear, we brought in more refugees last year than any other country in the world. We are doing our part and we are doing the right thing. My community, I have a very strong Bangladeshi community, and they called on me to be vocal on the Rohingya refugee crisis, and I was, and this government was, on the recommendations of Bob Rae, and I'm very proud of the government's efforts on that issue in the last Parliament. We need to continue to take that leadership on the global stage on human rights. We need to continue to defend and support our multilateral institutions. What are we best at is fundamentally helping support institutions, whether it's training judges, election commissioners, parliamentary processes. We need to double down on what we are best at. We are doing it in some countries, but clearly other countries, when we see what is going on around the world, could use some of that stable support, democratic decision-making from the Canadian Parliament and the Canadian people. And we see, and I want to close with this, Madam Speaker, is global climate action. We saw great leadership in the last Parliament on phasing out coal, not only domestically, but also abroad. We were global leaders in helping the rest of the world chart this path. We need to continue to do that work, and we can't do that work if we don't do the strong work at home to meet our emission reduction targets. We have to help lead our country and the world on this defining issue of our time. And let me just close, Madam Speaker, by saying and reiterating, we have in this Parliament, this minority Parliament, a real opportunity to work together on these big ideas, on these big issues that can make such a difference in the lives of Canadians and citizens of the world. Let's seize that opportunity. Please, let's not waste it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from Beaches East York for his speech and his thoughtful remarks. And I can attest that the 3-year-old son he talked about is the apple of his eye, and a very, very cute 3-year-old. I will say on the record, enhancer. I think some of the points he raised on the growing need to have some sort of regulation about the social media giants is a critical challenge that we will face in this Parliament. And I think in many ways, if we don't do that, we're going to see a continuation of the preference bubble approach to politics, where because the secret algorithms and everything else almost encourages people to only listen to voices within their own tribe. And the rhetoric that we see that's often influenced by foreign actors as well is limiting discourse. And so I really like the fact that in the last Parliament, Conservative committee led by my friend from Prince George and this member and others, combined with other parliamentarians from other countries, to start tackling these issues. Now, while there wasn't much in the throne speech on this, Madam Speaker, I wonder if this member can speak to that work and if there's ability for some bipartisan or cross-partisan support to really get a handle on this for our children's future, but also for the future of serious political discourse in Canada.
Thank you. The honourable member for East York. Yes.
Thanks very much for the question, and this is a member who I hope to be able to work closely with in this coming Parliament on any number of issues. And he mentions the good work of the member from Prince George. I would add the member from Timmins, James Bay. I would add the member from Thornhill, and of course many members from this side of the House as well. And we were able to attend in London, 3 of us representing 3 different parties. And as I mentioned in my remarks, one would be hard-pressed to know which party we represented. We were there on behalf of Canada, working with our international partners from different parties as well. You'd be hard-pressed when you looked at the UK Parliament to know who the Tory was and who the Labour members were. And that fundamentally is the approach that bears results. And so when we look at tackling tech, and we can talk about GDPR-like rules, and that became a growing consensus at our committee, cross-partisan. We also look at algorithmic transparency, the ability to audit algorithms to understand what are the positive and negative impacts of these algorithms that are being employed that are affecting our lives and affecting society. And we have, in fact, on public sector, we have, if a department or agency wants to employ an algorithm that is going to have a potential adverse effect, they've got to answer 80 some odd questions. They're into 4 risk categories. Depending upon the risk category, they take certain remedial efforts. And a private sector company that has many more data points and is doing many more things has no obligations whatsoever. And that obviously needs to change.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Isles.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Beaches East York for his intervention today. And he opened up by talking a little bit about the early days, and what a lot of people probably don't know is that the member from Beaches East York and I both ran for City Council in 2006 in the city of Kingston. We didn't run against each other. We were running in neighboring districts, and if I remember correctly, he was actually a Queen's student at the time. And unfortunately, the people of Kingston didn't select him. I don't think they were quite ready for him at the time. But it is great to be sitting in this house with him now. He talked specifically about the strength that we can see and the collaboration that can happen in minority governments. And indeed, he did hit on some of the very important work that has been accomplished by minority governments. While it's creating the CPP, healthcare, the creation of the flag, as he mentioned. These are all real things that can happen in a minority government or a minority parliament when parties choose to work together. I'm wondering if he can comment on what he sees the main struggles to that would be, to getting that collaboration to work, and how he sees that we could possibly overcome that.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
I want to thank the member for highlighting my previous inadequacies. I joke that in that election I learned everything not to do, and it is actually, if there's any lesson in politics from running as a student in Kingston, where I did not have a real community around me. When I was successful, it was because when I ran in Beaches East York, where I grew up, where my parents were teachers, where I played baseball my whole life, where that is my community, and fundamentally, you ought not to get in politics unless you're representing your community. And lastly, one can achieve greatness, be the representative, city councillor in Kingston, maybe the mayor of Kingston, and one could have been a bouncer before that. So we all come from humble backgrounds in our own way. On the question of cooperation, fundamentally, rules can help change things, but it depends on culture, and that culture depends upon the way we conduct ourselves in this place and outside of this place. And I think there are great opportunities. Challenges are, of course, we want to win an election. Everyone wants to win an election, and the election is always forever on the horizon in a minority parliament. That is the fundamental challenge, is how we set aside that partisanship, knowing that the election is on the horizon. And fundamentally, it comes down to us, how we conduct ourselves, and we need to take an approach that says, let's put cooperation first, and let's put Canadians first.
The Honourable Member for...
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Sorry? Which one?
Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Oh, about here. Right. Whoa. Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also just wanted to thank the member opposite for acknowledging that Conservatives know best about the issues in Saskatchewan and Alberta. So hopefully we'll be able to work together on those issues. He seems to be a financially aware individual. So can the member across explain why they continue to impose a carbon tax when Alberta and Saskatchewan are already utilizing technology and not taxation to lower emissions?
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
I heard the same thing, that provinces could reduce carbon emissions without a price. And when I look at the Auditor General's work in Ontario, it actually is not always the case that happens. And so we know if we're serious about, if we truly are serious about taking the most market-based mechanism we can, relying upon the market, not picking winners, what does that mean? That means a price on pollution. It allows different technologies to develop, and we make sure the social cost, the externality, the negative externality, if we're talking economics and financial language, we need to make sure that negative externality is internalized in the cost of the good at the point of purchase, and that is what a price on pollution does. It is a conservative idea going back to Ronald Coase, who was not a liberal, and that's fundamentally the best way to tackle climate change.
Here. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member, I was ready last time, for South Okanagan West Kootenay. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. It's always good to hear his nonpartisan views from the other side of the aisle. And I just wanted to, he talked about the urgency of the climate crisis. I just wanted to ask him if he could comment on the fact that, we have a Trans Mountain pipeline that was supposed to make this government money, and in some Orwellian fashion, they were going to use that money to do good things for the environment. And yet, we hear now from the Parliamentary Budget Office that we're not making any profits at all. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on that and why we have to stand up to the oil and gas companies and stop subsidizing the fossil fuel industry and instead move to a low-carbon future.
Statements by members. Un honorable député de Beaches East York.
Thank you very much for the question. Of course, I agree that we ought to subsidize the things that we want, which is more and cleaner technologies, and not subsidize things we don't want, which is technologies that hurt the environment. But I want to be clear, when the oil and gas sector or other industries can move the needle in reducing emissions, and there are opportunities potentially to offer incentives for them to reduce emissions if they otherwise wouldn't. And really what we should be looking at is the dollar cost per emission reductions and where the efficiencies might be. On the Trans Mountain Pipeline specifically, I always understood that the bulk of the profits, to the extent we see them, are when the project's completed, because that is when the capacity is going to be able to increase, and we're going to see more revenue generated in our economy and more tax revenue, certainly. And let me just note that supply-side measures are incredibly hard to accomplish when there aren't alternatives in the marketplace. So phasing out coal-fired electricity makes a good deal of sense because there are alternatives and we can see emission reductions. But, you know, taking a supply-side measure on oil and gas today in Canada, what's going to happen? We're going to see the same global demand. Global supply is more than sufficient to meet that global demand, and we will have frittered away industry in Canada and made not a difference at all to tackle the overall picture of global climate change. And so we have to be very careful about supply-side measures and blocking projects in Canada without considering the impacts around the world.
Great answer.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to give my warmest holiday wishes to my constituents in Nanaimo Ladysmith and to all Canadians. I also want to congratulate Greg McDougall and the innovative team at Harbour Air. On Tuesday morning, I watched with enormous pride as Harbour Air made history with a test flight of the world's first fully electric commercial aircraft. Harbour Air is a regional airline that provides an important transportation link between coastal communities in southern BC. They have been working in partnership with Magnex to become the world's first fully electric airline by converting their seaplanes to E-planes. With the success of Tuesday's test flight, they moved closer to the goal and positioned a Canadian business as a global leader in zero-emissions air travel. This company has seen both the challenge and opportunity posed by climate change and have stepped up for our children and grandchildren. I can't wait to take my first trip on an E-plane. Congratulations, Harbour Air.
Are the is okay? I just want to double check. Everyone can hear me? Tout le monde peut m'entendre? Okay, the honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank the residents of Surrey Newton for once again placing their trust in me. I'm truly humbled by this support and will continue to remain highly accessible, and more importantly, I will always put their voices ahead of all other considerations. With that in mind, I would like to acknowledge the youth-led volunteer organization Sings Doing Things on the 4th annual Food and Toy Drive. This past Sunday, over 225 volunteers came together to support the Surrey Food Bank in their single largest collection effort of 2019. Over 60,000 pounds of food was collected through the generous donation from the community. I want to give a special thanks to the donors, organizers, and volunteers of Sings Doing Things for all their hard work in helping the less fortunate.
Bravo.
Honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I rise to proudly pay tribute to a great Canadian business icon, Mr. Don Penny, upon his recent passing. Don's legacy is acknowledged across the country as he was a founding partner of the accounting company Myers Norris Penny, now known as MNP. Becoming CEO in 1977, he was proud that the small accounting firm that started in Brandon, Manitoba, now has offices across Canada and employs more than 4,500 people. In recognition of his business acumen and philanthropic spirit, he received our nation's highest honor, the Order of Canada. But Don never forgot his roots. Whether he was in Brandon, Clear Lake, or Bay Street, he was always the same kind and generous man, helping everyone he knew. I offer sincere condolences to his wife Sandra, son Darren, daughter Leanne, stepdaughters Rhonda and Carla, and 5 grandchildren. Canada, and particularly Western Manitoba, has lost a great leader, visionary, and philanthropist in Mr. Don Penny. May he rest in eternal peace.
The honourable member for Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to thank the people of Saint-Laurent from the bottom of my heart who yet again have put their trust in me by electing me.
Opportunity to thank all of my volunteers who donated of their time and money to make it possible for me to return to this place to represent the community and the riding that I love so much once again. With the holidays quickly approaching, I'd like to take this opportunity to wish everyone a very happy and healthy holiday season. Whether you're celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, or Kwanzaa, I hope that this is a time of joy, peace, prosperity, and lots of quality time with your family and loved ones. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous.
I wish you all a very happy holiday and a good year. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I believe that being able to die in serenity and peace without suffering is something that we all hope for, is it not? Gloria Taylor, Kay Carter, Jean Trochon, Nicole Gladieux have this message. My death, like my life, belongs to me. Our right to make our own choices as set out in the law through the principle or the right to self-determination and its corollary, free and informed consent, is never in doubt throughout our lives, even during emergencies. So why then would it be otherwise for people who are facing unbearable suffering or an incurable and irreversible illness or affliction? Why should it be otherwise for mentally sound individuals who are not depressed or suicidal and who wish to show their desire to live their life to the fullest until they reach their threshold of what is tolerable? Colleagues, let us make medically assisted dying a priority for this Parliament without partisanship. The Bloc will cooperate. We have the duty to move forward together.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Speaker, from the neighbourhoods of Wishingwell, Bamberg Circle, Lamoureux Steeles, and Glendower, I want to thank the people of Scarborough Agincourt for the honour of representing them once again. Shepherd Village is Toronto's largest not-for-profit seniors community and has been in my riding since 1961. They are an active community and just recently had their milestone birthday party celebration, celebrating residents turning 95 years old and up. You really do have to be 95 years up to be part of this group. Congratulations to Olive Marr, who will be celebrating her 108th birthday soon. Wow. Seniors are important, and that is why we look forward to providing an increase to their OAS by 10% for those 75 years and up, and a 25% increase to the Canada Pension Plan survivor benefits for widows and widowers. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Tobic-Mactaquac.
Merci, Mr. President. Today I rise to thank the good people of Tobic-Mactaquac who elected me to be their voice here in Ottawa. I also want to thank my family, especially my beautiful wife, Crystal, and our 3 children, Veda, Walker, and Mariah, for being there to support me. During the campaign, my father's lunch bucket became a very important symbol to me. My father is 68 years old and still works at the pulp mill in Nakawik. It's because of people like my father and mother who work in our factories, wait on our tables, as well as the farmers who grow our food and those who develop our natural resources, as well as those who truck and ship our goods, that I am here today. They are the ones who are so often overlooked, ignored, and increasingly looked down upon. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, those who've been forgotten and feel disconnected from the decisions being made here will always have a voice. They will be heard. They will have their rights and livelihoods defended until we make it onto that side of the House and bring about the changes they are desperately longing for. On this side of the House and in this seat, we will remember those who carry the buckets. Merci. What we are.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Today to celebrate the life of an extraordinary human being, Gordon Bean, a tremendous public servant for 30 years and someone with whom I had the privilege to serve. Gord left us far too soon, but not before teaching those whose lives he touched what it means to love, serve, and be a friend. Gord lit up every room he entered and was the friend that everyone only dreamed of having. He was the most selfless person I ever met. Even during the last 2 months, there was never a thought for himself, only worries about those whom he would leave behind. Gord lived his life to make life better for others, and he did. To Gord's devoted life partner, Craig Richardson, Gord's father, siblings and their families, Shelley Dewar and her family, thank you for sharing him. Let's all take time to be kind and do something for a friend or stranger to honor Gordon Bean.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our communities play a key role in protecting our environment and fighting climate change.
To commend the District of Squamish for taking a leadership role in the climate emergency by supporting the national and constitutional price on carbon that our government has introduced. And this is through its participation as an intervener in the Supreme Court of Canada. It is with great pleasure that I was able to participate in the submission of the application to have Howe Sound recognized as a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve last week. First Nations, governments, NGOs, and citizens have come together to pursue a common goal of a healthy and thriving Howe Sound. And I'm grateful for the ongoing leadership of Ruth Simons and Joyce Williams, and I wish to congratulate the hard work of the community to date in restoring this important ecosystem. J'ai hâte de collaborer.
I am eager to work with my colleagues on these issues, and I'm convinced that by working together, we can achieve great things.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the residents and businesses of Barrie Innisfil have always come to the aid of families, seniors, and the vulnerable in our community at Christmas. This year has been no different. Once again, the South Simcoe Police Service have had another successful Stuff the Command Center toy drive. With food bank use increasing, Pastor Howard and Beulah Courtney of the Innisfil Food Bank are doing whatever they can to help families have a magical Christmas dinner, and close to 5,000 pounds of food was recently delivered to the Barrie Food Bank by Barrie Ford, Barrie Chrysler, and 400 Chrysler. But this year has been challenging for a couple of Christmas campaigns. Barrie and District Christmas Cheer, which helps 1,700 families, is a far cry from its $250,000 target, and the annual Salvation Army Kettle Drive is also struggling to meet its fundraising goals this season. I know the residents of Barrie Innisfil will come through. To everyone working to help those less fortunate, thank you for showing us what Christmas is about. And from my family to yours, a very Merry Christmas, a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year.
The honourable member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker.
Opportunity to thank the residents of Orléans for giving me their trust on October 21st. Je suis honorée.
I am honoured to represent them here in this House.
November 30th, I had the pleasure of participating in this year's annual Santa's Parade of Lights for the first time as a Member of Parliament for Orléans. Le défilé de lumière.
Santa's Parade of Lights was attended by nearly 130,000 people who lined St. Joseph Boulevard, which we proudly call the heart of Orleans.
Organized by the members of the Ottawa Professional Firefighters Association, led by Bob Rainbow and Ken Walton, raises money and toys for the Firefighters Help Santa Toy Fund. Congratulations, félicitations to all participants and volunteers who helped make this year's parade such a huge success.
Honourable member for Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something historic happened this week in my home province of British Columbia. History was made when Harbour Air founder and CEO Greg McDougall completed the world's first flight for an all-electric commercial plane. In the air for less than 10 minutes, Greg said after the flight that the retrofitted float plane wanted to fly. With the potential to fly about 160 kilometers before it needs to be recharged, the retrofitted de Havilland Beaver proves that commercial electric flight is possible. And we can proudly say we did it first in BC. Congratulations to Greg and everyone at Harbour Air and its partner Magix for this milestone achievement. Congratulations, Greg.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, it's a tremendous honour to rise in the House for the very first time to thank the very many people that got me here. Firstly, thank you to the constituents of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa for placing their trust in me. It is a privilege to take this seat to represent you, and I will never forget who I'm working for. Thank you to my family, to my kids, Hannah and Mike, and especially to my wife, Lee, for the dedication and for the support. As a farmer and an eternal optimist, I hope to achieve real results in this Parliament. I pledge to stand up for our farmers and the communities they support, to constantly advocate for the residents of my riding, and defend the rural way of life. It is to what the constituents deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, it's becoming more and more expensive for average Canadians to pay their bills. Costs are going up across the country, and in Alberta in particular, families are struggling. Car insurance rates have gotten more expensive, electricity bills are higher, and just this week, parents are learning that they will have to pay out of their own pockets for their kids to ride the school bus. On top of all of this, Canadians are still paying some of the highest fees for cell phones and internet bills in the world because this government refuses to do what's right and put the needs of people ahead of the demands of the telecom industry. No matter where you live in Canada, you should be able to stay connected without breaking the bank. Wishing, hoping, and just claiming that industries regulate themselves, it just won't work. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need a price cap on their cell phone and internet bills.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to two constituents in Berthier-Maskinongé for their extraordinary contribution to civil society. At the most recent convocation at the University of Sherbrooke, Amélie Dranville from Île-du-Pas received her third Governor General's Medal for her excellent grades. Getting this prestigious award 3 times is a rare achievement, and our entire region is very proud of her. Recently, the Commission des Services Juridiques du Québec awarded the Robert Sauvé Prize to Mr. Michel Purcell, coordinator for the organization Travail de Rue Communautaire in the MRC of Maskinongé. He's a resident of Saint-Paulin. He's a pioneer in rural community support services. He has been working with the most marginalized members of our society for over 25 years. This award highlights his exceptional contribution to our community. Congratulations, Mr. Purcell, and best wishes for the future.
Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, December 28th will mark the 76th anniversary of the Battle of Ortona, World War II Italian campaign. The battle described by those who were there as having, quote, the qualities of a nightmare. Ortona took place over the course of 8 bitter days during Christmas of 1943. Victory would cost 502 Canadian lives. The best estimates put civilian deaths at 1,300. Sadly, the town had not been evacuated before being overrun by retreating Germans. The fighting in Ortona that Christmas was hand to hand. Ortona is just one example of the extreme sacrifices Canadians made in the hellish conditions of the Italian campaign. The campaign raged on for 1 year, 10 months, and 22 days. Sacrifices we must always honor, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Montreal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 'Twas the last sitting week before Christmas. And who knew that Cuzner's Christmas poem tradition would be assumed by a Jew? But whether we light the menorah or a big Christmas tree, parliamentarians are asking for presents. On that, we agree. For our Conservative colleagues, I know today has been a shock. In the spirit of the holidays, I'll go straight to the block. And for the block leader, flushed with success, for Mr. Claus, he had but one request. When flying over Quebec, please remove that red suit. It's a religious symbol, and ugly to boot. For the NDP, pharmacare was on the list. It's supported by the government, so they've requested a twist. They asked Santa, who was known for passing out candy, to put dental care on the agenda. Wouldn't that be dandy? And when it comes to our PM, we know what he wants, all being equal. No more hot mics and a new Star Wars sequel. So I wish all members some holiday cheer. Enjoy your family and friends and maybe some beer. And when we come back in January, let's see the light. Let's work together for Canadians and let's get it right.
Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last month, 71,000 Canadians lost their jobs. Now, this is shocking when you compare it to the 266,000 jobs created in the same month in the U.S. Broken down by sector, the story gets even worse. Natural resource jobs in Canada decreased by 3%, while they grew by 15% in America. Manufacturing job creation in the U.S. was more than double what it is in Canada. Will the Prime Minister admit that he is creating the conditions for a made-in-Canada recession?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, first let me start by recognizing the Honourable Member's service to this House and to his party and hope that he has many more years doing that. I know that we need to look at the month-by-month numbers because they tell us about what's going on across our country. They tell us about Canadians that are struggling, people that are facing up to real challenges in their lives. Our goal is to continue investing. We know that the program we've done over the last 4 years has created, together with Canadians, over 1 million new jobs. So we're going to continue to invest to make sure we deal with the challenges across our country, improving the situation for Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
But the plan is not working, Mr. Speaker. This government scared off 56% of foreign direct investment. $100 billion in energy projects were cancelled. Canadian companies are forced to close and sell their equipment to American companies, who then pursue the operations. It seems like this Prime Minister is doing more to create jobs outside of the country than inside the country. Our country needs to focus on jobs and growth again. Will the Liberals present an economic update this week? Honourable Minister of Finance. It's very important to have a clear approach to the economy and to give Canadians information about the state of our finances. There will be an update in the coming days. What I can say now is that we will be continuing on with our approach to invest in Canadians, to invest in infrastructure, and this way we will have significant growth in the country and low in unemployment. Thank you. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is that their high tax, high regulation, big borrowing approach isn't working. It may be creating jobs in other countries. Foreign direct investment into Canada has fallen by 56% since this government came to power. Over $100 billion of investment in the energy sector has been cancelled. And 5 G8 countries have a significantly lower unemployment rate than does Canada, including Japan, Germany, the US, the UK, and even Russia. Will the Prime Minister abandon this course of action?
The Honourable Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by acknowledging that we do need to continue to focus on how we can ensure the economy does well. Our approach has been to make investments in our economy, and that approach has clearly been working. We've been able to have a higher level of growth than we would have had otherwise. We are expected next year to have among the highest levels of growth in the G7 countries. And of course, we're going to continue to invest across the country to make sure that we have strong employment all across the country, including in those regions of our country that are experiencing particular challenges.
Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the official opposition was finally briefed on the new NAFTA after it was signed. And we still have a lot of questions, more questions than answers. We have a lot of concerns about the aluminum, automotive, and agricultural sectors. The Prime Minister would love for us to ratify this agreement without any real scrutiny. When will the Liberals publish impact assessments for this new NAFTA? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. This agreement puts an end to the existential threat that our country was facing from the time Donald Trump first threatened to rip up NAFTA. That was a real issue for our economy and our country. We avoided that threat. For Canada, the only step left is to ratify this agreement. Endangering the ratification of the new NAFTA would mean playing partisan politics and putting that above of the national interest. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
We're asking for the economic impact analysis so we can make an informed decision. While the Prime Minister's undiplomatic behavior at Buckingham Palace is providing comedians with new skit material, for Canadians this is no laughing matter. The relationship between Canada and the United States is crucial. Canada's foreign policy, domestic defense policy, and trade partnerships are all shaped by historically strong and positive relationship with the United States. What will this Prime Minister do to regain a sense of trust and partnership with the President of the United States so that Canada's interests are defended?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what our Prime Minister will do and what he is already doing, and that is get a modernized trade deal with the United States, our neighbor and most important partner, ratified. And I must say, we are in a minority parliament. We are aware of that. And so this is a responsibility, and let me say it is a grave historical responsibility of every member of this House.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Steel is protected, but aluminum is not. Aluminum is made in Quebec and steel in Ontario. Once again, Ontario put the interests, or rather sacrificed the interests of Quebec over the interests of the rest of Canada. Aluminum workers were abandoned, just like dairy farmers before them, just like cheese farmers, just like Rona's employees, forestry workers, and people who work in our shipyards in Quebec. It seems clear that the government is not protecting the workers of Quebec. Will they provide such a commitment? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is determined to defend aluminum workers and the aluminum industry. We fought to have American tariffs on aluminum lifted completely. Only Canada and Mexico were able to do that. When the new NAFTA is ratified, we will have a guarantee of 70% of North American aluminum in North American built cars. Previously, that was 0%. We need to get this deal ratified. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. It seems that only the government believes that, Mr. Speaker. Economic nationalism serves Quebecers and Quebec workers well, but the government is sacrificing that to the interests of the rest of Canada. The Prime Minister won't stop repeating that he's protecting aluminum workers. Well, it's true that he protected those who are in China, India, and Russia. Does the Prime Minister realize that he is inviting aluminum plants to give up their investments in Quebec and move their investments to Asia so that the aluminum made there will then be imported back into Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's very important. This is a very important moment for the House. And it's important to talk about facts and reality. The reality is that this modernized agreement will provide benefits to the aluminum sector. It will provide gains to Quebec and to all Canadians. This is no time for partisanship. This is a time to defend the national interest.
Honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Mr. Speaker, yesterday all parliamentarians agreed that the government needs to accept the court ruling on discrimination against Indigenous children. This means that the government needs to respect that ruling, stop taking children and their families to court, and the government needs to ensure that children and their families don't end up before the courts or in the justice system. So my question is, will the Prime Minister now stop taking Indigenous children to court? The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Affairs. We need to compensate Indigenous children who suffer discrimination due to former government policies. We're looking for a fair and comprehensive policy. That's why I asked my Assistant Deputy Minister to speak to stakeholders and to try to find the best solution possible to deal with all children affected. Our goal is to reform the child welfare system, and this work is ongoing. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. Indigenous kids and their families have sent a clear message. Stop taking us to court and stop discriminating against us. It's pretty simple. And the thing is, Mr. Speaker, the tribunal decision didn't just say that the government discriminated Indigenous kids. They said it was willful, it was reckless. And the result is kids are dying. So the question is very simple. The whole House agreed to follow the tribunal's decision. Will this government respect basic human rights and stop taking Indigenous kids to court?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Again, today, Mr. Speaker, we are in full compliance with all of the CHRT's orders to address all the overrepresentation of First Nations children in care. We've almost doubled funding to Child and Family Services with over 483,000 Jordan Principles requests that have been approved, and we agree that the most recent orders for compensation for First Nation children harmed by government policies must be respected. What the CHRT has asked parties to do is to sit down and work out what exactly the compensation will look like. That's right. And that's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister is very well known for her support for the international rules-based order. In fact, she once told this House that it was absolutely essential for Canada's interest to make sure we stand up for a rules-based order. Does the Deputy Prime Minister still believe it's essential for Canada to stand up for an international rule of law based order in all our trade agreements, including NAFTA?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me give you a few of the reasons why the new NAFTA is a much better agreement for supporting the rules-based international order than the agreement it will replace. One is that in the new NAFTA, we have a much stronger state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism, formerly Chapter 20, now Chapter 31. Second, we have gotten rid of ISDS, which is inappropriate in our trade relationship with the United States. And third, we have maintained Chapter 19.
Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the international rules-based order is more than just a slogan, Mr. Speaker. This modernization of NAFTA, and particularly as it comes to aluminum, should ensure that the three partners in NAFTA adhere to the highest rules, ensure that there is no transshipment allowing foreign aluminum into our country, and to make sure that the rules of origin for steel can be applied to aluminum to make sure that our world-class sector is successful. Was the minister successful in all the aluminum rule of origin objectives in the negotiation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with regards to aluminum, let me tell you what our government has been successful in doing. First of all, we have been successful in getting the 232 tariffs on aluminum lifted. This is no small thing, and let's be clear, Canada is today the only major aluminum producer with tariff-free access to the U.S. market. Second, in the new NAFTA, which will come into force with support from my friends across the aisle very soon, I trust, the aluminum sector will benefit from an additional 70% content requirement.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, Sylvain Melte from the Steelworkers Union is here today expressing his concerns about the aluminum sector and the fact that it's not further protected. The government was so eager to get a deal, it failed to defend or respect the cleanest aluminum sector on the planet. I remember when the Prime Minister came to my riding and swore up and down that he would fight to defend aluminum workers. What does he intend to do to protect our market and help export more aluminum from Saguenay? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, today I also met with the Metal Workers Union, and I have visited their factories twice. We talked about the aluminum sector in Quebec. It was a constructive conversation, as all of my conversations with our aluminum unions have been. As workers know, we are committed to defending their sector and the workers.
For Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, there's pain in Canada's auto industry. The loss of 1,500 jobs at Chrysler, 450 job losses at Ford, and the closing of our GM assembly plant in Oshawa. Evidence of a crisis ignored by this Prime Minister. Now, at a time when he should be focusing on keeping jobs in Canada, the Prime Minister has agreed to new rules that hurt the Canadian aluminum industry and has spent his time focusing on the best way to draw the ire of the U.S. President. Mr. Speaker, when will this Prime Minister start focusing on the crisis in Canada's auto sector?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've always supported the auto workers in the auto sector. It's investments by this government of $440 million that's leveraged over $6 billion of investments in the automotive sector since 2015. And in the first 3 years of our mandate, we've seen the creation of 10,000 new jobs in the automotive sector because we turned the corner, as opposed to the Conservative government. In their first 3 years, they lost 20,000 jobs before the recession even hit. And with respect to the new NAFTA, the rules of origin will provide more opportunities for Canadian supply chain because more of those parts will be sourced locally.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, while our neighbours to the south added more than 250,000 jobs last month, here in Canada, 71,000 Canadians lost their jobs. And that's not even bad compared to what's happening in the natural resources and energy sector. Over the past 2 years, employment in Canadian mining, oil, and gas has shrunk by over 3%, while in the U.S., in those same sectors, they've grown by over 15%. This is what happens when you have a Prime Minister who does not support our oil, gas, and mining sectors. When will the Prime Minister finally get to work doing something to get jobs back in these industries?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Speaker, I am happy to report that the past couple of weeks have been somewhat good for getting our resources to market, and I'll tell you why. Not only is construction on TMX underway, but I am also happy to report.
I'm just going to have to interrupt the Honourable Minister for a second. I'm having a hard time hearing the answer, which I'm sure we're all looking forward to. I just want to remind some of the members, I know they're whispering, but their voices, some of them have wonderful voices that carry very well. I'm sure they don't mean to shout. It's just they're talking to someone nearby, and I want them to be conscious that there's an answer being answered. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
We on this side of the House understand that the sector is going through some trying times. But we know that it is getting better with the construction of the TMX pipeline. We know that it is getting better with Line 3, which is coming into service now on the Canadian side of the border. This not only provides opportunities for the industry per se, but it also provides opportunities for Indigenous workers along those pipeline routes, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, somewhat good is probably about a D+ where we're from, so that's not good enough. And it's clear that the reason this is happening is because of government policies. The Prime Minister has really set the stage for a made-in-Canada recession. And what's disturbing is that the Liberals don't seem to recognize this, and their somewhat good attitude is not good enough. So when will this government recognize that there is a part of this country that is literally in a crisis, families are being destroyed, hundreds of thousands of jobs are being lost? Somewhat good is not good enough.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that somewhat good is not good enough, but I would ask then, Mr. Speaker, if a government was not able to get TMX built, and if a government was not able to get Line 3 completed on the Canadian side of the border, what grade do you give that? I'd give it an F. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'll explain the reality to the Deputy Prime Minister. The reality is that the new NAFTA is a betrayal of aluminum workers in Quebec. That's workers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, but also 900 workers of Alouette in Sept-Îles, 700 workers at Alcoa in Bécomo, families in Bécancour and Deschambault. These people are just as important as our steel workers. These people and their jobs should be valued. Can the government explain why it thinks steel workers are worth more than aluminum workers in Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. What I will explain is that the new NAFTA is excellent for all Canadian workers, including aluminum workers. Jean Simard, the president of the Canadian Aluminum Association, even said that the new NAFTA is the right path to follow. These are aluminum workers saying this. Endangering the ratification of the new NAFTA would be putting partisan politics above the national interest. That's not what we're doing in our government. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that Quebec's interests and climate change are its priorities. When the Bloc moved to add respecting Quebec's environmental laws to the throne speech, something that was explicitly requested by the Quebec government during the election campaign, well, both the Liberals and Conservatives voted against that. And yet, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the fight against climate change, it's essential to ensure that we have the most stringent environmental laws possible. Why is the government refusing to support both Quebec and the environment?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. We are working constructively with all the provinces of Canada. And I can tell you that, for example, in transport, often environmental issues come up that have both a federal component and a provincial component. For example, in the case of the Lac Mégantic rail detour, there are both provincial and federal considerations, and we respect that. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the government says it understands the message that Quebec sent during the elections. The Conservatives, meanwhile, say that they want to defend Quebec's jurisdiction. But both of them voted against adding Quebec priorities to the throne speech. They voted against respecting Quebec's environment laws, against protecting supply management, against increasing health transfers. Mr. Speaker, how can the government justify this decision when it voted against Quebec's interests once again? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, there are 35 proud Quebecers sitting on this side of the House who have been working every day with the government of Quebec, with different municipalities in Quebec, and whether it comes to infrastructure projects or environmental projects or the new Champlain Bridge toll, all of the investments that we've done You know, we do this because we care about the interests of Quebec and Quebecers. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
On sait déjà que le Canada...
Well, Canada has lost 71,000 jobs in November. We also know that there was a 13% increase in the insolvency rate. Half of Canadians are only $200 away from insolvency. And now we've learned that the default rate for non-mortgage related debts has hit a record in recent months. Is this or is this not the necessary conditions for a recession? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, 4 years ago, we had a very low rate of economic growth. We had a very high rate of unemployment. So we decided to make investments in families and in infrastructure. Now we have an economy that is growing. Of course, there are always challenges, but we will continue to make those investments to improve things for people who are vulnerable and to create an economy that works for all Canadians.
Dieter Carleton.
Speaker, we already know that we lost 71,000 jobs last month, that there has been a 13% increase to a 10-year high in the number of people who have become insolvent. Now we know as well that the rate of Canadians defaulting on non-mortgage credit reached its highest third quarter pace in 7 years.
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, isn't this government creating the conditions for a made-in-Canada recession?
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's always important to recognize that there are challenges. Canadians are going through challenges in parts of the country. We need to be focused on how we can deal with those challenges. At the same time, we need to recognize that investing in our collective future is the way that we can actually experience success. We've seen over 1 million new jobs created by Canadians over the last more than 4 years. We're going to continue to invest to deal with these challenges so that people can have confidence in their future for themselves and their families.
Well, member for Carleton.
Well, confidence is not what Equifax is expressing. Its vice president said, and I quote, there's been a significant increase in consumer bankruptcies. So now we have people, a 7-year high in third quarter defaults on non-mortgage debt. We have a 10-year high in the number of people who have gone insolvent. 71,000 people losing their jobs. The minister continues to sing, "Don't worry, be happy," while Canadians are falling behind and losing their jobs. Why is he and his government continuing to create the conditions for a made-in-Canada recession?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, we just came through an election campaign where we said, no, in fact, we need to pay very close attention to the challenges that Canadians are facing. And that's the reason that we need to continue to invest. That's the reason that we need to recognize that things like what we put forward this week, a reduction in taxes for 20 million Canadians, is an important way for them to feel a greater sense of confidence in them having enough money to spend for themselves and their families. We are going to continue with our approach to invest. It has seen success. And of course, as we face challenges, it's important to stay on that track.
Well, member for Churchill, Chewatnook-Aski.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to First Nations, this Prime Minister says one thing and does another. On the one hand, he says that he believes in reconciliation, and on the other, he's dragging First Nations children to court. Instead of starting reconciliation, his government is continuing colonization. Let's be clear, the negligence of this government towards these children is costing us lives. Will this government stop taking First Nations children to court? Yes or no?
The
Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services. Mr. Speaker, we have been fully upholding the tribunal's orders regarding the problems of the overrepresentation of children in foster care. We've doubled services to children and families. Almost 500,000 people have been beneficiaries of the Jordan Principle. We've agreed with the court's tribunal regarding the compensation to be paid to Indigenous children. Parties now need to sit down and determine what the compensation process will look like, and that's what we're going to do.
Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, since this Prime Minister began his legal vendetta against the Human Rights Tribunal, we have lost over 100 First Nation children in Ontario alone, including 16-year-old Devin Freeman, who hung from a tree for 7 months outside the group home. And it's been over a year since the Prime Minister's lawyers told the Rights Tribunal they were not going to negotiate with Cindy Blackstock about compensation. They would rather litigate, and they are still in court trying to quash this decision. So Parliament has ordered this Liberal government to stop this vendetta. When are they going to call off their lawyers?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, we agree that we must compensate First Nations children harmed by past government policies. We're seeking a solution that is at the same time comprehensive, fair, and equitable. And that's why I've instructed my Assistant Deputy Minister to work with those involved with the CHRT and those involved in the Meshoom class action to develop the best possible method that includes all affected children. Nothing about our commitment to implement other orders about this from the CHRT or reforming Child and Family Services for that matter changes. This work will continue.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
This is my first time rising in this House. I would like to thank the good people from Sydney, Victoria for electing me as their Member of Parliament. I would also like to thank all the volunteers whose hard work resulted in our victory.
The member has provided a translation of his question. According to the translation, it says, all my relations, we are currently in the United Nations Year of Indigenous Language. And while I understand legislation has been created to ensure protection of languages, my question for the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada is how do we plan on implementing the Language Act so that future generations of Indigenous peoples are given the resources to ensure they can continue to speak the language proudly? The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services. According to the translation provided, the Minister has thanked the member for his question.
Those who know best how to revitalize their languages, Indigenous peoples and teachers. And we're doing so by providing $337 million over the next 5 years for Indigenous languages and $1,500 per year for each K-12 First Nations student as part of the new co-developed education funding policy. This government is firm in its resolve to support Indigenous languages.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lislet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Mr. Speaker, although 35 of their MPs were elected in Quebec, the Liberals haven't responded to any of Quebec's demands in the throne speech. No single tax return, no commitment for the third link in Quebec's regions, nor any will to grant more autonomy with the immigration system. One wonders what kind of agreement the government concluded with the Bloc for it to support the throne speech so quickly. The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were no discussions in the hallways. The throne speech, as you know, is a document that talks about the broad themes that this government wants to implement. The details will come, the projects will come, and at that time, the opposition may judge us. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Mr. Speaker, we, the Conservatives, truly care about the interests of Quebec's nation, and we will work tirelessly so that Quebec remains strong in a united Canada. Mr. Speaker, in the Bloc Québécois' eagerness to support the Liberals' throne speech, 3 of Quebec's demands were forgotten. A single income tax return, more autonomy for immigration, a third link between Lévis and Quebec. Mr. Speaker, where are the Liberal MPs and the Bloc Québécois MPs when it's time to work in Quebec's best interests? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. We're here. There's 35. We're going to work for the interest of Quebec, and all I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that I hope the opposition will work with us for Quebec's interests and for Canada's interests.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, Premiers are united behind promoting our natural resources in a responsible manner. The export of more liquefied natural gas by Canadian producers will lower global emissions and create good, high-paying jobs. With 71,200 jobs lost last month, this could not come at a more important time. Mr. Speaker, will the Environment Minister commit to uniting Canadian amending the Bill C-69 to allow for the construction of more LNG facilities?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, just to remind you, LNG Canada represents the single largest private sector investment in Canadian history. It's a $40 billion investment that is going to create 10,000 jobs at the height of construction and hundreds of millions of dollars in construction contracts for Indigenous businesses, all while having the lowest carbon intensity of any large-scale LNG facility in the world and helping to reduce coal plant emissions in Asian markets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Mr. Speaker, my home province of BC can contribute in a very significant way to the fight against global climate change by providing clean LNG to Canada and the rest of the world, yet this industry is suffering under excessive restrictions and investors are losing confidence. Western Canada needs changes to Bill C-69, the No More Pipelines bill, so that the industry can be fully developed. When will the government make the necessary amendments to C-69?
Here. Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Canada is well positioned to become a major player in the global LNG industry. We are taking action to be the world's cleanest producer of LNG. Projects like LNG Canada are creating jobs for Canadians, opportunities for Indigenous businesses.
We were doing so well. I just want to remind everyone that when someone answers a question, like whether they ask a question, we all want to hear what that is. So I'll let the minister finish his answer, and hopefully we'll be able to hear it.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
They're at COP in Madrid right now, and they're working hard to ensure that we get this right for the environment and for the economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Montarville.
Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, Raif Badawi started a new hunger strike. Another hunger strike to call the world's attention to his unfair imprisonment in Saudi Arabia. Another hunger strike to draw Canada's attention, which has left him to languish in prison for 7 years. Another hunger strike, which is going to further accentuate the worries of his wife, Ensaf Haidar, and their children. Her spouse, their children, they miss him. What is it going to take for this government to act to free Raif Badawi?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The protection of human rights, including the right to freedom of expression, conscience, and religion or belief, are an integral part of Canada's foreign policy. We remain extremely concerned by Raif Badawi's case.
Highest levels, we have repeatedly called for clemency to be granted. We will stand with Mr. Badawi. We will stand with people facing human rights atrocities around the world.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, it is no longer time for rhetoric. It's scandalous that after 7 years, Raif Badawi is still languishing in prison without having committed a single crime. If the government can sit down and work with Saudi Arabia at the G20, if it can sit down with Saudi Arabia to do business, including to sell it weapons, it can certainly sit down with Saudi Arabia and demand that Raif Badawi be freed. What real actions does the government plan to take to finally have him freed? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me assure you and all members of this House that our hearts go out to Mr. Badawi and his family. The Prime Minister has spoken directly to the Saudi Crown Prince and to the King of Saudi Arabia about this particular case. We've raised the case directly to the Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs. Our goal is not to grandstand, is to work persistently, calmly, and patiently to have Mr. Badawi reunited with his family.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, as this is my first time asking a question in the House, I'd be remiss if I didn't first thank the constituents of Bruce Grey, Owen Sound for giving me the pleasure continuing to serve Canadians and serve them. I was very disappointed last week while listening to the throne speech to hear very little mention of rural Canada and our critical and diverse agricultural sector.
That's right.
Ontario farmers are suffering from a lack of processing capacity and their inability to sell fed cattle to the United States. The government missed a critical deadline to apply to the World Organization for Animal Health for negligible risk status. Why?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand that the closure of a meat processing plant in Ontario has significant impact on our cattle producers, but we cannot compromise on food safety. Our government is working with the industry and with the province of Ontario to find short-term alternatives and to see how the meat processing capacity can be increased.
Number 4, Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, Battle River Crowfoot is proud to produce some of the best beef in the world. Yet we are still recovering from the BSE crisis that nearly devastated the industry a decade and a half ago. However, on this road to recovery, it was dealt a significant setback when the Liberals missed a simple deadline to apply to the World Organization for Animal Health for negligible risk status. Alberta ranchers are suffering due to this Liberal mistake. Can the Minister of Agriculture please explain to the Canadian beef industry simply why this deadline was missed?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always stand up for ranchers and farmers. We know how important it is for the beef sector to be granted negligible BSE risk status. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is working with the beef sector to develop a strong submission to the World Organization for Animal Health for spring 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, as this is my first opportunity to rise in this House, I would like to thank the residents of Chatham-Kent Leamington for the opportunity to serve. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal failure to apply for the negligible risk status with the World Organization for Animal Health last July was a shocking sign of incompetence. Because of this ridiculous misstep, Canadian fed cattle cannot be sold into the U.S. market. Why then did the Prime Minister reappoint the same agricultural minister after she missed an application deadline that is costing our Canadian farmers dearly?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will always stand with our ranchers and farmers. We know how important it is for the beef sector to be granted negligible BSE risk status. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency is working with the beef sector to develop a strong submission to the World Organization of Animal Health for spring 2020. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members, whether they're making a statement or whether they're shouting across the hall, certain words should not be said in Parliament. I'm sure that the honourable members don't want to be pointed out, but I just want to remind everyone there's certain words that are borderline and they are somewhat offensive. The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As this is the first time for me to rise in this House, I want to thank the residents of Whitby for electing me. Mr. Speaker, this government's Canada Child Benefit is the most innovative social policy in a generation. It's put more money, tax-free, in the pockets of 9 out of 10 families, and it's helped lift nearly 300,000 children out of poverty. Could the Minister of Families tell the House how this government will build on the success of the CCB and continue to provide assistance to parents and children who need it most?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member from Whitby for the question, and I want to take an opportunity to really congratulate him for his election to this House. Our government introduced and increased the Canada Child Benefit precisely to help families meet the rising costs of raising children. That is why we also recognize that there is more work to do in this in this issue, and that is why we will be boosting the Canada Child Benefit by an additional 15% for kids under the age of 1. This will ensure that up to $1,000 more will go directly to families when they need it the most.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, residents in Eastern Ontario have been waiting more than 6 months for an answer from the federal government on key infrastructure dollars. Back in July, several projects like the Morseburg Streetscape project and the Kemptville County Road 43 widening were approved by the Ontario government. With no reply from this government, another construction season has been lost to get shovels in the ground. When will the federal government's dither and delay approach end so municipalities in rural Eastern Ontario can get these projects built?
The Honourable Minister for Women's Services.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand with Canadians, particularly those in small rural communities, to ensure that they maintain the health and the vitality of their communities by investing in infrastructure. We are working closely with municipalities as well as provinces who are nominating initiatives. We have a small communities fund carved out in our infrastructure envelope worth $2 billion. And we look forward to connecting Canadians in smaller communities so that we can all thrive.
The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, in August, the Chief of Police for the City of Toronto shared the shocking news that over 300 people accused on firearms charges were walking free on bail. Free to terrorize the GTA. Mr. Speaker, criminals know the punishment does not fit the crime. They know they have a long list of rights and their victims have none. Why is the Liberal government putting the rights of criminals before the rights of their victims and innocent firearms owners in places like Parry Sound, Muskoka?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we take the safety of all Canadians in every community very seriously, and that's precisely why our government's going to strengthen gun control. We're going to ensure that police and prosecutors have the tools and the resources they need to keep their communities safe. We're going to invest in kids and in communities to help them make better decisions. Mr. Speaker, we're taking real action.
I'm having a hard time hearing the answer. I just thought I'd stop for a second and let it calm down. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, we're taking real action to deal with violence in all of our communities. We're taking action to keep our neighborhoods safe and to deal with gun and gang violence. We're taking real action to reduce rural crime, and we're taking real action to reduce violence against women and vulnerable people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Media are reporting that a public servant at the Department of Canadian Heritage was punished for criticizing the Prime Minister. Manjit Bains was said in an interview that she was shocked when she saw the Prime Minister do blackface. She said it didn't make sense for anyone to do that, regardless of the year. When the interview was brought to the attention of her superiors, she was reprimanded. Can the government confirm if this media report is true?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Patrimoine.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Our world-class public servants do incredible work for Canadians, and we thank them for their efforts. Employees at the Ministry of Canadian Heritage work under a specific set of rules stated in its Code of Conduct. This is in addition to the rules of the Public Service Commission set out for all civil servants, Mr. President. There's an ongoing grievance on this specific case, and we cannot further comment. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women's Entrepreneurship was on November 19th. It was an opportunity to reflect on the advancement of women's entrepreneurship. Although we still have a lot of work to do, the future is promising. 39% of new businesses created in 2018 were led by women. Can the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion and International Trade share with this House progress made with the Women's Entrepreneurship Strategy? The Minister of Small Business.
First time speaking in this House, I want to thank the people of Markham Thornhill for their confidence in me to represent them here. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. Our government is committed to the success of women entrepreneurs and women-led and owned businesses. It's why we invested $2 billion on the first ever women's entrepreneurship strategy. This investment is going to add up to $150 billion to the Canadian economy by 2026. We are proud to double the number of female entrepreneurs, helping them export and to create more good jobs for middle-class Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, on the West Coast, we are facing a wild salmon emergency with disastrous effects for our region. Historic lows in wild salmon returns and the near extinction of some iconic runs require urgent action from this government. The situation has been getting worse. We need new investment now for Pacific wild salmon habitat restoration, enhancement, and protection. Will the minister let Pacific wild salmon go the way of the Atlantic cod, or will she address this crisis with an emergency relief package? Will she act now, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as this is the first time I rise in this House, I want to thank the people of South Shore St. Margaret's for re-electing me. I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Member across the way for his re-election. I look forward to working with him on issues that are important to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, wild Pacific salmon is extremely important to our economy, to our culture in BC. We know how important it is. That's why we will continue to work with our stakeholder groups, our partners, in order to make sure that we continue to work with this important species, and we look forward to working across the way with all members of this House to deal with these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is considering approving the Tech Frontier mine in northern Alberta. It will become one of the largest oil sands mines in Canada and generate a massive increase in carbon emissions, destroying nearly 3,000 hectares of old-growth forest and 14,000 hectares of wetlands. Some affected First Nations were not consulted because they are in the Northwest Territories. They oppose this project. Mr. Speaker, will the government do the right thing and say no to Tech Frontier?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that under the new Impact Assessment Act, we will do our homework. We oversee fair and thorough environmental assessments that are grounded in science, evidence, and Indigenous traditional knowledge. This is a major project. We're very conscious of it, that our government will need to decide on in the next year or so in the context of a range of factors. Thank you.
Bravo, Mark. And that concludes question period for today. Nous avons
There is a call to order by the member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I am asking for unanimous consent from the House on the following motion, that it be resolved that I apologize. I could not hear what you said. I know that other members have not heard you. Without hearing the motion, it is hard to decide whether to support your motion or not. So please, I will give the member for Saint Jean the floor again. I will repeat the content of the motion. Be it resolved that the House give Raouf Badawi the title of Honorary Citizen of Canada. The honourable member, does she have the unanimous consent of the House of Commons to move the motion? No, there is not unanimous consent.
Weekly statements, the Honourable Government House Leader. Oh, sorry.
Thursday question?
Yes, I'm sorry. We've got the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be able to rise today. It's, I guess, our only second Thursday, and it'll be our last Thursday question before we rise for the Christmas holidays. And so I do want to begin by wishing everyone in this place a very Merry Christmas, a happy holiday, and the very best of health and happiness for 2020. I also want to wish you a very Merry Christmas, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations again on being elected as our Speaker, and I hope your 2020 is a very good year. And to the clerks, the pages, everyone who serves us and looks after us in such an excellent way, I know on behalf of all of us here in the Conservative Caucus, we wish everyone here on the Hill a very Merry Christmas and the best of the new year. Mr. Speaker, I also would like to ask our honoured Government House Leader if he could please let us know what we will be looking at for the rest of this week. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Before he starts, I just want everyone to say shh. There we go. Yes. Continue.
Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will resume debate on the address in reply to the speech from the throne. We will continue this debate tomorrow as well. I would like to sincerely thank all parties for their cooperation in the past week. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to wish and all members very Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah and the warmest regards for the holidays. May you profit from the time away with your families and friends. In a like manner, I want to thank the people that make this place run as smoothly as it does, beginning with the clerk, Mr. Charles Robert, and his most capable team of House officers, the pages, the interpreters, and the support staff of the House that feed us, keep this place clean, and keep us safe. May this special time of the year bring you peace and joy, and my heartfelt wishes to all and a very happy New Year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Address in response to the speech from the throne. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment of Mr. Green.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time today with the member from Kelowna Lake Country. I would like to start off today by thanking the residents of Northumberland, Peterborough South for allowing me the great honor to rise and speak today. I'd also just like to take a moment to thank the Leader of the Majesty's Official Opposition for his service to the party, the Parliament and country, and I look forward to serving in Parliament with him and continuing his great work. All of you are, of course, aware of the Honourable Member's accomplishment, the youngest Speaker ever in Canada, increasing the size of our caucus dramatically, winning the popular vote. But I would just like to tell you a story that happened on the campaign that I think maybe highlights part of his character that maybe we're not all aware of. He came out and visited our wonderful riding, the beautiful riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South. And he was there with my son. My son was a little bit upset. He got moved away from Dad and didn't like it. The Honourable Member went right over to the Leader of the Opposition, went right over to my son, cheered him up, actually grabbed his hand, and we started swinging him. And we swung him once, and twice, and three, and he wouldn't let us stop. And you know what? And the wild part was, whenever we went to any other political event, and I apologize for the breach in protocol here, though, is he would go, "Is Andrew Scheer going to be there? Is Andrew Scheer going to be there?" I am definitely the second most popular politician in my house, and so once again, I thank you from the bottom of my heart, the Leader of Opposition, for his great service for his country and what he did for my family personally. I would not be here without him. I also, on a different note, I want to thank the Prime Minister for his conciliatory tone in the speech from the throne. However, to solve the issues, which are many that are facing today, a change is going to require more than a change in tone. We need substance. We need willingness from the government to partner with with a party that received the most votes in the last federal election. Canadians elected us to speak, not just to speak, but to act. Mr. Speaker, we need to act for those who are struggling the most. During the last 5 months of the campaign, I door-knocked with our team over 40,000 doors, and I heard over and over again that times were getting tougher, that things were getting more expensive, and we need to act for those people. We need to make it better for the average Canadian. The average Canadian now spends more on taxes than they do on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This, Mr. Speaker, is being felt by our most vulnerable. Young Canadians looking to start their life are finding it harder and harder to pay their rent or pay their mortgage. The idea of saving for a rainy day, getting ready for which will happen, the shocks in the economy, are not there anymore. The folks out there now, they just want to make it from payment to payment to payment. And quite frankly, it's not always happening. Nearly half of Canadians are within $200 of not making that payment. And sadly, there are many folks who are not making that payment at all, as personal bankruptcies are reaching decades-level highs. This generation, our millennials and the ones before it, asked our generation and the generations before it for an opportunity. Instead, all they got was legal marijuana. The generations before them that preceded them felt the dignity and the honor of working, of building equity in their businesses, in their houses. But increasingly, the youth of our generation are being denied that opportunity. We need to give them back. We need to give them back the opportunity not just to get by, but the opportunity and the right to get ahead. Mr. Speaker, we need to act, and we need to act soon, for the underemployed and unemployed. We've had the worst jobs loss since 2008. Personal prosperity does not start with a government program. It starts with a great job or a new business. Canadian small businesses provide more than 70% of the jobs in the private sector. Yet the finance minister looks at business owners as simply ways of avoiding taxes, and I don't think that's right. And businesses in Canada, well, they're not optimistic about the future. Over the last 5 years, we've seen a 20% reduction in the investment in equipment and in plants. They're looking forward, and they're not looking at the good things that they have to come. We need to get out of the way. Government needs to get out of the way of these business owners to make sure that they can do what they do best, which is to create jobs. We need to cut red tape, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now. We need to cut that red tape now. At the heart of many of these issues is the productivity gap, which has only been exacerbated over the last 4 years. Canadians per hour of work contribute $50 to the GDP. Contrast that to our neighbors to the south, which is $60, or even better yet, Switzerland, it's $65, or Ireland, which is $84. You say, well, what's the big deal? How does that affect me? Well, it has a real impact on Canadians because it's lowering our wages. If we want life to be more affordable, if we want Canadians to be more prosperous, we must increase our productivity because it's brought down our average wages to $19. Contrast that to the United States, which is $23, or better yet, almost double of that is $33 in Switzerland. When we increase productivity, we increase the wealth of our nation. Wealth that can be used by parents to help feed their children, students to pay for university, the unemployed to be employed, seniors to retire with dignity. Yet despite the overwhelming evidence that productivity will impact, that will make better life for all Canadians, the word productivity was mentioned in the throne speech exactly 0 times.
Wow.
And perhaps more importantly, the speech from the throne was replete with messages that will suppress productivity instead of increasing it. It did not contain any measures to improve the drivers of productivity, such as innovation, technology, small business, and notably any supports for the resource sector. Canadians involved in the resource sectors contribute a remarkable $600 per hour to the GDP. If we want to increase the wealth of our nation, we need to continue to invest in the resource sector. When we enhance productivity of our nation, we necessarily create jobs, increase income, and increase the size of the middle class. But as of equal importance, we also increase tax revenue. Tax revenue that can be used to increase our funding for important social programs like health care, funding the environment, and perhaps most importantly, funding our military. People within my riding and the rest of Canada need jobs, higher incomes, and of more affordable goods and services, and quite frankly, the speech from the throne didn't provide it. We have a choice to make, to continue to watch our productivity slip down the spiral, or underneath the tremendous weight of failed policies, increased regulation, and excessive taxation. Or we can decide to take a different path and instead climb the staircase of prosperity. Our nation is depending on us coming to Parliament and to our committees, not just supporting our party's ideas, but the best ideas. This is our reality. If we don't act together, if the government doesn't compromise with the party that won the most seats in the last election, we will further alienate our regions and drive a deeper wedge into our wonderful country. We will need more than a conciliatory tone. Rather, we need an openness to a different direction, a more productive direction, a movement away from that downward productivity spiral, and a movement up the staircase of prosperity. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
For Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate hearing the members' comments about productivity. Of course, according to Clean Energy Canada, the number of jobs in the clean energy sector grew by 2.2% a year between 2010 and 2017, nearly 60% faster than the Canadian average otherwise. And we did see in the throne speech a commitment to clean tech. In the platform, that as the promise is realized, we see a commitment to actually reduce taxes for companies investing in clean tech. And I wonder what the member thinks about incentivizing one of our fastest growing sectors.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would echo the honourable colleague's comments in that we need to reduce taxation and increase incentives and investment. However, we need to not just cherry pick. That's what the free market is for. The free market is the best way to choose the winners and losers. When government picks the winners and losers in our economy, we are ultimately all the losers.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for talking about certainly working class people and jobs in the resource sector. Mr. Speaker, I live in British Columbia, where we've had the perfect storm. We've had a curtailment in the forest sector. We've had record low salmon returns. Our commercial fleet didn't even get fishing till the end of August. They're desperate. People are losing their homes and their houses. We're calling on the minister and the government to extend EI and provide training and resources and investments in these strategic areas, in the fishing area and in the forest sector, so that we can maximize our profit. And calling on the government to support a bill from my colleague from Okanagan, West Kootenay, who tabled a bill so that the government would actually buy Canadian lumber and actually use it in building infrastructure. Does the member support these initiatives and calling on the government to fast track this process and support these families, especially with Christmas fast approaching? Because I think we should be united in standing together and asking the government to take urgent action. This is affecting these families, affecting coastal communities, and we need the government to take urgent steps right now to provide relief to these families and to these really important sectors of the Canadian economy.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I certainly share his worry and concern for those individuals who are suffering during this most wonderful time of Christmas, and no family should be suffering at this point. And I believe that the government should do everything possible, not only for those immediate crises, but going forward. And you know what? If in fact we have an economy that's rolling, one that's not losing 71,000 jobs, one that's not driving people into personal bankruptcy, we can avoid those tragedies throughout our country. We need to focus on the free market. We need to focus on our economy so that we have no one in Canada, a country as rich and as wealthy as ours, as ultimately we'll all be judged by the folks who are the most unfortunate in our society, and we have to do everything we can. And so we might need to continue to invest in business, continue to invest in the private sector, and grow that engine that will provide prosperity for all.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're doing a great job. And thank the member. I appreciated the tone and positivity of his speech. I'm just going to quote a line from the throne speech. It says, "A majority of Canadians voted for an ambitious climate change now." And I'm just wondering what the member's plan would be for that if they were in government.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
My apologies for the eagerness, Mr. Speaker. I'm still new at this. And so, yeah, we had the most comprehensive climate change plan ever introduced in Canada going into Canada. The reality is that climate change is a global problem, and it requires a global solution. We want to invest in technology, invest in clean tech, and we're for all of the above when it comes to energy production. And so we believe that through the investment of technology, and I said this to many high schools throughout Northumberland and Peterborough South as I traveled around, you know what? The cure for some of our greatest ills may be in this room right now. And I'm hoping that there's in a university right now, or maybe it's University of Toronto or University of Ottawa, the solution is right there. I am so bold and so I'm looking forward to our future. I think it's so bright, and I look forward to great solutions coming forward, because ultimately we could shut down our economy today and that would not really meaningfully affect climate change. But if we develop at the University of Ottawa or the University of Toronto or York University, where I went to school, that technology that we could transport and export to China and to India, then we could really tackle the huge problem of climate change.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable.
Resuming debate.
For Kelowna Lake Country.
Bravo. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for splitting his time with me. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country for putting their trust in me to represent them as their Member of Parliament. Thank you to all the donors and hundreds of friends, family, and volunteers who put in countless hours. Thank you to my husband and Larry Gray, my son Daniel Gray, my immediate family, and all of my friends. It was a family decision, and it was a huge family effort. Kelowna Lake Country is a wonderful mix of urban and rural, and we're one of the fastest growing communities in Canada, which creates opportunities and challenges. We are a diverse mix of businesses, including farms, wineries, microbreweries, aerospace, film and animation, arts and culture, with tourism and outdoor recreation, including lake sports, golfing, hiking, cycling, skiing at our back door, and sports fishing, shooting, and hunting.
Beautiful.
Our largest employment sectors are professional services, healthcare, technology, trade, and construction. We are a thriving municipally owned airport, the 10th busiest in Canada, Okanagan College and University of British Columbia. I'd like to step back for a moment to bring forth the reasons I decided to run to become a Member of Parliament, which go back now 2 years. The Prime Minister came to Kelowna to speak at a town hall at the University of British Columbia, Okanagan, and I went there as a Kelowna City Councillor to hear our Prime Minister speak. I am sitting in this house, the approximate distance to the Prime Minister's seat I was that day. After hearing the Prime Minister answer question after question about tax changes he was proposing at the time that would negatively affect families and small business, and as a mother and small business owner myself, I knew firsthand how out of touch the Prime Minister was, and it compelled me to run. Let us not forget, at the time of these proposed small business tax changes over 2 years ago, 35 organizations from across the country came together in an unprecedented way to form the Coalition for Small Business Tax Fairness, a unified voice to oppose the federal government's tax proposals. President and CEO of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Perrin Beatty, stated, "I've never seen an issue that has generated greater concern among our members. To make matters worse, allotting only 75 days for comment in the midst of the summer holidays is not a consultation. It's a stealth attack on farmers and family business." Not all the originally proposed tax changes were implemented. However, many were, including changes to passive investments and income splitting. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to thousands of constituents in my riding across Kelowna Lake Country who have been negatively affected by these small business tax changes. Farmers who couldn't retire, families who are paying considerably more in personal income tax, spouses who had to go back to work and stop volunteering at their children's school. One family story really resonated with me, where they had to make the tough decision last year to not buy RESPs for their children. These are real people with real life situations. I rose in this House a couple days ago to ask the government to repeal these tax changes, and in typical fashion, the response from the Finance Minister was out of touch on how their failed policies truly affect people. Mr. Speaker, in addition to being engaged in the community every day, I door knocked for an entire year. Come snow, sleet, or summer heat, I personally knocked on over 30,000 doors. And with my incredible team of volunteers, we knocked on over 55,000. We talked to people on the doorstep, and I realized the concerns I had with this government weren't mine alone. And I heard many issues consistently across my riding. People were not just concerned, but felt as though their voices weren't being heard. The rising cost of living, overall affordability, mental health and addiction on our streets, the desire to work hard and get ahead, constituents in the resource sector losing their jobs, business tax changes, government red tape, concerns with infringement on personal freedoms and rights, concerns with clean air and water, and cumbersome temporary farm worker procedures. Mr. Speaker, Kelowna is experiencing an addictions crisis, and it affects our entire community. Mental health and addiction is a topic I've personally spent a lot of time focusing on by meeting with individual residents, community groups, government officials, treatment homes, first responders, and health professionals. It is clear that there is little focus on building a system of care that includes treatment and recovery. And constituents and neighborhoods are feeling like their concerns are not being heard. We need to hold criminals accountable for the flow of illicit fentanyl. We need laws that target criminals and keep them off our streets, and we need to better equip our police. We need to focus on helping Canadians struggling with addiction through recovery and prevention. This is a gap. There is nothing in the throne speech addressing this. We need to amend the Canadian Drugs and Substance Strategy and fully implement actionable items that address getting people out of addiction, including direct funding for addictions treatment and recovery centres, and I implore the government to make this a federal priority. Mr. Speaker, Tolko Industries in Kelowna announced the permanent closure of their mill, meaning that 127 people who were laid off recently will now add to the mill's total of 217 permanent jobs lost. This brings the total in the forestry sector in British Columbia alone to 4,000. These are good-paying jobs that support families in our community. I've spoken to many people in the forestry industry, and their message is similar, that there is not a lack of renewable resources available, but costs and regulations associated with provincial and federal governments are making it more difficult to operate. There is no mention of the softwood lumber agreement in the throne speech. Canada has filed trade complaints against the United States in the past and won. However, when our local companies pay tariffs up front, it adds substantially to their immediate costs. The federal government needs to negotiate a softwood lumber agreement to end this dispute, give certainty to the industry, and get people back to work. Mr. Speaker, my community of Kelowna Lake Country is strongly tied to the prairie provinces economically. I meet people every day who live and work between BC and Alberta in the oil and gas sector. We used to have direct flights from Kelowna to Fort McMurray. Those have been cancelled due to the economic downturn. The throne speech says nothing about what the government is going to do about getting people back to work. We need to ensure that we have stable regulations within the energy sector in order to attract and keep investment in Canada. We need to get people back to work. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter whether someone's a student, family, or a retiree. I hear every day about the affordability of everything. I saw with all my door knocking where multi-generations are living together, as many people are trying to figure out how they're going to get ahead. We need to keep taxes low while at the same time not getting further into debt as a country. People are concerned about paying higher taxes in the future to pay off debt for decisions being made today by the Liberals. There is nothing in the throne speech that talks about when we are going to get back to a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, something that is important to my constituents in Kelowna Lake Country is to protect our watershed from invasive zebra and quagga mussels. There is nothing in the throne speech about protecting water sources. When these invasive mussels get into a lake, they change the ecology, basically taking over, making beaches unwalkable with bare feet and attaching onto infrastructure in water. And many people get drinking water from our lakes. A study showed it would cost $40 million per year in the Okanagan alone in economic losses and direct costs to manage if these get into our lakes. I had the honor of chairing the Okanagan Basin Water Board, which is the organization spearheading this in British Columbia, and we met with the Fisheries and Oceans Minister here in Ottawa to elevate the issue. When the invasive mussels presented themselves just south of the border in the United States and moved west to Manitoba. The allocation of resources from this government was nominal, and it did nothing to protect the Okanagan Basin or Western Canada from these invasive mussels progressing west. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I'm honoured to have been asked to serve as the Shadow Cabinet Minister for Interprovincial Trade. This will bring the voices of Kelowna Lake Country and British Columbia forward at an elevated level to hold the government to account. The free movement of goods, services and people across provincial borders is imperative. Red tape stifles business. We have free trade agreements with other countries, but not within our own country. As an entrepreneur working in the British Columbia wine industry for 27 years, I saw firsthand how interprovincial trade barriers made it challenging to expand markets within our local British Columbia wineries. It is no secret that our country is currently divided. Internal trade disputes have escalated between provinces, creating uncertainty. This government must take national security or national unity seriously, reduce regulations, and free up the movement of goods and services.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, my commitment is to continue to be active and engaged in my community while being a strong voice in this House for the constituents of Kelowna Lake Country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate a number of the comments that the member was raising, in particular the issue of water and the water management. I know in the province of Manitoba, Lake Manitoba, Lake Winnipeg, massive bodies of water, a great deal of concern in regards to water management in general, whether it's on the prairies, British Columbia, anywhere where you go in Canada. And it would even go right into our oceans. And the question that I would pose to the member is that I'm hopeful that what we will see in the coming months and potentially years is a higher sense of cooperation in the standing committees to look at the possibility of even looking at potential studies that could be done that would ultimately see a higher sense of cooperation, because the member made reference to it indirectly through her comments on trade, and that is that Canada, as a national government, we can't do it alone. We do need to work with other stakeholders, in particular our provinces, territories, Indigenous people, and so forth. And just to get her thoughts on that need for a cooperation that even goes beyond the House of Commons, but it sure would be nice to see it here on the floor of the House.
Well, member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you to the question from the member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker. You do pose a very good comment in that water is a very important resource to many of our communities, and it really does involve all levels of government working together. And so different jurisdictions have different levels of authority. I know, for example, in the Okanagan, with the Okanagan Lake systems, it's the province of BC that manages the water flows throughout the lake system, which can affect usage from residents as well as for fish. So, but there's a lot of other ways that we can work together. You know, at the federal level, there's different funding opportunities in order to protect our lake systems and our water systems. So I think it's something that collectively is probably important to everyone, and we can definitely work together on.
And comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise to welcome the new member for Kelowna Lake Country to the House. My partner and I know we're riding well. We spend our summer holidays there every summer, and I look forward to working with her in this House. I was very pleased to see her identify the omission of the opioid crisis in the throne speech, and I want to ask her about another omission I see in that throne speech. That is, Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the government adopted the 90-90-90 targets of the UN AIDS organization that would allow us to eliminate HIV, to eradicate this epidemic once and for all. And what we've seen since that time is no new programs to actually make those goals a reality. And so we've seen in the last 3 years a spike in HIV infections in British Columbia, and in particular in the North Okanagan and among Indigenous people. So what I'd like to know from the member is if she shares my concern about the Liberals' lack of action on this great opportunity to eliminate HIV/AIDS once and for all.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you for the question from the leader opposite, or from the member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker. I think that any time that people are having health care issues, it's definitely important. Of course, we know that there's different levels of authority, and you know, we need to respect that. But it's definitely important, I believe, to all of us.
I have to interrupt the honourable member. She'll have a minute and 21 seconds upon our return and return to this debate.
John Nader, thank God for you. You don't stand.
Mr. Speaker, a message from Her Excellency the Governor General. Monsieur le Président, un message de son...
Mr. Speaker, a message from her Governor General.
Admit the messenger. Faites entrer le messager.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House attend her immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of Her Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House immediately attend in the chamber of the Honourable Senate.
Qu'il plaise à Votre Excellence.
May it please Your Excellency. The Commons of Canada have voted certain supplies required to enable the government to defray the expenses of the public service. In the name of the Commons, I present to Your Excellency the following bill. An act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. To which I humbly request Your Excellency's assent.
May it please Your Excellency, the Commons of Canada have voted supplies required to enable the government to defray certain expenses of the public service. In the name of the Commons, I present to Your Excellency the following bill. An act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2020, to which bill I humbly request Your Excellencies to assent.
Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020.
An act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020. In Her Majesty's name, Her Excellency the Governor General thanks her loyal subjects, accepts their benevolence, and assents to this bill.
In Her Majesty's name, Her Excellency the Governor General thanks her loyal subjects, accepts their benevolence, and assents to this bill.
À la gauche, plaqué d'entrée, marche.
Noël. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
I have the honor to inform the House that when the House did attend Her Excellency the Governor General in the Senate chamber,
pleased to give Her Majesty's name, in Her Majesty's name, the royal assent to a bill. Questions and comments? Yes, questions. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country will have questions and comments. The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I first of all would like to welcome with all enthusiasm the new Member of Parliament for Kelowna Lake Country. She has done so much in her community already, and she will do so much more, especially given her story today of how much door knocking she has done. I know that her volunteers and family members and the community are so happy to see her in this role. Mr. Speaker, Christy Clark, the former Premier of my province, once called Kelowna the cradle of free enterprise. And this member today has talked about how small business, how important that is to both the Okanagan and the way of life we have. And in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker, we pride ourselves on asking government to get out of the way. So, Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Kelowna Lake Country has mentioned some of the activities she would like to do to help small businesses in her riding. If she could maybe mention one or two of those things today, I think that we would all love to hear some of her intentions in the days ahead.
Merry Christmas, Mary. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you to my fellow member here, and through you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. Yes, small business absolutely is the backbone of our economy. Of course, we have some large businesses and medium-sized businesses as well, but certainly we have a lot of small business owners. And basically, you know, what I hear is that, you know, people are willing to take risks. They put their house on the line, and it should be okay for people to want to get ahead. You know, I'm hearing from business owners quite frustrated, actually, saying, why am I doing this anymore? You know, I'm working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, and so some of these tax changes that I spoke about repealing would definitely be helpful to them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, I wish to inform you I'll be splitting my time with the member for Milton. Madam Speaker, I want to express my overwhelming gratitude to the people of Whitby. I'm so happy to be here. It's such an honor to be sitting in this House and have the opportunity to serve at the highest level of our democracy. I'm elated by the fact that the people of Whitby chose me and the Liberal Party to represent them in this House. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank each and every member of this House on their election. I also thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his years of service. I'd like to acknowledge the many exceptional people that made profound contributions to my campaign. No matter how small or large their involvement is something I'm forever indebted to them and touched by their generosity and all that they gave. You inspired me every day and continue to do so. There are too many people to name, but I want all of you to know that you paved the way for me to be here, and thank you for putting your confidence in me. I will never take for granted the great privilege it is to serve in this House. I'd like to also thank 4 generations of women in my life that have been the bedrock of my family. My grandmother, mother, sister, my wife, and my 8-year-old little girl. These strong, resilient women have supported me in so many ways and really have provided a foundation of love and support for me throughout my life, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. I also want to acknowledge my father for his 30 or more years of service in the public service. He was a police officer for Peel Region and served on the National Parole Board. So thank you, Dad, for always being a great role model for me and showing me what a life of service is really about. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to state something plainly and clearly with the force and conviction that I feel it. The Liberal Party of Canada is truly the reason I ran in this election. You see, before entering federal politics, I was an entrepreneur, a sort of special type of entrepreneur, a social entrepreneur. I built a mission-based consulting company specializing in social innovation. That's right, social innovation. What does that mean? Social innovation is applying new approaches to society's toughest and most persistent challenges. I spent over a decade working away with teams of people, mostly in the nonprofit and charitable sector, but in many cases across all sectors, facilitating inclusive, consultative processes using design thinking and collective impact approaches that generated innovative solutions to achieve systemic change. You see, I've worked on ocean protection, energy efficiency, food security, affordable housing, children's health and nutrition, environmental monitoring, waste reduction, workforce development, childcare, settlement, seniors care, education, mental health, diversity and inclusion, and many more. Over 350 projects, I studied the persistent social challenges and took many perspectives of stakeholders into account to generate innovative solutions with many stakeholders. So based on these experiences, I see that the Liberal Party in the last term really stepped up to the plate, consulted the key stakeholders on these important issues and matters to Canadians, gathered research and engaged partners and actors from across Canada in formulating solutions and strategies for change. They used evidence-based decisions and then committed significant and appropriate resources to make strategic investments in addressing the many issues that matter to Canadians. This is the very definition of good governance. Since joining the party, I've been absolutely awestruck at how open, authentic, supportive, and hardworking the people in this government really are, including our cabinet and leader. Responsive, accountable, visionary, strategic, and hardworking. I think this is what Canadians want in their government, and why we have been chosen to deliver on this for another term. Madam Speaker, during this election, the people of Whitby shared many stories with me and experiences and concerns with me at their front door. They talked about many challenges they were facing in their daily lives and concerns about their families, preserving their quality of life, and they identified pressing issues that are important to them and that should be top of mind for this government moving forward. Supporting our seniors, addressing climate change, building a stronger local economy, making home ownership more attainable for many, developing essential infrastructure to reduce commute times. They talked about the pressures they experienced with the rising cost of living. I heard about the challenges experienced by parents who had children with developmental disabilities. I heard about the need for community safety and the need for youth mental health supports and programming, and many others. Madam Speaker, the most prevalent issue for Whitby, or most prevalent issues for Whitby I will discuss today, are seniors, climate change, and local economic development. Supporting our seniors, firstly, let me just say it was a pleasure to meet many of our seniors across Whitby over the course of the fall. I visited many seniors' homes and talked to over hundreds of seniors. And many of them, as we know, many of them are reaching the age of retirement. There's a higher proportion of the population that is reaching the age of retirement. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to have engaged with them and listened to them and heard their feelings and concerns. Many talked about income security, the rising cost of living, limited availability of affordable housing options that are really geared to their needs, and the challenges that they experienced in accessing health care. People told me about the cost of medication, dental care, which was putting additional strain on them. Our government over the last term began addressing all of these issues in our community, including making the largest contribution in history to the Canadian Pension Plan, increasing old age security and the guaranteed income supplement, returning the age of retirement to 65 after the previous Conservative government raised it to 67. We laid the foundation for national universal pharmacare, and the National Housing Strategy certainly focuses on the needs of seniors. I was extremely happy to hear that seniors were explicitly mentioned multiple times in the speech from the throne. It's clear that our seniors are top of mind and are important for us to address their needs moving forward. Again, we're making seniors a priority by increasing old age security for people over 75, implementing national pharmacare with dental benefits, 25% increase into the survivor benefit. There's a significant amount of things in the platform that are really going to help support our seniors. The next issue that I want to talk about briefly is climate action or climate change. This was the top issue for my constituents. Many times over, they told me about their concerns of flooding and other environmental disasters that they were very concerned about. Their needs are things we've taken seriously, and in the throne speech, it was good to hear many, many references to climate action. In fact, our government has done more on climate change than probably any other government in Canadian history, and has always listened to science-based research and data, and taken international targets seriously, and really, I think, is putting in place instruments and tools that will achieve the long-term behavioral change that are really going to address the root causes of the issue. We're making positive steps forward. We declared a national climate emergency. We put a price on pollution. We protected 14% of Canada's coastal and marine ecosystems. We developed a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change with the input of stakeholders from across the country. This framework allowed for each province and territory to have input, and it really set targets for reduced emissions, building resilience while growing our economy at the same time. This is a really balanced approach, thinking that the environment and the economy can go hand in hand. We're doing a lot more and committing to a lot more in the platform for this term, and I'm really proud to see things in there like planting 2 billion trees, protecting 25% of our land and oceans by 2025, and eventually by 2050 getting to zero carbon emissions. We know that we've got to move to electric vehicles and support green infrastructure and really reduce the energy efficiency, or increase the energy efficiency, I should say, in people's homes. So we're making it easier for them to do that. Lastly, I'm going to say that my constituents wanted to build, or wanted the government to help build, a stronger local economy. And there's many opportunities to do that. I think the most important thing for me is to really acknowledge the track record of success that our Liberal government has had since the last term. And so we know we've created just under 1 million jobs, reduced poverty significantly, invested in infrastructure, invested unprecedented amount in R&D and innovation in high-growth industries. We've supported the skilled trades. We've invested in small business, and we've set up regional economic agencies, development agencies, and more. So you see, I think
Member's time is up. I apologize for not giving him the 1 minute line, but I'm sure that maybe one of the questions may be to allow you to finish your speech, or you'll be able to incorporate in the questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The
honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou, rather. I will take the first few moments of my speech to thank the people from my riding for having placed their trust in me, as this is my first time I rise in the House. I would like to thank them for their confidence and for the hard work that they do every day to improve their lives in the riding. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague the following question. Yes, the Liberal government did indeed take certain measures to address climate change. Nevertheless, that government paid several $billions to purchase the Trans Mountain pipeline, which is going to bring oil to Vancouver, to the West Coast, and this might threaten certain species, including salmon, as well.
And then the new NAFTA, well, in terms of green aluminum, they've turned their back on Quebec production. How can we really improve the climate if we're taking these type of steps?
For Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her question. I do appreciate it very much. I think our government is taking a balanced approach to addressing climate change and build the economy at the same time. So this is a sophisticated approach. It doesn't mean we take extreme sides one way or another. I think we have to do both at the same time. So we have to both look at the environmental impacts of these major investments in infrastructure. We have to take the lives and jobs and livelihoods seriously of Canadian workers all across the country. So we need to support those industries as well as mitigate the risks to climate change. We know that moving to a carbon-based or a low-carbon economy is going to take time. And, in the interim, we need to support our workers and get our oil to market.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to welcome the member for Whitby to the House of Commons. I was reading a letter from 11,000 scientists who are involved in studying our climate, who declare unequivocally that planet Earth is facing a climate emergency. Now, I take great stock in what our scientists are saying, and so what I'm trying to put together here, Madam Speaker, is the member was talking about how he values evidence-based decision-making. And here we have scientists unequivocally stating that we are facing a climate emergency. And yet his government goes ahead and buys a bitumen oil exporting pipeline and plans to triple its exports. So through you, Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering, if the member can try and qualify how he can support such a project, how his government can support such a project, yet firmly believe in evidence-based decision-making.
The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I do appreciate it very much. I think it's a great question, and it's one that I think other people have, and so it's a common question. I think it's, the evidence is clear that we are facing a climate emergency, and we do need to take that seriously, and our government is really stepping up to address that issue. And I think the progressive measures in the platform are really working towards reaching net zero by 2050. I know this it would be great if we could reach those targets more quickly. And I think that's what we intend to do if we can get the cooperation of industry and the many other stakeholders that are involved in this work.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Milton, is it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I had the occasion to stand up in the House yesterday. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my neighbours in Milton for the opportunity to serve here, but also congratulate you on your nomination as Deputy Speaker and every member in this House for their election to the 43rd Canadian Parliament. And I would like to reiterate the sense of honour and privilege that I feel in having the opportunity to serve my neighbours in Milton. My neighbours and I ran a really long campaign, over a year. We knocked on doors for about 400 days. We spoke to a lot of our neighbours, and those are the first people that I want to thank, the people that sent me here to represent them. I'd also like to thank my campaign manager, Jeff Carpenter, the team of volunteers, my mother, Beata, my dad, Joe, my brother, Luke, and my dog, Cairo. He's an Egyptian street dog, and he's a bit temperamental, and a lot of the volunteers would recognize that. Sometimes they came into the office and he was a bit barky. So I also thank the neighbors that put up with some of the barking because it was a bit trying at times. I'd also like to thank the former member representing Milton, Lisa Raitt. She did a great job representing Milton for 9 years, and I know that I've got big shoes to fill. I ran on a promise to my neighbours to bring their voice to Ottawa and not just amplify my own, or Ottawa's voice in Milton. So I'm going to go through a couple of the things that I heard at the doors from my neighbors, that I heard in the debates that we held, and people have made some appointments with my office since being elected, and I'd like to talk about a couple of those issues because I think they're really important. Whether it was at the door, at a town hall with Fridays for Future Milton, or with GASP, a lot of people wanted to talk about the environment in Milton, and that's because it's a global crisis, as many of the questions have raised today. I'd like to read a quote from a climate scientist named Professor Catherine Hayhoe. And the quote is, "Does the thermometer give us different answers depending on whether we are liberal or conservative?" Of course, the answer is no. The thermometer is telling us that the planet is warming up, and we need to do our job in order to make the switch to clean energy and find cleaner sources of energy and more efficient ways of using it. We need to lower our emissions, and we have a responsibility to youth, particularly youth like Greta Thunberg and the thousands of young people that she's inspired to be young activists, to do a better job as legislators and as users of that energy. As somebody that studied science in university, I want to take an evidence-based scientific approach to some of these solutions. Carbon pricing has won a Nobel Prize in economics because it's a very, very effective way, and I'm glad that our government has stepped in, made sure that everybody follows a carbon pricing scheme. Investments in green energy and green infrastructure across the country will continue to make our goal of being net zero by 2050 all the closer to it. There are some local resource extraction projects, some aggregate mines, and a proposed intermodal infrastructure project, which my neighbors are vociferously opposed to, and I'll ensure that their perspectives are heard in this House. Secondly, immigration came up a lot. When I was 26 years old, I had the honor of carrying our flag into the opening ceremonies of the Bird Nest Stadium at the Olympic Games. I was a flag bearer for Team Canada at the Olympics, and one of my hey, thanks. One of my teammates started singing "Oh Canada," and quickly about 300 of my teammates and sporting heroes joined in. So when I turned around, I raised the flag, and as I turned around, my eyes swept across the parade of athletes from different countries around the world, and I noticed something. Team Italy looked like Italians. Team Norway looked like Norwegians. And when I faced Team Canada, much like this House, we look like the world in Canada. And that diversity is something that I don't think we can take for granted. It's something that we've got to be consistent champions for. My profile as an athlete and my platform as an athlete allowed me to do a lot of great work with organizations like Right to Play and WaterAid as an athlete ambassador and somebody that could bring light to really, really important projects around the world. I was actually a little bit disheartened to hear in other platforms a commitment to lower the amount of foreign aid that we give to other countries and the work that we do there. I think foreign aid is a really, really important investment in global security. It's an investment in our own security here in Canada, and it's an acknowledgement that we have it really, really good in Canada. We live in one of the greatest countries in the world, and we're very, very fortunate. Part of recognizing that is recognizing the obligation that we have globally to do a little bit of work around the world. The best part of campaigning was learning so much about other cultures. I traveled a lot as an athlete, but my year on the doors was a totally new look into what diversity and multiculturalism looks like in Milton. I want to thank all the different communities that welcomed me in, whether they were Pakistani, Cameroonian, Nigerian, whether I was being welcomed into their kitchens, into their churches, into their temples, gurdwaras, mosques, or hockey rinks. It was a really, really cool experience. I got to know a lot of people from different cultures that I probably wouldn't have otherwise, and I'm more prepared than I ever have been to express their needs, concerns, and issues here in the House of Commons. Individuals and families are coming from all over Canada, and they'd like to start a life in Milton. And not only is that great for the diversity of our country, it's also great for our economy, and it's one of the reasons why we've grown so quickly in the last 4 years. I'm happy that our government is renewing our commitments to NATO, foreign aid, and the United Nations peacekeeping efforts, and we're focused on decreasing gender inequality around the world. A lot of the work that I did with WaterAid and with Right to Play was really, really seized upon ensuring that girls and young women had access to education, to sport, and most notably, hygiene and sanitation. WaterAid is doing incredible work, and I'm happy to be able to highlight that today. Diversity is the strength of this nation, and whether it's through my role as MP for a diverse community like Milton, or as the Parliamentary Secretary for Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, and to the Ministry of Heritage for Sport, I will continue to be a champion for all of these values. Madam Speaker, I grew up in community housing in North Oakville. Co-ops aren't just a place where poverty exists at all. Co-ops are a solution to poverty, and the Chautauqua Co-op, where I grew up, is evidence of that. Just in June this year, my co-op, my home, Chautauqua Co-op, paid off a 35-year mortgage. That means that for the last 35 years, the Chautauqua Co-op has been providing a safe and secure place for over 80 families to live every single year. We need to create more affordable housing in this country. Like I said, I'm a co-op kid. My mom's been building co-ops and managing co-ops for over 30 years. I sat on the board of directors at a co-op when I was 13 or 14 years old, and I got to realize something, that one of the ways that we can relieve poverty is to ensure that there's less profit. And at any time somebody pays the rent, they don't need to be ensuring that somebody else is making a buck. It's a really great solution, and I'm always going to be a vocal advocate for co-op housing. Parents shouldn't have to pick between paying the rent or putting food on the table or sending their kids to sports. I can honestly say that I would not have competed at the Olympic Games if it wasn't for co-op housing, and I hope kids in the future will continue to have those opportunities, and parents don't have to make tough decisions about putting food on the table or sending their kids to sports. I also don't think there should be any financial barriers between a healthy and active lifestyle or the goals and aspirations of Canada's youth. I believe in developing physical literacy is just as important as reading, writing, and math. So I'm glad that we've got a $40 billion housing strategy in the Liberal Party platform. I'm really, really excited to be working on it. I'd like to touch on some issues around national universal pharmacare. And first, I'd like to say that just last week would have been my friend Simon Eibel's 43rd birthday. Simon Eibel was a man that committed his life to fighting for opportunities, but also talked a lot about rare disease advocacy and orphan drug program. I believe that Canada needs a rare disease platform, and I think it should live within our national universal pharmacare. In addition to Simon's story, I'd touch upon my dad's. My dad, Joe, has Parkinson's disease, and as a retired guy, he's got difficulty in accessing some of the affordable medication that he needs to carry on with his life. I'd like to talk about some of the parents in my writing that have talked about some of these issues as well. Parents Brandon and Chrissy, well, their son has spinal muscular atrophy, and there's a heavy price tag on the treatment for this rare disease. We need pharmacare for Wyatt and other children too, like Chloe, Lennon, and Eva, as well as retired adults like my dad. A young girl that I met on the doors named Chloe, well, she has type 1 diabetes, and there's got to be a solution for young girls like Chloe. A young boy named Liam in my writing has cystic fibrosis, and the medicine is upwards of $100,000 to treat his disease. Well, it's not directly related to pharma. I heard from parents of autistic kids like Max, Dante, and many others who desperately want to see the federal government take on a national housing or national autism strategy. And I was very heartened to hear the Prime Minister mention that recently in a speech. The highlight of my campaign this summer was actually on the water. I went up to Camp Uchagayas and I sat down for breakfast. Uchagayas is, of course, a camp that provides a camping experience to young kids whose lives have been affected by cancer. And I was really excited to see that I was sitting next to a young boy named Mateo, whose mom I met at the doors. Mateo is recovering from cancer, and I was thrilled to take him on the water in a canoe. We had a really, really good day. Madam Speaker, in closing, as an athlete, I worked with my colleagues and teams from other countries for our mutual benefit. Whether you live in Pond Inlet, Nunavut, Prince George, British Columbia, Fredericton, New Brunswick, Trois-Rivières, Quebec, or Milton, Ontario, you'll notice that I fit a riding in from each of the parties. You deserve a government that's fighting for you in Canada harder than they work for election or re-election. Madam Speaker, the election is over. It's time that we stop fighting about Team Red, Team Orange, Team Green, and Team Blue, and start fighting for Team Canada. We as parliamentarians have an obligation to perform our duties with respect and integrity, and I believe it's possible to disagree without being disagreeable. We ought to conduct ourselves in this House, in this distinguished House, with the conduct becoming of the office that we are all privileged to hold. Sportsmanship is just important to me in this House as it was on the water. And with that, I wish every member in this House and everybody watching a Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, and a prosperous New Year.
Questions and comments?
Jonathan West.
And I appreciate the fact you gave him a few extra seconds to finish that. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It was wonderful for you to recognize Lisa Raitt, but also your father, so thank you for doing that. Well done. You did mention, however, regarding pharmacare, one of the people you're talking to, or one of the people the gentleman was talking to, was suffering from type 1 diabetes and another family with autism. I wonder if he's aware that his own government attacked people suffering from type 1 diabetes and autism by withdrawing support and forcing them to requalify for the tax benefit they used to receive, and actually went out and disqualified innumerable people who were receiving the disability tax credit for type 1 diabetes, but also autism.
The honourable member for Milton.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable colleague opposite for his question. I, like my Liberal colleagues, are proud of the investments that we've made in healthcare in the last 4 years and proud of the investments that we'll continue to make. I met with people of advocacy groups from the Diabetes Coalition as well as others over the course of the last year, and I'm sorry, but it wasn't the Liberals that they were complaining about. The provincial cuts that our people and my neighbours are experiencing are the reason that they're complaining. I have not heard from any of my constituents any of the complaints that he mentioned. However, if he'd like to meet for a coffee in the vein of sportsmanship, I'd be happy to listen. Thank you.
Honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James Nunavut. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. This is the first time I'm rising to speak in the House. I'd like to thank my family and the entire population of my riding that elected me, and I'm proud to represent them. I had an efficient meeting with mayors in my riding, and we tried to improve relations between North and South. And their self-governance is fascinating, and we need to interpret their treatings so that we can step away from the colonization that they've suffered and still are suffering from. This should be one of the priorities in the throne speech. Thank you.
For Milton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't hear much of a question in my honourable colleague's remarks, but I'm happy to stand up and talk about the importance of Indigenous inclusion. I'm grateful to Inuit people for providing a boat that I used for many years. As a white guy from Oakville, I always express gratitude to Indigenous people for the artifacts that we often use, and we're not often, aware of the fact that, lacrosse, for example, is an Indigenous sport, and kayaking is certainly one as well. I think acknowledging that is a very important aspect of truth and reconciliation, and I'm happy to talk more on that topic. Because I think our government's track record speaks for itself on truth and reconciliation, although there's far, far more work that needs to be done by all parties in this House.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, and I would like to begin by congratulating my friend and the Honourable MP from Milton on his election. In response to the speech from the throne, my question deals with the situation facing West Coast wild salmon. The riding I represent, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, is named after the Skeena River, one of British Columbia's great wild salmon systems. Many people in this House will be familiar with the story of my colorful predecessor, Jim Fulton, the MP Jim Fulton, who at one point took a wild fish and brought it across the aisle and slapped it on the Prime Minister's desk. Skeena wild salmon are in crisis. A recent study showed that that they have dropped by 3/4 over the last century, and yet in the throne speech there wasn't a single mention of the situation facing British Columbia's wild salmon. My question is, does the member not agree this was an egregious omission?
The honourable member for Milton has 1 minute to respond.
I thank my friend and colleague across the floor, and I would also acknowledge that mutually we hold ridings held by great former members, and we both have large shoes to fill, in the case of Nathan Cullen, of course. As a kayaker, I've spent a lot of time around salmon, and I also live in a riding of Milton where we have a few creeks, and those salmon also spawn up creek all the way to Milton to the mill pond. I acknowledge that there are a lot of endangered species, and I didn't recall hearing, other than humans, any animals mentioned in the throne speech, and I don't mean to devalue or illegitimize the importance of the West Coast salmon. However, I do think it's a very, very important topic of discussion, and in the spirit of environmental conservation, I think our record is also quite good. We've conserved more terrestrial, marine, and coastal waterway than any other party in history, and I'd be more than happy to talk about salmon, perhaps over some lochs with my colleague.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I would like to let the House know what questions it will discuss this evening.
The economy, and the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South, the environment. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Niagara Falls. Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish all a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, a Happy New Year, and of course, hoping that you spend much quality time with your family, your friends, and your neighbors in your communities. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to rise today in response to the speech from the throne. My first time rising in the House for the 43rd Parliament. Madam Speaker, however, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my constituents for putting their faith in me to represent them once again in this House. I truly believe by working together, we can make all our communities that much better. Thank you to my team, who tirelessly worked day in and day out. Thank you to all the volunteers who supported me. They knocked on doors, installed signs, made phone calls, and everything in between. I truly would not be here if not for many, many individuals who helped me out through the past few months. And thank you to my family, Madam Speaker. Thank you to Leanna, my rock in life. Thank you for coming along on this journey with me. Thank you, Madam Speaker, to Logan, to Jordan, to Tyler, to Jake, and my grandson, Hudson. Thank you for supporting me. To my mom, Claudette, my father, George Wayne, thank you for not only being there for me and helping me, but continuing to be there for me on a daily basis. I would not be in this House representing Niagara Centre if it weren't for all the people close to me, especially those throughout the community and throughout the nation. Madam Speaker, from the bottom of my heart, I say to each and every one of these individuals those two words that we quite frankly don't say enough: thank you. Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not give and extend congratulations to all members, all 337 members, 38 including myself, that have been elected to represent Canadians in this House, and all that ran for those positions in the past year. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne is a blueprint for the government to show Canadians where we are and where we want to be. It is an opportunity for all of us in this House to discuss with vigor, with passion, the role and the direction of this government, but equally as important, the role of all 338 members of the House of Commons. Madam Speaker, I look forward to having those discussions here today and well into the future with respect to the interests of everyone. First off, Madam Speaker, is the action on skilled trades. We have made remarkable strides in this area since being elected almost 5 years ago. However, as we celebrate this achievement, we know there is much more to do. Once again, to progress is by working together. Some provinces and regions across this great nation are struggling to find workers to fill the important positions that our economy, that our industries are attempting to fill. My region of Niagara is no exception. Niagara, not unlike other jurisdictions, is beginning to experience a skilled trades shortage. A need for welders, for pipe fitters, boilermakers, seafarers, tile setters, plumbers, technicians, cooks, chefs, and other hands-on, hardworking, skilled trades people. Thanks to the efforts of the former Minister of Workforce, Employment and Labour, our government has significantly boosted federal support to the provinces as well as the territories by $2.7 billion over 6 years. This to help more unemployed, underemployed, and those wanting to be retrained to get into the workforce, to strengthen our workforce, and therefore to strengthen our overall national economy. And we've invested $225 million, Madam Speaker, over 4 years to identify and fill skilled gaps in the economy to help Canadians be best prepared for that new economy. Additional investments and collaboration with our partners will see us collectively work to eliminate the skilled trades shortage. Madam Speaker, we've cut taxes. We've made it more affordable for Canadians. Canadians and this government created the environment for more than 1 million new jobs in just 4 years. With an economy that is strong and with steadily declining debt relative to the size of our economy, Canada now has the best performance, the best balance sheet in the G7. Thanks to the efforts of all of us, once again, working together toward those common goals. And together we've helped 900,000 people out of poverty. At the same time, we know that we need to be prepared for whatever challenges are to come our way in the future. Our plan will see tax cuts for all but the wealthiest Canadians. This week, our government has taken steps to amend the Income Tax Act to lower taxes for the middle class and people working extremely hard to join it. Nearly 20 million Canadians will benefit, Madam Speaker, saving a single person close to $300 a year. And a family, including families led by a single parent, the savings would be closer to $600 a year. Madam Speaker, I have seen firsthand in my riding and throughout the Niagara region the positive impact the Canada Child Benefit has had on many individuals, many families. Young families being able to afford items like school supplies and sports equipment and joining different organizations, adding to the quality of life that they well deserve as Canadians. And for the first time, Madam Speaker, for the very first time, the benefit gives more money every month to 9 out of 10 families. It has lifted 300,000 children out of poverty. We will give up to $1,000 more to families to help when the costs of raising kids are the highest by boosting the Canada Child Benefit by 15% for children under the age of 1. Making sure families get more money right away by making maternity and parental benefits tax-free. Madam Speaker, we heard today about the new NAFTA being that of supporting trade and strengthening our economy. A thank you must be extended to all the Canadians from every corner of this country, from all walks of life, from all political points of view who joined this government in this effort.
Right on.
This includes the Prime Minister. It includes the Deputy Prime Minister. It includes the NAFTA Council and the Premiers. And regardless of what flag, on behalf of what party is being flown, kudos to each and every one of you, all of us working together to come to this achievement. The new NAFTA represents Canadian jobs, Madam Speaker, in particular in Niagara, and for the certainty for Canada, for this great nation. Madam Speaker, this new agreement will reinforce the strong economic ties between 3 countries and support well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians. With respect to transport and infrastructure, transportation and infrastructure is something that is key to the nation, being a border nation, and particularly in my riding of Niagara, being a border region. Canada's national transportation infrastructure comprises 26 airports, 18 port authorities, 45,000 kilometers of track, and 38,000 kilometers of roadway, as well as our Great Lakes, our St. Lawrence, and of course, once again, Madam Speaker, in our riding of Niagara, the Welland Canal. So let's dig a bit deeper into what we have in Niagara and what contributes to strengthening the overall Canadian and national interests and economy. The Welland Canal, the Queen Elizabeth Highway, Highway 406, local airports, all located from Niagara within a 1 day's drive of over 44% of North America's annual income. Niagara is a perfect example of how different modes of transport, integrating distribution and logistics, will strengthen our nation's international trade performance. The gateways for trade in goods between Canada and its trade partners are vital. Without them, our strengthened supply chains cannot flow with fluidity. Madam Speaker, this is why I was honored to work on the Standing Committee of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities throughout the last Parliament to work together from all parties in the establishment of a Canadian transportation and logistics strategy. And I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, to building on the progress that committee made and continue to make, such as the alignment of our transportation assets to strengthen, for example, the Great Lakes binational region, and of course the economies, the social, and the environmental responsibilities that we have that are attached to the Great Lakes. We put forth new abandoned vessel legislation that will ensure that polluters will pay for their mess, not the middle-class Canadians. We will stand up for Canadian travelers and ensure that they are treated with fairness and respect by amending the Transportation Modernization Act. We will address key bottlenecks with the National Trade Corridors Fund. Through working together with all colleagues in the House, with Canadians from all sides, with respect to transport and infrastructure issues in Ottawa, we were also pleased to run on a platform that included creating a national infrastructure fund, funding public transit, funding and ensuring that all municipalities continue to have stable and direct funding for their strategies, for their priorities, once again established by them, that will then fund their local projects, and once again based on the work done by their wonderful teams at the municipal level, the local level, the community level, being all about communities. We will continue to work with members of the House to improve transportation infrastructure for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Madam Speaker, with respect to housing, we will work hard to address affordability, taking action to invest in affordable housing and make it easier for more people to buy their first home. We have invested millions, for example, Madam Speaker, in the city of Welland, in my riding, to build more affordable housing, and continuing to work with Niagara Regional Housing to ensure we strengthen affordable housing throughout the Niagara region. Madam Speaker, with respect to fighting climate change, climate change is the defining challenge of our time, and this being a defining moment of this Parliament. It is a sentiment shared by Canadians. Canadians overwhelmingly voted in favor of immediate and ambitious action to combat climate change. Our environment is important, Madam Speaker, to all Canadians, because without a protected environment, we have no future to live in, and even our health could be at risk. Clean air and clean water are musts in this day and in this age. New technologies are paramount and need to be created to help us deal with this issue of climate change. We are committed, Madam Speaker, to protecting the environment by setting a target to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, putting a price on pollution, protecting and conserving nature, and reducing plastic pollution within our environment. We are committed to developing new technologies. We are committed to improving the environment we live in and protecting Canadians from harmful substances. Our government cares about attaining a cleaner and safer environment, Madam Speaker, for all Canadians. With respect to seniors, Canadians are living longer than ever before. Today's seniors are also facing rising health care costs, and the number of seniors who rely on monthly benefits to make ends meet rises as our Canadians, our people, our neighbours, our family members, our friends age. We lowered the eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65. We moved forward with this change because we know it boosts seniors' retirement savings by thousands of dollars and lets them retire at an earlier age. To make life more affordable for people as they age, we will move forward with increasing the old age security benefit by 10% for seniors when they turn 75. And we'll continue to raise it, Madam Speaker, along with inflation. This will help to lift more than 20,000 seniors out of poverty, 2/3 of whom are women, and will give greater financial security to more than 3 million seniors every year. For most seniors, it will mean up to $729 in additional financial help every year once they reach the age of 75. We will move forward with more help for seniors who have lost their partners. We will work with the provinces and territories to give even more support to survivors by increasing the Canada Pension Plan. This increase, worth up to $2,080 in additional benefits every year, will give more than 1.2 million seniors, Madam Speaker, 1.2 million seniors more money and greater peace of mind at a time when they need it most. I see this in Niagara, Madam Speaker, every day, whether at Porto Village in the city of Port Colborne, at Villa de Rose in the city of Welland, or Cobblestone Retirement Residence in the city of Thorold. Our seniors need investment so they can retire in comfort as they deserve. Our seniors built this country. Our seniors built our communities. And they are the foundation, our guides, our place where we learn who we are and where we come from, therefore navigating where we go from here. Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne is a roadmap. Where we want to go in this new Parliament, it is our guide, working for Canadians, Madam Speaker. Yes, we have work to do, and we will keep fighting for families, our children, for climate action, for our seniors, for our Indigenous communities, for a Canada on the world stage. And with this in mind, Madam Speaker, I'm looking forward to getting down to work with all 338 members of this House. Canadians with the same interests, finding mechanisms, finding action plans to then satisfy the needs of all 338 ridings throughout this great nation. And we can only do this by working together toward the common goals of all Canadians. Madam Speaker, we must never underestimate the impact that we have on others. Our families, our friends, our neighbors, all of us throughout this great nation, whether it be from this House of Commons, whether it be within our communities, whether it be representing an organization, whether it be as a member of provincial parliaments or territories, or as mayors or councillors or volunteers. We must not ever underestimate the impact that we have on others. It could be one word, it could be one sentence, it could be one action, it could be in a mall, on a sidewalk, it could be in the halls of this House of Commons. That can change someone's life forever. That is the responsibility that we have as Canadians, is to affect others in a positive way. And we have that opportunity, Madam Speaker. Within this House, we as parliamentarians must adhere to a mindset of equality. All 338 ridings throughout this great nation, equality. Regardless, Madam Speaker, regardless of who represents those individual ridings or what party they may belong to. Equality. And that, Madam Speaker, to meet the expectations of Canadians. To meet the expectations of Canadians. We are Canada. And as President Obama said in this House, the world needs more Canada. The world needs more Canada. And with that, it's therefore incumbent upon us to ensure that we are nationally together strengthening the Canadian values, leading by example here in this great nation, but equally as important, internationally. Standing shoulder to shoulder as Canadians. However, Madam Speaker, it starts with vision, followed by working closer together as a stronger nation, and only we, as leaders within our communities, beginning here at the House of Commons, working with our partners, can we achieve and therefore become a better nation because of what we achieve here together. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean, is that right? Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Indeed, it's Lac-Saint-Jean. You might be surprised to learn that I agree with my colleague on the other side of the chamber to a certain extent. If parties can work together for the betterment of rather to pass legislation and regulations, that is a good thing. However, when it comes to the free trade agreement, I have to disagree with my esteemed colleague because that agreement is not good for our region. People are concerned. Unions don't pretend they are concerned. Aluminum is the economic motor of our region, and it's not protected as steel is in that agreement. So, yes, I can work with my esteemed colleagues, but I represent Lac-Saint-Jean, and the people who live there turn to me and are asking me to act, so I can't just stand and do nothing. I have to fight for them. That's what they've asked me to do. So my question to my dear colleague is this: if he was standing in my place, what would he do? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member opposite. And that's what we all do here. We all fight for the interests of our ridings and, of course, the best interests of, in this case, the economics of our riding. And I give credit to the Minister, the Prime Minister, and more importantly, to the teams that were there on a daily basis that were actually negotiating this agreement. It is a good agreement for Canada. It's prepared us and it's strengthened us to ensure that we have a better footprint on our economic performance internationally. There are great components of the agreement, which, by the way, includes our steel industry and our aluminum industry. We have, as part of the agreement, content, a certain percentage, 70% of content of aluminum that must be in product. And this I would only assume over time, while we discuss the agreement 5, 10, 15 years down the road, will be strengthened as well. So we do look forward to this agreement being put in place, therefore connecting us with the other two agreements, CETA and TPP, which attaches us to 1.8 billion consumers worldwide, which enhances Canada. Although our population being 38 million, our economic population is 1.8 billion. And of course, I'm sure your riding can take full advantage.
I just want to remind the members to maybe look at this way so I can let them know if their time is running out. Questions and comments on the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations to the member for Niagara Centre for his re-election. I want to speak to him about dental care. You know, there are so many Canadians across this great land who suffer from poor oral health and who have no way of affording to go to a dentist. Now, members of the NDP caucus, we've met with constituents who've had to cover their mouth while speaking to us because they're so embarrassed by the state of their teeth. And we know poor oral health can lead to further health complications. And it's a real barrier to social mobility. Now, the government recently tabled a Ways and Means motion, and the NDP has countered that proposal by making it apply to people who earn $90,000 a year or less and using the resultant savings to invest in a national dental care program, thereby providing some real economic relief to people who desperately need it. So my question, Madam Speaker, through you to my honourable colleague across the way is, will he support such a measure and give that real help to the people who need it? And if he's not prepared to make that commitment, perhaps he can inform the House just how much longer Canadians will have to wait for that kind of service.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Well, I guess, and thank you for the question. It's a very important question. It was a very important topic during the campaign, and even before that in the last session that we had here in the House. And I've been discussing that issue with a lot of our different agencies. And yes, the short answer is yes, I agree with what you're saying. I do believe that over time, once we get in place the pharmacare help and of course the full program into place in the next year or two, then we start looking at dental, and I'll even go as far as looking at vision and hearing to be added to that as well. So that therefore, over time, in a responsible fashion, especially as it relates to our our fiscal responsibility, that in fact we have a full health care program that includes what we have now, pharmacare, and of course dental, hearing, and vision.
And the member to address his questions and comments to the chair. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
The member delivered a strong and cogent speech, a strong statement and comprehensive statement on what our government did in the previous Parliament and what it plans to do going forward. And I truly enjoyed listening to it. He spoke a lot about infrastructure, what I would like to call hardware at this particular point. And of course, it's absolutely important that we invest in infrastructure, because in this day and age, if a country doesn't invest in infrastructure, it will get left behind. But there are other initiatives that our government took that really would be called sort of, wouldn't be called software, if you will. The investment in the Canada Child Benefit, the investment in the Canada Training Benefit. These are sometimes just looked at as spending, and often were criticized because of spending items, but they are in fact investments in the future, because healthy children grow up to be healthy workers. Parents that get the Canada Child Benefit can afford to invest in RESPs and so forth. And obviously if workers can retrain, they can get the skills that are needed to solve the environmental and other scientific challenges that we face in this modern and complex world. So I would just like to hear the members' comments on that distinction and why even those expenditures that seem like soft expenditures are in fact investments in the future of this country.
Honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a great question, because sometimes we only look at things from the face, and we don't see the residual benefits of those investments. And the member's correct. For every investment that we make, whether it be through a CCB, a child care benefit, old age security, or whether it be infrastructure with respect to the roads and the water pipes and things of that nature, it has other benefits attached to it. And it's all about one thing, Madam Speaker. It's all about investing in our communities. It's all about community. It's all about investing in people, in Canadians. And when we do make an investment in some of those programs, whether it be through CCB or whether it be through a road or a waterway, it's going to affect not just that directly, but it's going to affect residually many more, especially when it comes to people, especially when it comes to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond has a question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to recognize my colleague across the way and congratulate him for his collaborative tone, which is exactly the tone we also want to have in this chamber. And we are happy to collaborate in that regard. I'd like to come back on his speech, and I want to talk about seniors. There are measures in the speech from the throne to improve benefits for seniors, and yet the government is maintaining the cap to age 75 for benefits for seniors. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether it would not be better to bring that age down to 65, because poverty does not wait until people are 75. So is the government open to that possibility?
Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a great question, and I thank the member for that question. It's the one thing I did in the last term and continue to do now is speak with, not to, but with a lot of our seniors through different organizations, the different seniors' homes, and we've made it a habit to go in there as much as I can get back to the riding. And what we've heard was when the need happens, and we heard loud and clear that the need happens at age 75. Hence the reason, and yes, the member is correct, Madam Speaker, that there are times when there's need at a younger age. Hence the reason why we have other programs that do fill those gaps. But what we heard in our dialogue with the seniors and CARP as one organization, for example, was that it's at the age 75 where, in fact, those needs start hitting hard, especially when a member passes on, and of course some are left alone at that age. Then, of course, that's when it would be needed. Therefore, hence the reason why we designated at that age that we would actually have that program kick in.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague for Côte de Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Charlevoix, and Île d'Orléans. We're all very new. I'm just getting used to the names of ridings. Now, I would also like to say that I'll have a little more time to speak now than I did last time, and I want to speak to my loved ones. First of all, thank you to my volunteers who did not count the hours they worked. Politics is nothing without its volunteers. And my faithful co-worker, Gisèle, who is in the riding, working hard with Andréane and Marie-Christine. The citizens of Drummond are well served by them. Now, of course, there's an invaluable factor in our lives. Our spouses. It's a very difficult life, and it really takes the support of our spouses to help us. They sometimes even pretend they like the fact that their spouses are in politics. My spouse did not choose for me to be in politics, but I would like to thank her for her support, and she is becoming more enthusiastic about this choice. Millions of Québécois families are blended families, as are we. We have four children in our blended family, 2 boys, 2 girls. There's parity in our family. And again, a blended family means shared custody, and we have to deal with former spouses. And I'm very lucky to have a great former spouse who understands that politics is not easy, and she has agreed to more than do her share with her children in this new life. So we are very lucky that we have a harmonious relationship with our former spouses. Now, Madam Speaker, we are in a minority government situation, and I have to say that, as in my personal life, there's hope, so there's hope for this Parliament as well. Now, there are 2 young people or rather, 2 people I also need to thank. My parents, Henriette Jolin and Louis Champoux. I'm not going to say how old they are, but together their age totals 159 years, including months. They showed so much passion and energy during the election campaign that I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to run in the next election. And honestly, Madam Speaker, I hope they don't run against me. Now, please understand why I'm afraid, because Émile Fortin, my great uncle, sat in the 30th Parliament as the member for Lévis, and his son represented Montmagny-Lillet from 1958 to 1962. In fact, he took away the seat from Jean Lesage, who left Ottawa to go to Quebec. So only in my father's generation there was no elected representative, but he might suddenly become ambitious and want to run next time. So all of those people and my family members and my friends, I love you all. I care about them, and they were instrumental in my getting here. Now, Madam Speaker, the speech from the throne gives us hope that there will be progress on issues Quebecers care about, but there is still a lot of work to be done. We have to make sure that the government walks its talk. In the speech from the throne, there was nothing on culture, language, or support for the media, but this was promised in the 2019 budget. If you don't have a voice, you don't show up, but we hope that the fact that these 3 issues were not in the speech from the throne will not mean that they will be ignored. The Bloc Québécois put forth many ideas during the election campaign. We will still put our ideas forth, and it's no surprise that some of our ideas were taken up by voters, and some of these ideas ended up in the speech from the throne. So there's an open door there for us. And let's take, for instance, the tax on the internet giants. The government said it intended to tax Google, Amazon, Facebook, and Apple, all these digital giants. That's a great thing, but it's not enough. In fact, let's not call it a tax. Let's call it a levy, which will be redistributed to content creators and artists and to media organizations. In fact, we're asking that 40% of these new revenues be given to Francophone creators, and not only Francophones in Quebec, but to all Francophones across the country, because the Francophone culture must survive. It's a matter of cultural survival. Let's not wait for the OECD to decide, or Americans to decide, that creators must be adequately paid. In fact, we have to stand firm and apply the GST as well to digital giants for unfair competition. Mr. Speaker, print media is experiencing an unprecedented crisis, and in fact, ad revenues are falling to the benefit of the web giants. 48%, ad revenues fell by 48% between 2003 and 2016, and subscriptions are down as well. The government has proposed an incomplete plan. This plan can be improved. We will work with that sector and with our colleagues in the chamber who care about these issues to make sure that the government implements a plan which will be implemented in support of the media sector and the people who work in it. Now, this crisis has hit hard, and we might experience a similar crisis in the area of online media. We have to protect our media against the powerful digital giants. They are part of our democracy, but we have to make sure that regulation is fair for everyone and everyone is treated the same way. Madam Speaker, almost all of my colleagues told me that there was a problem with regard to the laying of fiber optic cable and a problem with cell coverage. And I'm the communications critic for my party, which has made me very popular. Everyone comes to see me. And I would say that anyone looking for their soulmate should put on their online dating sites that they are the communications critic. Now, the federal government has put money aside, but the government of Quebec has a very good program in place already, and it would have been easier for the federal government to transfer the money to Quebec to help it. Now, to be a mayor in a region is not easy because people will tell you that small businesses, farmers cannot access the internet. And for instance, farmers cannot install milking machines, automated milking machines, because there is a lack of services there. Smaller municipalities like Saint-Pied-de-Guerre or Saint-Brigitte-des-Sous has many SMEs and entrepreneurs, but cell coverage is so bad that they just can't get started or launch their businesses. And we have to understand that high-speed internet is not a luxury anymore. It's an essential service. It's necessary for regional economic development. If we want to attract businesses to the regions, we have to step up. Otherwise, there is no hope for our regions, and they will keep on suffering. Now, please understand, Madam Speaker, I'm not blaming digital giants. They're operating under current market rules. We have to make sure that these rules are adjusted so that our young people and our families lie at the heart of any decisions we take. A quick example, Amherst in Quebec, which still relies on a pager service for first responders. I know that the minister whom I spoke with this week is open to the problem. Everyone wants to help these first responders to have a more modern system to respond and not to rely on pagers. And so hopefully that'll happen. Hopefully we get the funding. We can't have people in a municipality not have any paramedics service. That's unacceptable. So in light of everything I've just said, it's clear that Quebec's unique situation makes it more difficult for the federal government in areas of culture and communication. So that is why the Bloc is going to propose the creation of a CRTC for Quebec itself. And this Québécois CRTC will be able to better protect the language and the culture and Francophone media. And this new service will help the federal CRTC and will help both cultures to develop and flourish. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And There is no doubt a number of initiatives that take place in the province of Quebec in which I think that many other provinces would actually benefit by. And one of those projects was, in fact, the recognition of providing a subsidy for the purchasing of an electrical vehicle. And that was going over quite well. In fact, the federal government in the last federal budget went ahead and provided a very similar program, which then went across Canada. And the take-up on that has been exceptionally good. And the reason why I raise that, Madam Speaker, is because I believe that there are so many good things that happen in different regions of our country, and the national government plays such an important role in terms of capturing those ideas and ensuring that there's a much broader national application in many different ways. Hopefully we'll see the same thing now with pharmacare. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts on just how important that is.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his comments. Yes, we do appreciate the cooperation. There are some files that are more complex than ideas. Well, I know a lot of people in my entourage who benefit from that additional benefit that the government added. But there are some complex files, much more sensitive ones, for example, telecoms and access to high-speed internet in the regions. And this could be better managed if the responsibility for it and the oversight for it were transferred. Questions and comments?
And Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the members for their comments. I'd also like to bring up another thought that I have in terms of our throne speech. In 2015, I was working at an NGO in the international development sector, and I was delighted when our Prime Minister said that Canada was back. What I didn't realize at the time was that Canada was back, way back, in the list of OECD donor countries. Today, Canada is at the bottom half of donor countries. Currently, Canada gives approximately 0.25% of gross national income, the lowest we've been at in over 50 years. In fact, embarrassingly, despite the platitudes and good words of this Liberal government, we currently invest even less than the Harper government did in making the world a safer and more prosperous place. Canadians, like my constituents in Alberta, are proud of our history of punching above our weight on the world stage. When will this government commit to significantly increasing ODA, finally reaching the 0.7% as promised by Lester B. Pearson and achieved by many countries around the world, including Ireland and Norway?
The member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the comment and question from my colleague. I find it commendable, and Canada has always had a wonderful international reputation. However, despite this goodwill, I don't think that question was addressed to me directly. I have time for a quick question. The honourable member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, if I may, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his eloquence in responding to the speech from the throne. People from Drummond have a member who will really speak up for them here in this House with bravo. On Tuesday, Madam Speaker, the Liberals and the Conservatives, after battling it out during the elections, voted hand in hand against one of, as my colleague said, one of our top priorities of Quebecers, namely health. I'd like to my colleague from Drummond to comment on that. Quick answer, the member for Drummond. I think, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to first thank my colleague for his question. I didn't really mention the whole issue in my response to the speech of the throne, but I think it was clear for us we have to increase health transfers to 5.2% to provinces. This is was what's due. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Dorion-Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a woman here in the House, I'd like to congratulate you for your appointment to your role as Deputy Speaker here in the House at this 43rd Parliament. All women here are very proud of you, Madam Speaker. As I'm rising today for the first time in this House, I would like to take a moment to thank some people. I don't always have the eloquence of my colleague. Perhaps I would prefer to sing my speech rather than say it because I am an artist. But, well, here I go. So, Madam Speaker, voters in my riding who honored my democracy on voting for me on October 21st, I would like to congratulate them. Also, big thanks to the volunteers in my campaign who were very passionate and brought me here. I'd like to thank my spouse, Pascal, my wonderful daughter, Marie-Lou, for their support and for their unwavering affection. You are my guiding light. I'd also like to underscore and pay tribute to all artists in Quebec, and notably my musician and artist friends who share my passion. For them, I have the utmost friendship. I also have warmest thoughts for my late parents who brought me here today. They would be so proud to represent the voice of Quebec here in this Parliament. To my wonderful family and to my many and precious friends, and also to all those who voted for me and gave me their confidence and solidarity, I'd like to thank you warmly. And to the entire population, I would like to tell you my devotion. I come from a small island that has become very famous. Jacques Cartier made a stop over here on his way to the New World during his second trip in September 1545, and he found a generous land in my island, Île aux Coudres, and historians tell us that this was a determining place, a crucial place in his trip, which became the only Francophone national capital in North America, namely Quebec City. People from my island are very proud of this great history that belongs to them, and I'd like to pay tribute to all those who voted. The people from this island, we call them des Marsouins, des Marsouines, porpoises in French. I won't tell you why we call the people from the island this way, but as a proud islander, I'll explain this to you later when you would like to hear the story. It's a very symbolic and beautiful history from my island. And you have to know where you come from to know where you're going, we say in my island. And culture is what allows us to vehicle this. Later, much later, this same island made its mark on time and space through the living memory of cinematographer, my friend Pierre Béraud. The National Film Office recognized his documentary. They call it a chef-d'oeuvre of documentary cinema, and he is recognized as one of the fathers of direct cinema. Another proud point we have in Quebec, well, some good news for Quebec, which also makes us famous abroad, even though it has incredible financial difficulties. Well, we have great talent in Quebec. The Hollywood Critics Association has just announced that Denis Villeneuve will be named Filmmaker of the Decade in January 2020 for his body of work. Wow. We're so pleased. What wonderful popularity for Quebec cinema, and all members here and all members of the Bloc Québécois and all members of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to send you my warmest congratulations. And I would like to ask the government about a current topic that was absent from the speech from the throne. In my role as critic of culture, I would like to talk about the cultural emergency. There isn't just a climate emergency, Madam Speaker, there's a cultural emergency. There's an unprecedented crisis in culture. And let's talk about culture. It's an social, historic, economic strength, and also an international strength that sets us apart and defines peoples and allows people to look at their own culture. Our historians, our filmmakers, our writers, our artists, our actors, sculptors, playwrights, circus performance, artists, that they're crying out for help. We love this culture, but it is in economic peril because of unmeasurable difficulties. It may not be able to survive. Why? Because its operation depends on its financing, and it has been slashed. The result? Culture and arts are having a hard time fighting big web giants elsewhere. Yet some countries such as France, Australia, and New Zealand have intervened and have taken action against web giants. But here, nothing. In Quebec, Netflix has laid down the law. Yes, we have seen an increase in the number of requests for projects. Labor in the industry is there, but government investment in culture has not followed. We have a very famous show, Les Filles de Caleb in Quebec, and it has 3 million listeners every week, but now it only has 6 or 7 episodes with a meager budget, much smaller than it was 20 years ago. This is quite strange. All this because Netflix and many other web giants aren't paying their fair share. All culture is being sucked up, swallowed up by U.S. giants. And our government said during its election campaign that it would quickly slap a 3% tax on web giants to give it back to artists. But this was not mentioned in the throne speech, and this concerns us. In Quebec, we can't imagine any big creations. We lack means to implement our brilliant ideas. So what happens to all this beauty and joy if we don't have our cultural industry? Francophone productions have to compete with giants because they lack technology that is up to date and they don't have the financial means. They're trailing. And this has real consequences, as you know. Yes, we're filming because we're fighters, Madam Speaker. We're still filming, even with meager means. Yes. Sorry. So here is a really good cause for concern, Madam Speaker. We want to tell our friends that we're going to support them. We want to advance culture. The Père Perrault, Gilles Vigneault, Gilles Pelletier, amongst others, the Marilyn Castonguay, the Claude Gaustier, the Jacques Leblanc, the Octave Crémazie. They will be able to stay alive in today's culture. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
Merci, Madame Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her speech, well-deserved applause, and the positive manner in which she gave it made a great case for culture, which I think she'll know we're on her side. We reinstated a lot of programs to support culture. But I just want to make one comment, and that is that on the positivity of her delivery and that of all the attitude of the bloc members, particularly the leader, I said the other day, this is the way Parliament should be. Positive, articulate, making a case, but politely, and making a good, dealing with issues, not personalities. And my question is, why are your people called porpoises?
I do want to remind the member to address the chair and not the individual members.
The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. I think that we've seen some opening for cooperation here, and that affects me greatly. And I hope that Quebec as a whole will listen to us and listen to our dialogue. And I hope we can promise to improve the conditions of our workers in the culture industry and the conditions in production that sometimes leads to great victories such as that of Denis Villeneuve that we've seen today. Thank you.
And comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member on her passionate speech and note that there are many parts that I related to, especially the sense of place that she was able to convey. She spoke of a cultural emergency, and it made me think of a situation facing my part of the world, the part of the world I represent, where Indigenous languages are in danger. And I wonder if the member could comment on the parallels that she sees. We have a commitment from the government to invest in Indigenous language revitalization, but my feeling is that it is not nearly enough. I wonder if the member could provide her thoughts.
Honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I'd like to warmly thank him because obviously Indigenous culture is part of who we are. Many of us have deep ties and family members who are Indigenous, so our cultures are very close. They stand side by side. The Alizapi and the Florent Volant are people who work in the cultural industry, and they're very popular in Quebec. So with this in mind, we have to keep a close eye on investment that the government is making. We want to make people aware of this cultural emergency for Indigenous peoples and their culture, which is also suffering like the culture in French-speaking Canada and in Quebec. Honourable member for Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Inaudible for the interpreter. I would like to reassure my colleague that she has all the necessary eloquence and talent to shine. However, I hope I'll be able to hear her sing once again because she sings as well as she speaks. I'd also like to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, for your appointment. It's interesting and even essential to have better gender parity and to have greater roles for women in our institutions. And this is a particular concern for me in my role. With respect to seniors, many seniors groups talk to me about taxation of big U.S. web giants. And in my riding, I have a daily newspaper whose survival is threatened. And what will we do without these local newspapers? Our community organizations and our artistic companies depend on them because who would talk about them if we don't? I'm sorry. I have to give someone an opportunity for a brief answer. I'm sorry there isn't much time, and I would try to let someone ask another question. The honourable member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Quick answer, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. Women from the Bloc are stand close together, we support each other, and we're going to work on all of these projects. And of course, we have the same type of mindset. We're going to keep a close eye on all of this, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to make note that I will be splitting my time, sharing my time with the member for New Brunswick Southwest. And first of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Madam Speaker, on putting your name forward, going through the process, and on your recent appointment. And I also want to thank the voters of Battleford's Lloydminster. They've given me a strong mandate. They sent me back to Ottawa to represent them, to be able to be their voice, the voice of rural communities, the voice of the taxpayer, and also for their families. I know every single one of us in this place wouldn't be here without our supporters, without our volunteers, and I do want to make a note of thanking them because they're a very important part to helping us get here. Over the summer, I'm not too sure how many of my colleagues know, but my husband and I welcomed a brand new baby girl. Thank you. And it's very important for me to express my thanks to my husband, Adam, and my children, Annabelle and William, on the birth of Victoria because, you know, their love and their patience go a long way. And especially in the middle of a campaign, right? We all know how sometimes we're not even home for dinner or sometimes sleep. Especially in a rural riding like mine that is so big that I do have to travel from community to community in order to reach constituents. But I do also want to honor my family for their support in my desire to serve in this place and to be able to serve here and be a voice in the nation. So I am so appreciative for that. And on that note of door knocking, I spent a lot of time in the riding over the summer with baby in tow sometimes. I had her, and then 2 weeks later I was out at events already with baby in tow. And, you know, the things that I heard at the door were, you know, sometimes quite sad. A common conversation that I would have with people is, you know, I would ask them, "Oh, how are you doing today?" And they would tell me, "I haven't been laid off yet. I still have a job. They laid me off 6 months ago. I found another job, but I haven't been laid off yet." And that's the anxiety and the anguish that is happening in my riding, a riding that is located in Saskatchewan. But also I know in Alberta it's the same thing. You know, people really genuinely are scared if they're going to wake up and go to work and still have a job. I think one thing to make note of, I live in a very unique city, and I've mentioned this before in this place, where my city actually borders Alberta and Saskatchewan. So half of the residents live in Saskatchewan and then half of the residents live in Alberta, which actually makes it quite a mess because we're one municipality. So it gets very difficult when we've got different provincial regulations over one place. And the day after the election, October 22nd, there is a company that employs and has employs hundreds, if not thousands, of people within my riding and my community, laid off. The day after the election, they laid off 60-some people-ish in my community. That's not including the hundreds of layoffs that happened in Calgary with the same company. And I just want to put that into perspective because I don't even know if I fully understand that, going into work one day thinking it's going to be a normal day and then being told that I need to go home. What kind of conversation would I be having with my husband? "Look, honey, I'm sorry I was laid off today. I'm not too sure what we're going to do. I think Christmas is going to look different. I'm not sure if we can afford to have the kids in hockey anymore or the kids in dance anymore. Things need to look different." And that's the reality where I live. They feel ignored, and the struggles that they're dealing with day to day, just wondering if they're going to be able to get by. I want to make a note. The Prime Minister, he had made a point of meeting with premiers. He met with the premiers of the provinces. He also met with some mayors. And the mayor of my community actually was very proactive, and he actually reached out to my office and said, "Do you have a number for the Prime Minister? I want to talk to him." I found the number for PMO. I gave it to him, and he made a call, and to his surprise, the Prime Minister called him back. He was surprised by this. I'm glad that the Prime Minister took the time to call him back. I do know that my mayor had stressed, you know, it's important that smaller cities have a voice as well, not just big city mayors, that you hear what's impacting us, especially being in a western province like Saskatchewan. And so he expressed to him the concerns of the struggles of the people of my community and my region, of how we can't get our agriculture products to market, for example, our canola, how we can't get our energy products to market. And the Prime Minister said that he understood. He understood. And what's troubling for me is the question, was that hope? False hope? Was it a facade? Was it real? Was that conversation real and genuine? Because that's what people are striving for today. They want authenticity. They want to be listened to. They want to be heard, actually heard. And I know that the Deputy Prime Minister had said, we need to listen harder. We've been sent a message from Alberta and Saskatchewan that we need to listen harder. So I had a little bit of hope. I thought, great, this is wonderful. They know that something isn't right. They're going to take the time to listen better, to maybe turn some of that listening and consulting into action. And then we had the throne speech, Madam Speaker. And, you know, in the throne speech, unless I missed it, I didn't hear a mention of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. I know that that's one thing that would definitely help the constituents in Battleford's Lloydminster, is being able to get oil, get gas to market. And I do know, and I beg the question, you know, we've heard a lot about the No More Pipelines bill, Bill C-69, but also Bill C-48. And are those bills maybe some of the reasons why some of these people are being laid off? Because the atmosphere and environment for investment, for energy investment, just isn't there. It's too restrictive. And I didn't hear anything in this throne speech of how we're going to help, you know, get our oil to market, maybe lessening the restrictions that have been created in the environment that we have. You know, also too, what is the goal? What's the government's goal right now to help our farmers get their products to market? I know, again in my riding, it's quite interesting. We have a lot of farming in my riding, whether it's grain or we do have some cattle. And a lot of those farmers, they actually, in the off season, I think farming is one of those things that's all year round. You're always got work on the farm to do. But in those off seasons, you know, they're hauling oil, they're hauling water, they're trucking, they're doing things to pay the bills while they aren't able to actively be farming. And it was really disappointing, especially to hear, you know, we understand the beef, the canola, not being able to get that to market. And then hearing that the Ag Minister has missed the deadline to file. And it saddens me, because I thought we were listening harder. I thought, you know, in good faith, that those conversations and those phone calls that the Prime Minister was having with premiers and mayors across the country, that something would happen out of it. So, Madam Speaker, I'm so sorry to say that my disappointment is just overwhelming with this throne speech, and that real actions weren't taken to help reduce and alleviate the Western alienation that is happening. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member opposite for her speech and congratulate her on her newborn child. That's very exciting. My question for the member opposite, she talked a lot about struggles in rural communities. I come from a rural community myself in King's Hands and heard on the doorstep too the cost of affordability and the importance of investing to support them. Does the member opposite believe that investing in the middle class and supporting individuals will lead to a better economic outcome? And will the member support the basic personal exemption up to $15,000 that we've put forward?
The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague across the way for the question. I think, you know, if the government really cared about middle class, we wouldn't have an enforced carbon tax in my province of Saskatchewan. I believe that the Prime Minister and the government would actually respect the plan that, for example, Premier Kenney in Alberta and Premier Moe in Saskatchewan have for the environment already, and would allow them to do their in-province made plan and allow constituents, Canadians, to keep that money that they're being taxed that's going to the government in their own pockets, because at the end of the day, money in the pockets of families that they've earned, they know how to spend it best on their needs and priorities. Thank you.
We're still on questions and comments. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for her speech. One thing I didn't hear enough about was seniors. We know that many seniors in our communities are struggling to make ends meet with increased housing costs and medicine that they can't afford. We hear of seniors cutting pills in half or not making a choice of whether they're going to buy food or medicine and living in pain. It's unacceptable. And just even paying for their basic needs, Mr. Speaker. The government promised that they would increase the OAS for seniors at 10% for those that are over 75 and increase the CPP for widows of 25% for their CPP. We don't think that's enough, certainly to meet the costs of living today. But the government didn't allow people between 65 and 75 to benefit from their offer. And we don't understand that, Mr. Speaker. Seems that if you're 65, you should be able to benefit the same benefits as when you're 75 when you're retired. And especially single women, Mr. Speaker. Over 30% of single women over 65 in this country live in poverty. So I ask you, through you, Mr. Speaker, to my colleague, does she support including those that are between 65 and 75? And does she support even further increase for our seniors that are living on basic income pensions? Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for the question. I think, that's a great question. I'm all about making life more affordable for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're a young single mom, if you are senior, if you are in that craziness of kids going to university, all of that. And I think one great way to start that is to stop enforcing the carbon tax and allowing Canadians to choose where they want to spend that money instead of giving it to the pockets of government. Thank you.
Questions
and comments? The honourable member.
West will take.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you recognizing me. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I was very inspired to hear how, in the middle of the campaign, she was able to give birth and still continue on and raise a family at the same time. We hear a lot from this government about their new middle-class tax cut, about how people earn up to $15,000 after the next 3 years, mind you, before they'll start paying taxes. Now, she's a new mom again. She has 3 children. The Liberals' new tax cut will put additional 76 cents a day into her pocket next year. 76 cents a day. You have 3 children. What are you going to do with all that extra money that this government is going to provide you?
Honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you for that question, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I was to get 76 cents a day, unfortunately, it would all go to the carbon tax for my increased gasoline bills at the pump and my increased home heating bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer.
We've run out of time there now for questions and comments. Maintenant, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, today is the first time outside a question period that I rise to speak in this session. And first, I'd like to congratulate you on your elevation to the Speaker's chair as our deputy. The mantle carries a heavy burden to be fair-minded, and I'm sure you will again guide our House to the best of your ability. For that, we all congratulate you. Now, I've had the privilege of serving in this great House in a previous Parliament. Given that I represent a constituency in Atlantic Canada, as a Conservative, you know that there is a gap in my political employment history. It is, however, a rare honour to be elected to Parliament. It's an honour to serve and be sent here by constituents to represent them. And for this, I thank the voters of New Brunswick Southwest for sending me back. The one promise I made during the election was to work hard every day to represent the voice of my constituents. And it's a task I intend to take seriously and one I will work on every single day. I must also thank my amazing wife, Kelly Williamson. Many of us know all too well that our spouses make the biggest sacrifice for us to be here. Kelly has been there for me through good times and bad. She continues to be my closest confidant and my best friend. Thank you, Kelly. Je t'aime.
I love you.
I'd also be negligent today if I did not include my mentor, the Honourable Greg Thompson, in my address today. Greg was elected to Parliament 6 times. He served with distinction as Minister for Veteran Affairs under the previous Conservative government. Greg passed away on the day before the election was called. It was a difficult moment for many of us at the start of that election campaign. Now, for those of us who had the privilege of sitting on either side of the House with him, and for those who might know Greg only through Hansard, I can say this. Everything that was said about Greg is true. Greg did not do anything in half measures. Greg was never afraid to stand up, never afraid to speak out for his constituents. He truly represented the very best of us. And my commitment is to follow Greg Thompson's high standard. And perhaps I always won't hit it, but I know at least I'll always be on the right path. And considering today's news, I wish to also acknowledge our Conservative leader. He is a friend, he is a good man, and importantly, he understands Canada. And in the last Parliament, when the federal government failed to appoint a minister for our region's economic development portfolio, when we nearly lost our seat on the Supreme Court, and when 32 Liberal MPs sat quietly, it was the federal Conservative leader, and it was all Conservatives, who defended those important priorities for Atlantic Canada. As well, it was Conservatives from outside of the region that fought for the Energy East pipeline, more so than the New Brunswick Liberal MPs did in the last Parliament. And failing to stand up for home is why the Liberals lost 40% of their seats in New Brunswick, and they nearly lost the majority of them. And we'll win them next time. Turn now to the matter at hand, the speech from the throne. Now, in several places, the speech of the throne talks about a mandate. Yet this is very much a hung Parliament. Canadians gave no party a mandate, except a mandate to try to work together. The Liberals won the most seats, but fewer votes than the Conservatives. And so the debate will continue, and a wise government will look to work collaboratively with other parties. So let me begin in a spirit of harmony or agreement. I support the idea of cutting income taxes for Canadians. I believe it's important to make home ownership more affordable for Canadians. I believe it's important that governments help families get ahead. I believe the idea of providing clean waters to Indigenous communities is also important. I think we need to do more to tackle the opioids abuse, and as well to do more to help people battling mental health issues. Government also needs to reduce red tape And we also need to work together on the NAFTA file, the free trade file. Although on this one, I think the government's getting off on the wrong foot already. Those are the areas of the throne speech where I think we can find perhaps common cause. And notably, the throne speech was silent on aquaculture and the traditional fisheries. This is a good thing, given the reckless promises made during the heat of the recent election by the Prime Minister. Now, unfortunately, there's a whole host of areas where we're also on the wrong path. The ECOA Minister continues to be a member from outside of our region. When it comes to scientific research dollars, innovation, R&D funding, the lion's share of that money ends up in areas outside of Atlantic Canada, which has a harmful economic impact on Atlantic Canada's and areas outside of central Canada. On rural internet, the government is simply moving too slowly and is too focused on the big telecoms for solutions. And the government continues to target law-abiding, responsible firearm owners, not illegal guns and gangs. And they've been virtually silent on the forestry industry, their inability to get an agreement with the United States. And this is important for Canada as well as New Brunswick. And on deficits and taxes, rising taxes, we see all too often their focus is elsewhere, and they have not made deficit elimination a priority as they promised to do time and time again. I think, though, the two most pressing areas where we're going to have a challenge is first on the carbon tax. Workers at Flakeboard, in my riding, lost their jobs because of policies brought in by this government that raised energy prices. Marwood, another company, is a builder of wood products with sales here at home in Canada and in New England. They too are deeply concerned about the impact of ever-rising energy prices. As well, the economy is sluggish. We've heard now that 71,000 jobs were lost in November, and as well, we're falling behind our international competitors. Last year, real gross domestic product expanded by 1.4%, and population grew by 1.5%, which means on a per capita basis, things are shrinking. They're getting worse for Canadians and the economy. And as a result, wages for working Canadians are not keeping up with the price on just about everything. And I'll have more to say on this in the coming weeks and months in my role as the opposition Labour critic. But these 4 years, we've seen one constant thing from this government. They have no discipline, and it has led to a decline for the entire country. This is true on the economy, it is true with our international standing, it is true with our institutions, and now it is true on national unity. They are not a serious government, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians gave the government a humbling return in this Parliament. Unfortunately, I do not think it is enough to change their direction. So Conservatives will continue to offer a better course for Canada and a way forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. La députée, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech, and I'm glad he touched on the subject of aquaculture. It's also a big area of concern on Canada's other coast, a riding that I'm proud to represent, but particularly in northern Vancouver Island. We know our wild salmon populations are feeling an incredible amount of stress right now, and there's a real movement afoot to try and get those open net fish farms out of the way of wild salmon migration routes. And my previous colleague Finn Donnelly tried an effort in the 42nd Parliament to move those open net fish farms to closed containment land-based systems. And I'm just wondering if my colleague can maybe inform the House what the Conservative Party's position is on that, because I know the coastal residents of British Columbia would be very interested in that, given the threat they pose to wild salmon populations. Thank you.
Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, I'm here today to speak for myself, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you the concerns from my constituents. This is a technology that what the honourable member is proposing that is unproven. It will drive up price to produce farmed fish. It will drive up the price that families pay to put food on their table, and it will kill Canadian jobs. If we don't produce fish in this country, farmed fish in this country, on the East Coast in agriculture, our international competitors will. Investment dollars will go elsewhere, whether it's to Scotland or Chile or other parts around this world. This is a growing industry, and it's a way to feed the world with safe and affordable farmed seafood. So that's the perspective from Atlantic Canada. We have this technology. It creates many, many good-paying jobs, not only on the water, but also white-collar jobs in the office in rural Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a very specific question for the member opposite, and it's related to tax cuts. If the government proposes, as it says we will be proposing, tax cuts and tax relief for Canadians, will the Conservative Party, and particularly that member, Mr. Speaker, support that?
Our member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Well, thank you for the question. Again, I'll speak for myself here. I'll have to look at the tax cuts. Too often with Liberals, they propose one thing and then deliver something else. I've been talking about raising the basic personal exemption when I was head of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, when Liberals were fighting that idea, when they were refusing to lower taxes on working Canadians. So our side will give any legislation from the government a fair reading, and if in fact taxes are to be cut, we'll likely applaud that. But we're going to read the fine print first. You have to read the fine print on any promise when it comes from Liberals on spending and taxes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the member for his speech, congratulate him on his election, and congratulations to you for your election. I have a question for my colleague, and it has to do with firearms. So today we're talking about tightening rules governing semi-automatic rifles and handguns and not hunting rifles. Earlier this week, I mentioned that the arm used by Marc Lépine during the Polytechnique massacre is still in circulation. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, we cannot punish Canadians who are following the rules when it comes to weapons. It's the wrong approach. We have to go after illegal weapons. We have to go against people who are breaking the law as it is currently worded.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, congratulations on your role in our Parliament. So my new role as Northern Affairs Shadow Minister and Northern Economic Development Agency Shadow Minister as well. The one thing that I really am concerned about is the lack of focus on the North by this particular throne speech and this particular government. Even mentioned in the throne speech, the best that we got and this is a quote from the speech itself, in the far north, along the Canada-U.S. border, all Canadians want to make Canada a better place for themselves, their children, and their communities. That's all we got for the entire northern part of our country. And I guess north being defined is it's difficult to define. In Canada, we're generally north wherever we step foot in any Canadian territory. But especially in those northern areas, we develop our resources. And this is a government that said they're supposedly pro-north, but it's difficult to defend that. The one thing that, I'll mention that was very clear, a northern development strategy would have been a good one to hear, would have been a national energy corridor to help get our resources to market. That would have been a great thing to hear in the throne speech. A plan to restore ethics and accountability to government. That's a general theme that we didn't hear. And as former ethics chair, we certainly know how lacking this particular Prime Minister and leadership is on that file. But also the lack of support for our energy workers, such as building TMX, repeal repealing Bill C-69 and C-48. We didn't hear about that either. And why does that relate to the north? Because a lot of those natural resource projects are in the north. And all what we've seen, even when we talk about C-69 and C-48, they really limit any development in the north or any new development in north part of our country. And, you know, it's not just conservatives that are saying this. We have leaders that are actually in the north that have already criticized this particular government. And I'll mention some of those quotes, some of those individuals. Former Nunavut Premier Peter Taptuna, we do want to be getting to a state where we can make our own, we do want to be getting to a state where we can make our own determination of our priorities, and the way we do that is gain meaningful revenue from resource development. At the same time, when one potential resource or source of revenue is taken off the table, it puts us back at practically square one, where Ottawa will make the decisions for us. And what I'm referring to, obviously, is the moratorium on development and in the north by this particular government, made at a time, wasn't made aware to those leaders and leaders in the north. It was very much a surprise. We have Indigenous peoples across the north that have really wanted to develop their resources and develop a good economy up there for their people and for their benefit. And what we saw from this government was just a complete stifling of that opportunity. Another quote, Nunavut Premier Joe Savilkatak, no one in Nunavut asked for a carbon tax and no one in Nunavut agreed to it. And that's another aspect of what this particular leadership has addressed, is the effects of the carbon tax on the north. And one person that lives in northern BC, I have the member from Yukon across the way. He's a little bit colder than where I live, but one thing that I would think that the Liberal member across the way can agree on is that heating our homes in the north really isn't an option. It isn't a pleasure. It isn't something that we can choose one or the other. We need to heat our homes just to stay alive in the winter months especially. And that's why the carbon tax especially targets the north unfairly. And I would have at least expected some kind of way to mitigate that effect on northern communities that really have no choice, whether it's transportation or heating their homes. I'm going to mention another leader, Mervyn Gruben, mayor of the hamlet of Tuktoyaktuk. And it's a little bit of a long quote, but I'll read it for the benefit of our members today. I agree that the Liberals should be helping us. They shut down our offshore gasification and put a moratorium right across the whole, and I'll use his language, the whole freaking Arctic without even consulting us. And it might show his anger too with this decision. Obviously they were expecting to develop those resources to help their people, and it was stymied and shut down right there. I'll continue on with the quote. They never said a word to us. It's so easy to sit down here and make judgments on people and lives that are 3,500 clicks away, and make decisions on our behalf, especially with that moratorium on the Beaufort. That should be taken away, lifted, please and thank you. That is going to open up and give jobs to our people, training, and all the stuff we're wishing for. Now listen to this key statement from an Indigenous leader in the north. We're a proud people who like to work for a living. This is an opportunity they're looking for. They want to develop their resources. And yet this government, who's supposed to be supporting the north, really seems to be doing everything to get in the way of that development. One more quote. Mr. Mervyn Gruben, the mayor of Tuktoyaktuk again, last quote. I thank God we worked very closely with the Harper government and had the all-weather highway built into Tuk. It opened in November 2017, if some of you haven't heard, and now we are learning to work with tourism. We all know that that's not the money and the work that we were used to in the oil and gas days that we liked. Now, all that said, we're talking about the throne speech tonight, Mr. Speaker. And I guess one thing I haven't mentioned yet, too, the one thing that alarms us in the north is the lack of a softwood lumber agreement. It's affecting many of our communities across the north as well. We talked about the gasification, we talked about oil and gas, maybe referred to a little bit of mining, but here we have great jobs in the forest industry, lots of timber in the north, A lot of those areas haven't been logged for many, many years. The timber is sitting there waiting to be done, and yet we still affects many of our jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs across the country, and again would greatly benefit the North if we were to work and get that softwood lumber agreement signed. Now, even to signal that they wanted to get it done would have been appreciated by members and folks in my riding and in the North. But we didn't even get a signal. I think the House probably remembers last time this happened, they actually at least signaled. And this is where, maybe it's better not to say it. Maybe that's where they're at now, Mr. Speaker. They didn't even talk about a softwood lumber agreement. Last time that we heard about this was in 2015. The first 100 days, this Prime Minister was supposed to sit down with then President Obama and get a signed and sealed, delivered softwood lumber agreement.
That's right.
Well, that didn't happen. And some have said, what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is those tariffs that are applied to our Canadian lumber, 20%, has greatly affected the margins. Like a couple years ago when we were making $600 per thousand, it was still profitable, but now with the market going down and stumpage rates affecting us in northern British Columbia as well, has really made the lack of a softwood lumber, those 20% tariffs now are really affecting those sales of lumber and timber to our neighbors. And again, once again ignored by this particular government that, again, I think bottom line with the whole throne speech, it's signaling where the direction of this government is supposed to be going. And when you don't see a whole lot for the North and you don't see a whole lot for things like softwood and softwood lumber industry, working at maybe language to talk back C-69 and C-48, and they seem to be just ramping it up. We heard what the Minister of the Environment was talking about. Even the gas project in BC, another northern project, is now one of the project partners now is pulling out. Is that because of a carbon tax in Canada? Is that because of other signals that this Environment Minister has made that they're not going to be cooperating with that particular project? I don't know. But bottom line, Canadians need work. And Canadians in the North, what file that I represent now, need work. They need to be able to heat their homes, feed their families, and keep roofs over their heads, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's just unfortunate that this government doesn't seem to take those that whole entire group of Canadians seriously. So thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies will have a minute left in his time should he wish to continue his speech, and then he'll have his normal 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next gets back to debate well, I guess there won't be any time left now. Let me just retract the last few comments about the honourable member's speech. In fact, we're going to be finishing this little bit of work this evening, as I've come to understand. It being 6:15 p.m., it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the sub-amendment and amendment now before the House. The question is as follows. Mrs. Bessette, seconded by Mr. Weiler, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada. Shall I dispense? Yes? Oui? Okay. Did I hear a no? Okay. Shall I dispense? Yes. Shall I dispense? Yes? No. Okay. I see a no. To Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Julie Payette, Chancellor and Principal Companion of the Order of Canada, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Military Merit, Chancellor and Commander of the Order of Merit of the Police Forces, Governor-General and Commander-in-Chief of Canada. May it please Your Excellency.
We, Her Majesty's most loyal and dutiful subjects, the House of Commons of Canada, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Excellency for the gracious speech which Your Excellency has addressed to both Houses of Parliament.
Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alislev, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Yes. Shall I dispense? Yes. Yes? Yes. Agreed. La mise au voix.
The vote is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Madame Bessette, appuyée.
Ms. Bissett, seconded by Mr. Wheeler, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency, the Governor-General of Canada.
Okay. Mr. Scheer, seconded by amendment. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alisev, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. And wish to inform Your Excellency that Canada is threatened by A, declining productivity and competitiveness, a rising cost. May I dispense? Okay. Sub-amendment. Monsieur Green.
Mr. Green, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by...
I cannot dispense. A, replacing the words tax relief for Canadians with a path to a balanced budget with the words making Canada's millionaires, billionaires, and biggest corporations pay their fair share, ensuring that we can fund critical services and make needed investments for long term. B, adjonction.
B, adding after the word potential the words including building 500,000 affordable homes and expanding health care to include a universal public pharmacare program and a national dental care program.
C, adding after the word, may I dispense? No, okay. C, adding after the words climate change, the words with a bold plan including stronger targets and eliminating subsidies to big polluters who are already profitable, addressing rising cost of living by taking on big telecom companies to bring down the high cost of phone and internet services that families and small businesses need.
D, replacing the words regimes in Moscow and Beijing and protecting Canadian sovereignty in the Arctic with the words climate crisis and the rise of far-right extremist leaders.
Replacing the words with traditional allies such as NATO, Ukraine, and Israel with the words for multilateralism, peace, and justice.
F, replacing the words strengthening the relationship with our largest trading partners with the words and ensuring that any future trade deal is fair for workers, people, and our environment.
G, deleting all of the words after the words unity crisis, which requires, and substituting the following. I, taking immediate action to ensure Indigenous communities have clean drinking water and access to health care and support. 2, respecting provincial jurisdiction and supporting strengthening Quebec with a united Canada. 3, helping workers, particularly those in Western Canada, struggling to make ends meet with a rapidly changing global economy. 4, restoring confidence in our national institutions, starting by bringing ethics and accountability to the federal government and making sure that the government listens to people and not just wealthy and the well-connected.
All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Ms. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
All those those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lamoura.
Mr. Lamoura.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Mr. Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Monsieur
Smith.
Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Fragascatos.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Park Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
Mr. Hoda Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Batiste.
Baptiste. Mr.
Oui.
Baptiste.
Oui. Yes, Mr. Batiste. Madame Bissette.
Madame Bissette.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Jasic.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Latanzio.
Mrs. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Vynen.
Mr. Van Vynen.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Zahn.
Ms. Zahn.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Delted.
Mr. Delted.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Blenny Belchas Les Echemins Levy.
Mr. Lenny Belchas Les Echemins Levy.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lou.
Mr. Lou.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Leroux. Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloyd-Minster.
Mrs. Falk Battlefords
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Huda Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Yordega.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Rude.
Mr. Rude.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Bérubé. Madame Charbonneau, pardon.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet. Hold on. Yeas pour 23, 23. Nays contre 219, 290.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated.
Question is on the amendment. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Wheeler, moved that the following address be presented to Her Excellency the Governor General. May I dispense?
Yes. Good call.
May I dispense?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Ms. Alisev, move the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding the following. Et souhaitons informer.
And wish to inform Your Excellency that Canada is threatened by A. Declining productivity and competitiveness, a rising cost of living, and challenges to our society. 1, which requires offering a plan for tax relief for Canadians with a path to a balanced budget. 2, restoring Canada as an attractive place to invest. 3, addressing social challenges that limit the ability of Canadians to achieve their full potential. 4, developing a real environment plan that strengthens the competitiveness of our economic sectors and tackles global climate change.
Position within an increasingly uncertainty world, which requires 1, confronting threats such as, may I dispense? Okay, I may dispense. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. McColman. Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Deadted.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Ms. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mrs. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Lévis.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford.
Mr.
Minster.
Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Ms. Shin.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Pastor.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Roca.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Tassi.
Tassi.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna Sangari.
Anna Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Aria.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lemoudeux.
Mr. Lemoudeux.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Brusen.
Mr. Brusen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Ed Coury.
Mr. Alcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Robial.
Mr. Robial.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Hodebrampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Vandenbeld.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Bissett.
Madame Bissett.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Koutakis.
Madame Koukatis.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Mr. Kuzmerchik.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Latanzio.
Madame Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Zan.
Ms. Zan.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. Pearson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Yeas pour 109, 109. Nays contre 204, 204.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Yes, well, I think Bruce is coming up.
order. I would please ask honourable members who wish to continue their conversations to please do so outside the chamber. We will continue with the adjournment debate. Thank you. At this moment, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to take a short moment to thank everyone in Edmonton, Strathcona for electing me as your new Member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Edmonton, Strathcona is a very special riding, home to great festivals, a thriving art scene, many post-secondary institutions, the Francophone community, the old Strathcona Farmers Market, a beautiful river valley, and so much more. I'm incredibly honored to be able to represent the people of Edmonton, Strathcona in this House, and I am deeply grateful to everyone who helped elect me. I want to particularly thank the wonderful team of staff and volunteers who supported my campaign. People like Erica, Gail, Tom, Epiphany, Eleanor and John, and so many others who worked so hard. And I'd like a special thank you to my good friends, Scott Parker and Megan Rich, for being such incredible supports for me and our campaign. I'd also like to take a moment to thank my family, my parents, my brothers, and my wonderful children, McLean and Kelty, and my husband, Duncan, for supporting me and sharing me with my constituents and with this House. My gratitude to those who have supported me on this journey is immense and serves as fuel for my commitment and dedication to advocate on behalf of the citizens of Edmonton, Strathcona, and all Albertans. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. On Monday, I asked the government what they were doing to support Albertans who have lost their jobs and cannot find work. I asked this government how they intend to support the over 20% of young men in Alberta who are unemployed. I asked this government how they are going to show with actions, not words, that they understand what's happening in Alberta. Show that they will do the right thing and fight alongside my colleagues and I to ensure that every Albertan has a good, family-sustaining job and that hardworking Albertans are equipped to work in the new economy. I am proud to be the granddaughter of Daniel McCoy, one of the infamous McCoy brothers, pioneers in Alberta oil and gas. My husband and brother work in the sector, as did my father before his retirement. Like so many Albertans, my family's story is woven together with oil and gas. And like other families, I profoundly and personally understand what is at stake here. For many years, Albertans benefited from our oil and gas industry, and the rest of Canada benefited from the wealth produced by Alberta workers. This wealth paid for healthcare, social programs, and other initiatives that improved the lives of all Canadians. And we were happy to contribute to a greater good. Albertans need support for economic diversification, green energy, energy efficiency, and transportation infrastructure. Albertans need employment, education, and training support. Albertans need jobs. In November alone, over 18,000 jobs were lost. Under Rachel Notley, Alberta took significant steps towards diversifying its economy and fighting climate change. Unfortunately, the province is now going backwards. Is this government prepared to offer real solutions to Albertans, to make serious investments in infrastructure, green energy, and transportation, and in employment and education supports for Alberta workers?
Before I go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I just ask Honourable Members again, there's too much noise in the chamber. I'd ask Honourable Members who wish to carry on conversations to go to their respective lobbies. And just one other little note. Members may not realize, but when a member is standing and speaking in the chamber, they're not to come into the line between the member who is so recognized and the speaker. So they should make their way on either side of that, but please do not come between the Speaker and the member who has been properly recognized. Make their way either behind, or they can also go in behind the Speaker's chair here as necessary, but please don't come between the member who is properly recognized and the Speaker at the time. So I ask your cooperation with that. And now we'll go to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development and Official Languages with respect and with responsibility, rather, to the Western economic diversification.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as this is the first time I rise in this House, I want to thank the amazing people of Winnipeg South for their continued support, and I promise them that I will do my very best to serve them well over the next number of years. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona on her election, thank her for her passionate address and for her question. Mr. Speaker, we know that as we move forward as a country, we have to include every Canadian and ensure they have a real and fair chance to succeed. Mr. Speaker, this government worked hard in the last Parliament to support Albertans who are going through tough times, and we will continue to do so in this Parliament. We recognize the challenges facing workers in our resource sector. With the lower prices on international commodities, there have been some very difficult times for workers, particularly in the prairies. That is why, after many years of trying and failing by previous governments, we are moving forward on building the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. There are shovels in the ground, Mr. Speaker, and there are thousands of Canadians hired to make sure that we can get our energy resources to new markets responsibly and sustainably. Our government is about partnering with Westerners to develop the West's economy and advance their economic interests. Mr. Speaker, I am from the prairies. I've lived most of my life in the prairies. I'm a University of Calgary graduate, worked with farmers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba over many years, and I know that Westerners want to be heard and seen. And let me assure the honourable member, this government is listening and acting. Our priority is to spur innovation, diversification, and economic growth in communities across Canada, including Alberta. One key way our government supports Alberta is through the Regional Development Agency focused on the West, Western Economic Diversification Canada, or WD for short. Through WD, the federal government is partnering with Albertans and other Western businesses and entrepreneurs to harness their skills and ingenuity. This partnership helps create the business environment and opportunities that will grow the economy. WD offers support to businesses that are starting up, want to scale up, or need help getting their products and services to international markets. Earlier this year, after engaging with Westerners, WD developed the Western Canada Growth Strategy. Grow West is a whole-of-government effort to build on a solid climate for investors, support small and medium-sized businesses, and connect Western enterprises to export markets and offshore supply chains. And as recently as September 2019, our government announced over $27 million, Mr. Speaker, in new investments for 23 projects across the city and surrounding areas. Over $18 million was provided through business scale-up and productivity funding, which will support small and medium-sized businesses in Edmonton by providing interest-free loans for these projects. Another $6 million was announced through the Regional Innovation Ecosystems Program for projects in Edmonton, supporting a diverse range of innovations in advanced manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, this government's support for Alberta does not stop there. I've got a little bit too much to say here, Mr. Speaker, in too little time, as you've just indicated. But let me end, Mr. Speaker, by saying this government will continue to invest in Alberta and Albertans, because we know that when Alberta does well, Canada does well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his comments. However, with all due respect, the comments that the member has made are in fact not going to help us with a just transition. Again, this Liberal government is offering Alberta words instead of action, and we need more than more platitudes and lip service. Mr. Speaker, people are hurting. We aren't talking about statistics. We're not talking about job numbers. We are talking about real people, real families facing real challenges in my province. We need to see serious investment in new industries, new forms of energy production, in training and apprenticeship for the new economy. Will the Prime Minister provide a timeline of when Albertans can expect actual action, and what steps are being taken to get Albertans working?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I recognize the honourable member's passion for her province, her community, and her constituents. I applaud her for that, and I want to assure her of our government's support for Albertans. We recognize Albertans want to use their own resourcefulness and talents to grow and diversify the Western economy and indeed the Canadian economy. The investments made and the partnerships created by WD continue to move the Alberta economy forward, especially during tough economic times. This government has not, Mr. Speaker, and will not stop innovating and finding new ways to create Alberta success stories with Alberta businesses and entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, our government is listening and we are taking action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we take up the next adjournment debate, just a notice or advice to honourable members, if they wish, during adjournment debates, much like with Committee of the Whole, members are able to sit in the seat of their choice, and they'll be properly recognized. They don't have to have their seat that they're usually in for the adjournment debate. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just take a brief opportunity to thank the people who put me in this seat. I'd like to thank my volunteers. I'd like to thank my family. I'd like to thank my campaign team. I'd like to specifically thank my wife, who sacrificed so much for us to be here. So to them, I really appreciate it. I'd also like to thank my two best canvassers. I had a gentleman by the name of Jerry Stedman. He was 74 years old, and he knocked over 10,000 doors for me. My second best canvasser was at the other age of the spectrum. He was 6 years old. He happens to be my son. I'm not sure how many of you have had the opportunity to go out and door knock with someone like James, but with James, it was a whole different opportunity. Houses, NDP supporters, Green supporters would invite me into their homes, Mr. Speaker, and give my child chocolate bars and offer their support. So to James and to Jerry, I offer them great support. And just a quick mention, too, of a couple of issues that are going on in my constituency right now. My constituency borders the wonderful waters of Lake Ontario, and along that shoreline, the water is very high, and they're very afraid, as the spring comes, that they will repeat what they've had the last couple of years, which is extreme flooding and property damage. So to them, I want to tell them that I'll continue to advocate for them, and I'm concerned for them. The other issue that my constituents that supported me are so worried about is rural internet. Our children are having their ability to learn impeded by the slow internet speed. Our businesses out in rural Ontario are being slowed, impeded towards progress and success because we yet to have the internet speed necessary in a modern business environment. But with that, I will get to my question. Last Friday, the government accepted Alberta's environmental plan. While the Prime Minister committed in the throne speech to working with other provinces, the good people of Ontario are still left waiting. Ontario has a balanced approach to the environment, promoting both jobs, in fact, leading our country in job creation over the last couple of months, while also reducing emissions. Ontario is actually a national leader in greenhouse gas emission reductions. When will the Liberals stop playing games and give Ontario an answer? Will it be a day? Will it be in a month? Will it be in a year? Will it be at any time on the space-time continuum? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To start, I'd like to thank all the people from my riding who gave me a second term here at the House of Commons. I'm going to work very hard in the months and years to come.
my colleague from Northumberland, Peterborough South, for having won his election. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for raising his question this evening. The vast majority of Canadians voted for climate action this past election, and our government is committed to moving forward with measures that will reduce our emissions and grow a clean economy. I look forward to working with all members in this place as we identify and move forward with solutions to tackle climate change. The speech from the throne made it very clear that our government will work with provinces and territories to find solutions, especially when it comes to climate change, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because Canadians are already feeling the impacts of climate change, from wildfires in the west to extreme flooding in the east. The costs of climate change are growing. I know this all too well, representing a riding that has experienced record flooding 2 out of the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that we need to act. They want ambitious climate action. They want us to work together to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build a strong, low-carbon economy. And so do we. Canadians also recognize that when it's free to pollute, there will be more of it. And that's why they support a price on carbon pollution. Mr. Speaker, a growing number of governments and experts understand that carbon pricing is one of the most effective tools we have for tackling climate change and growing the clean economy. It incents Canadians to make clean choices. It helps to reduce emissions. And it stimulates investments in climate action, including adaptation and clean innovation. And that's why pricing carbon pollution is an essential part of our climate plan. The climate plan we developed with the provinces and territories offers them the flexibility, Mr. Speaker, to price carbon pollution in a way that makes sense for their circumstances. It also establishes a common standard to ensure that those plans are straight, are stringent, and effective. Because establishing minimum national standards is integral to reducing nationwide greenhouse gas emissions. We've worked hard to develop a price on carbon pollution pricing system that is practical, that is affordable, and ensures Canadians are better off, Mr. Speaker. When carbon pollution pricing went into effect across Canada, we ensured that all proceeds are returned to the jurisdiction of origin. In fact, in the provinces and territories where the federal carbon pricing system is in place, such as Ontario, most families are getting more than they pay. This year, for example, an Ontario family of 4 received about $307 through the Climate Action Incentive. Our plan demonstrates that you can tackle climate change while at the same time leaving families better off. As part of our plan, we also have an annual benchmarking assessment process. We ask the provinces and territories to provide information on their carbon pricing systems to determine whether or not they meet the federal standard. And we've received Ontario's proposal to implement its own provincial carbon pollution pricing system for heavy industry, and we are assessing that proposal. One of our priorities in putting a price on carbon pollution has been ensuring stability and certainty for businesses and investors. This ensures businesses can plan for the future. And that's why the federal benchmark lays out a path for carbon pricing until 2022, and that's why we take any changes to the system for industrial emitters very seriously. The federal carbon pollution pricing system is in place in Ontario, and it's working, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at Ontario's proposal, but we're doing our due diligence to make sure that carbon pricing remains stringent and effective, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to work with all jurisdictions, businesses, and Indigenous peoples to advance the climate action Canadians expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, and I congratulate the member and also thank him for his very professional speech there. However, I would still say that I have yet to receive an answer to my question, which is a deadline, a time. At what time? Will it be a month? Will it be a year? Will it be 6 months? I think it's a fairly simple question. The other question I would put to the member is the Parliamentary Budget Office, the Green Party amongst others, would agree with me in saying the carbon tax is not effective at current rates. We would say from this side that we should invest in technology and global investments that will actually affect the global problem. They would say that you would need to double or triple or quadruple the carbon tax. Will the Liberal government be increasing the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We worked with provinces and territories I reiterate, Indigenous communities and businesses for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, to develop an approach to carbon pricing that worked for the different regions in our vast country. We worked to ensure that it would be fair and effective and meet minimum stringency requirements. And just in response to my honourable colleague's question, we will review the Government of Ontario's proposal alongside the proposals of other provinces and territories as quickly as possible. Protecting the environment and growing the economy go together, and we will continue to work with provinces and territories to advance climate action while supporting good local jobs and making life more affordable for families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It being, what are we going to say here, 7:35 p.m., the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.